Holy shit. You probably looked at the timestamp of this video and thought that, right? Yeah, this video probably seems like it's way more than it needs to be. But I'm going to do my best to keep it as brief as possible. Today, I'm going to be exploring the entirety of Omori in a single video. Yep. So before we get into the game itself, what is Omori, the game, anyway? Well, Omori was just an idea in the mind of a t-shirt designer who we call Omocat. We don't really know her name, but Omocat works fine. She worked on it over the course of 6 years, basing it on a brief Tumblr webcomic that helped her cope with her problems during a confusing time in her life. I'm trying to keep things as short as possible here, so I won't be discussing HIKIKOMORI, the original Tumblr webcomic, but it has its own things to unpack. What's important is that the main character in it, Omori Boy, looks like the titular character in Omori, and his design would be the inspiration for that character, even though ultimately they would end up being totally different. Omori was originally just going to be a graphic novel, but eventually Omocat decided to change it to the medium of a video game. She wanted the player to be able to make the choices throughout the story, and we'll see the ramifications of that as we go through our own Omori journey. To reflect this, she chose RPG Maker as the engine to run the game in, as it was an easily accessible platform for players to modify. Of course, I'm sure her love of Yume Nikki, another RPG Maker based horror game, was no small part in her decision to use it either, in addition to already having a large user base of horror fans to capitalize on. Calling Omori a horror game is something that I take umbrage with, but we'll get into that when we get more into the material. The point is that it was intended to be one. So she set to work on a Kickstarter which was amazingly funded within one day and had a projected release date of 2015. Due to it still being 2014, she also promised a 3DS port of the game, which would have been really interesting. I honestly think there's a lot of untapped potential for the 3DS as a system, with its dual screens and all, and I would have liked to see how that would have played into the gameplay, but oops, the game was delayed so much that the 3DS got discontinued. However, we're getting a Nintendo Switch port instead, so that's neat. I hope that doesn't add anything new or significant to the point where this video is outdated. That would be embarrassing. I wasn't there for the long wait of the game, so I can't say how it was. I mean, I was 11 when the Kickstarter started, so I wasn't really in any position to be backing anything, let alone a mature horror game, but I imagine it probably was incredibly hellish. Luckily, Omocat wasn't alone. She would hire several RPG Maker experts, and also include her musician friend Space Boyfriend, aka Jamie Lynn, on the soundtrack. Anyway, after hearing the incredible song My Time, which is a beautiful song by the way, she was also compelled to contact its composer Bowen to use it in the game. She was successful, and it's in the most famous trailer for the game from way back in 2014, and Bowen would go on to compose some other songs for the game. She also decided to add secret songs, so several other composers would also lend their hands to the game, most notably Toby Fox, considering how often Let's Players scream when they see his name in the credits. Like, seriously guys, please stop. However, the game got delayed a ton more because they also changed RPG Maker engines and used this as an opportunity to completely redo the game. While this goes against my own design philosophy, I can understand the mentality behind it, and ultimately it probably did make the game better. This pushed the game back into 2019 and eventually 2020. And finally, after 6 long years, the game came out in December of that year to critical acclaim. It even came out on December 25th, making it so everyone got depression for Christmas. Apparently there are more ports to come for the current console generation, as well as translations into Korean, Japanese, and Chinese, but now let's get into the game itself. Just keep in mind the amount of people working on this game and the time length that went into it, because that will probably make the nature of the finished product make a lot more sense. I'm going to put the same warning that the game has at its beginning for this video. The game discusses topics like suicide, depression, and anxiety at length. So if those aren't topics you want to engage with, then please don't watch this video. With that out of the way, let's begin our journey through Omori. The first thing we see is the title screen, a simple white background behind a monochrome boy with a blank expression staring at us and the title, Omori, with the second O being a black light bulb. Now this already has quite a few differences as opposed to Omocat's previous character, Omori Boy. Omori Boy was quite expressive about how much he hates his life. Omori is very different. He's quiet and unfeeling. He's more reserved. I make this discrepancy because Omocat often comes under scrutiny for making Omori Boy, a character who is super into hentai, into a 12-year-old boy. However, I think it's pretty clear in the 6-year-long development period of the game that Omori Boy became a much different character than Omori is, and that to judge Omocat for that reason is peculiar. That being said, Omocat has done some questionable things throughout her life, and there will be multiple junctures in this video where I confront them. I just think this specific criticism doesn't really hold water. Upon starting a new game, the first thing we're greeted with is some text that simply says, "Don't worry, everything is going to be okay." Put a pin in that sentence. You're going to be hearing me say put a pin in that a lot throughout this game due to a lot of usage of foreshadowing throughout. Sometimes its usage of foreshadowing can be pretty distracting from the plot at hand, and I think it's ultimately pretty egregious, but I'll get more into that later. This scene is one boy comforting another boy, one blonde with a flower in his hair and another with black hair, as the two sit in front of a door together. However, we don't get much more context on this scene before suddenly we cut to something completely different. There are these animated scenes like this that repeat throughout the game, and it's obviously foreshadowing for something later. While highly produced and very nice to look at, I think these scenes don't really add a lot to the game's narrative. Anyway, welcome to White Space. The game informs us that Omori has been living here for as long as he can remember. This is a completely barren room where we're first introduced to one of the main characters of the game, Omori. And here's where we learn some interesting things. First of all, Omori has a sketchbook, and it's full of grotesque and violent imagery. Cakes full of eyeballs, butler cats offering him steak. Clearly, something isn't right with Omori. There's a lot to talk about with these drawings, but I won't go into it because we'd be here for a half an hour. All we need to know is that Omori has a violent imagination, he seems to love his cat, and also red hands. Also, steak and cake. Plus, he appears to have some friends, which are drowning in a sea of some substance on one page. More on them in a little bit. One page is a series of toy jacks interspersed with various objects like watermelons and bows that will reappear throughout the course of the game, and another features a playground which will soon be familiar. Though Omori is violent, he's still a child. The final few pages are blank, right after a fairly normal drawing of a steak. Apparently the sketchbook was originally made in 2014 and wasn't really intended to tie in with the game that much, and I honestly don't know why it's included here other than it being a good indicator of Omori being a strange guy. The game does a pretty good job of indicating that on its own anyway, though. Speaking of red hands, as I mentioned in the journal, all over the place are spectral white hands with a red outline that, when you touch, return you to the center of white space. There's no immediate narrative payoff to these, but they are aesthetically very pleasing. As for white space itself, it's an endless loop. You run through the entire thing and you come back to the rug in the center where it started. There is lots of areas in the game like this, but often the loop is conveyed through multiple screens instead. Other objects here include the black light bulb that we saw on the title screen, but when we stare into it, it doesn't do anything of interest, it's just there. It'll be important later, but for now, just put a pin in it, I suppose. There's also Omori's computer, which when booted up is just a wallpaper of a brick wall. The only file on his desktop is a cute little lopsided guy that's the trash bin. Despite not having a desktop icon, Omori's journal is also in here, which just consists of him hanging out in white space, or him hanging out with his friends. After this, there's a little heartwarming message about how the laptop makes Omori feel warm, and I like that. Despite how unemotive Omori appears, there's a box of tissues that he cries into regularly in here. Or at the very least, the text implies he cries often enough for them to be designated specifically for that purpose. Finally, there's a black cat named Miwo that Omori can talk to, who only asks, waiting for something to happen. Even the cat is calling out Omori on his lifestyle, staying inside of the white space until somebody rescues him. Just after this, something falls nearby and he picks it up. It's a knife. This allows Omori to leave through the door that we saw in the intro, now equipped with something that will allow him to defend himself. In many ways throughout the game, the knife is literally and metaphorically seen as a way out of places, and this idea will be returned to very shortly, but for now, just put a pin in that. Whereas white space was an assortment of blacks and whites with the occasional red hand, the next room is an assault on the senses in terms of the amount of color it exudes. Much like White Space, this one room has a lot to go into as well. It's a vibrant, colorful room, and in the center of it all are 4 friends. Before we get to them, let's talk about some of the decorum here. Obviously, this place is very bright because it's where Omori's friends live and they are the brightest part of his life, but there's a lot of weird stuff just strewn around here. There's a cat-shaped hole in the ground, a single bean on a plate, a toaster, and a stuffed toy that looks like a girl's head. There's even a tentacle poking out of the ground. Apparently the cat-shaped hole in the ground was, in the demo, a place where Miwo fell through the ground at some point, which I just find funny. In addition to all of this, there's a television that's playing a movie with 4 boys walking along railroad tracks, which is a Pokemon reference, which is in turn a reference to the film adaptation of the Stephen King short story Stand By Me. This game's overworld art direction takes a lot of inspiration from Pokemon, so it's honestly no surprise that Omocat likes it in some capacity. There are some points in the game where I think the overworld's art direction is a serious detriment, and I will point them out as we get to them. But in short, I just don't like the size of the sprites. Pokemon's proportions are not aesthetically appealing to me, especially how often it clashes with other art styles in this game. In some instances, this is intentional and really works, but for the most part it feels jarring in places that it probably shouldn't. Unlike White Space, which has an alluring simplicity, the neighbor's room, as this area is called, has a very chaotic but fun vibe to it. There's a gigantic yellow cat that watches Omori as he travels around the room. It's very cute. I like cats, if you couldn't tell. The 3 children in the center of the room are some of Omori's best friends in the world, Aubrey, Kel, and Hiro. These 3 will accompany Omori through the rest of the game, and each one of them is connected to Omori in their own way. Hiro's style of dress is a pinstripe suit, but it's pajama-esque. I bring this up because it's a strange way for someone to dress, as Kel and Aubrey dressed fairly typically for teenagers. This is most likely to indicate from the moment you meet him that Hiro is the mature one of the group. Aubrey immediately tramples the playing card stack they were playing with, much to Kel's chagrin when she sees Omori. Here's where Aubrey's defining trait is first established. She's really into Omori. She has a huge crush on him. Why? We won't find that out yet. Omori responds to this crush with the same emotion he seems to respond to everything: total apathy. Kel, meanwhile, constantly butts heads with Aubrey, and the 2 of them have a rather adversarial relationship. This is a recurring point of conflict throughout the game and often drives the party's arguments amongst itself. However, the cooler to this relationship is Hiro, who seems to be a bit older than the other members of the group and is able to diffuse most of the arguments with relative ease. I like this dynamic fine, but I also don't like how often it comes up. Like, you'll be 15 hours into the game and they'll still have these kinds of arguments. We get it, guys. They argue a lot. In one of these recent arguments, it's turned out that Kel has stolen Aubrey's stuffed animal, Mr. Plantegg, and hidden him somewhere inside the room. This is where the game introduces you to its main form of getting items: watermelons. Throughout the overworld, various watermelons are just strewn around, and when you pop them open, you find different kinds of things. This is a blue watermelon, so it contains a piece of equipment, and it is quickly revealed that Mr. Plantegg is not only a stuffed toy, but also Aubrey's weapon, an anthropomorphized eggplant with some really cute animations. This is fitting because Aubrey's full name is Aubergine, which is what eggplants are called in some parts of the world. Once returned, the gang has some brief dialogue arguing with one another before Kel reveals that he has a pet rock named Hector. There's not much I have to say about Hector right now, I just think he's a cute little pet rock. I like rocks with smiley faces drawn on them. But also we can see that Kel is sort of Hiro's foil in terms of maturity. He's very childish. While we wander around this room a bit, we'll notice there's a snake on the stairs on the way out. Much like Miwo before, he posits a question, waiting for something to happen. This is further exacerbated if you try to leave the room at any point, as Omori will turn around and a simple text saying that you can't leave without your friends will display on the screen, implying Omori doesn't know how to do anything for himself. Hiro announces that Mari and Basil, 2 friends that we haven't seen yet, are both having a picnic and the rest of the gang are invited, so they all file out. Apparently this is a regular occurrence for the party, as Mari and Basil seem to be the rest of their core unit of friends. Why they aren't in the neighbor's room we won't know for a long time, but there is a reason why they're so disparate from the rest of the party. Now that we have everyone together, we can look at their skills and their equipment, which I neglected to mention earlier. Omori has Sad Poem, which has the ability to make anyone sad, Kel has Annoy, which can make anyone angry, and Aubrey has Pep Talk, which can make anyone happy. The fact that Omori has the ability to make people sad makes sense due to his dour demeanor, and Kel's annoy reflects his childish attitude. Aubrey's pep talk is the first sign of her optimism and general cheeriness. Hiro is an outlier in this regard. He has Cook, which allows him to heal other party members. This is due to him being a chef, as his weapon is a spatula. And Kel likes to play some kind of ball because his primary weapon is a rubber ball. The way skills work, only being able to have 4 at a time, is another indication of Omocat liking Pokemon and an interesting way to balance the game. You really have to think about what abilities you want to take with you later, and you end up getting a lot of really good ones. And it's probably the only inspiration taken from Pokemon that I actually enjoy about the game. You can also interact with the cards scattered across the floor indicated by some sparkles. If you do, you can watch a little animation of Omori and his friends playing cards together. There are a bunch of these hidden throughout the game. I really like these. I think they're great captures of character, especially Kel's eyes lighting up when he draws a card and you can tell he's got a good hand. There are quite a few good animations in this game, but there are just as many that I think look bad, which is due to the sprite size Omocat decided on being rather restrictive. On your way up the stairs, the snake that asks the ever-present waiting for something to happen question gives you some money, which is represented as clams in the world of the game. I'm not sure why this is. This interaction also positions the snake as sort of a parental figure to Omori and his friends. The act of giving allowance, as I'm sure you know, is something that parents do. Is the snake the parent of the friends? Who knows? Maybe Omori, as in the game itself, sees all parents as snakes. When we finally exit this room, we're greeted with a forested area with 4 branching paths that lead off to different areas. Apparently, the neighbor's room is inside a tree stump, which is even more whimsical than previously expected. They live in a literal tree stump that has a rainbow effect on top of it. The track that plays in this room, and quite a few other rooms in the forest area, is titled Trees, and I feel like it perfectly captures the feeling of melancholy and loneliness that this forest exudes in an area without many friendly NPCs. It's similar to the feeling of emptiness you might get while playing Minecraft. Omori, Kel, and Hiro all exit with relative ease, but Aubrey takes a while to get out. After some pulling, she is able to make it out okay. Put a pin in that idea, because there's something about Aubrey being late that is foreshadowing. Now, after Aubrey is pulled out of the stump, an invisible variable is rolled on your run of the game. It's called the WTF value, and it rolls a number from 1 to 3 which can affect various aspects during your playthrough. For this playthrough, the value has been edited to be 13, so we can see all of the events in question. Before we go to the playground, you can go down the paths to the west, east, and north of the stump. To the west is a path that leads through some trees with some purple flora, and a spiderweb blocks progression here. Omori can't get through the spiderweb because he's afraid of spiders. Cute, but also a bit ominous. To the east is a similar path dotted with gigantic pinwheels spinning throughout it. As beautiful as it is, it can't be passed either, as Omori has a fear of heights, and the only way through is a rickety ladder. Gigantic pinwheels are a constant in the forest, conveying a sense of childhood whimsy to the whole thing. Finally, to the north is a beach with a dock and some water. However, on the other end of the dock, there's something that piques the player's interest. It's something. This creature is only known as something throughout the game, but it will be following us throughout our journey and appearing in places we don't expect. It appearing at the docks is something worth putting a pin in. Omori is similarly afraid of drowning, so he can't make it past the docks. Something that you might have noticed already is that the longer you stand near each of these areas where Omori's fear prevents him from progressing, there's an effect that appears around the party that slowly encroaches on them like a shadow. For heights, it's hands that might shove you down from somewhere. For spiders, it's a bunch of spindly spider legs, and for the docks, it's a bunch of seaweed-like things that might drag you down into the water. This could be a way of representing intrusive thoughts through the fear of the various things in the game, as they are quite literally intruding on Omori's mind as he nears these objects. If you interact with the sandcastles here, you can find some more hanging out animations similar to the ones of them playing cards. However, these ones are unique in that every time you interact with the sandcastles, what the party builds with them will be different, and sometimes one of the members will elect to take a swim instead. As I said before, each character will build a few of different kinds of sandcastles here. Kel can build a pirate ship, which lets us know the riveting character growth and development that he loves pirates, a statue of himself because he's self-centered, because most kids are self-centered, and a cityscape for some reason. I'm not sure what the deal with the city one is. Notable is that Kel builds his sandcastles the fastest of anyone in terms of sprite animations due to his high speed stat. Aubrey appears to only build a few bunny sand sculptures. Aubrey really loves bunnies, which is an adorable character trait of hers. Omori has three options, much like Kel. He either builds the stump because he values his friends, the big yellow cat from the neighbor's room, which he seems to have a fondness for, or the earth itself, for some reason. Maybe it's because Omori can make people sad and the earth is a sad place to live. I save Hiro for last because he has an interesting difference. He only builds one sandcastle, and it's an actual sandcastle. It's a perfect sandcastle. This is because, for all intents and purposes, Hiro himself is kind of perfect and mature, at least in the eyes of Omori. Let's go back to the way we're supposed to go, which I know is very much a sin in an RPG. We enter the playground with a sweeping shot of a lot of things going on. Much like the neighbor's room, it's a lot to take in at first glance. There's many different kinds of creatures all running around and doing an assortment of different activities like playing tetherball or hopscotch or going down the slide. Already we see Omori's drawings come to fruition here with all the playground stuff happening. There's a lot to unpack here with all the different characters that seem to be very one note. The sleepy Mikal who has dreams of going to the moon, or the perpetually happy and aptly named Happy. But there's more important things to do here, and the game agrees. It's here we're introduced finally to the other two members of Omori's little unit, Basil, a boy in overalls and a flower crown with green hair, and Mari, who's in what appears to be a school uniform for some reason. They're both hanging out on a picnic blanket, which the rest of them come onto as well. All of them except for Omori and Basil have purplish blue hair. This is important for later, but for now all we know is that they stand out on a visual level for some reason. Mari's dynamic with the group is established very quickly. She's quite motherly, like Hiro is, and her flirting with him is a sign that the two are in a relationship. So, in a way, they're sort of like the group's parents, which is further represented by Hiro's ability to heal the others in battle with Cook. We also learn more about Basil. He's really timid, but he loves flowers and photography, which is represented through a cute little photo album that we get to flip through. Looking through the photos teaches us some more about the gang. That one time they made flower crowns together, for instance, and that watermelon is Aubrey's favorite food. More importantly, it's here that we learn that Kel and Hiro are actually brothers, with Hiro being the older and wiser of the two. Kel's rambunctiousness even causes him to steal the camera in one picture, though he claims he did it by accident. Some of the photos were also taken by Mari. Basil is really insecure about his photos, but the group reassures him of his skills before he offers to go see some sprouts at his house. Mari decides to sit this out, notably. Inside the little picnic area, now that we have control again, we can find a few things. There's a picnic basket that allows you to save your game. These little picnic baskets are what will be saving your progress throughout your journey, and they're a nice way to represent how Mari supports the group. Not only that, there's a pile of candy for the party to chew on. Eating this restores everyone to max HP and juice, the latter of which being essentially the MP system of this game for using skills. Before we can progress on our journey, we have to check around the playground first. Of note is a sign that says it's a no boss zone, which implies that something definitely happened here earlier. Each of the residents of the playground seems like a one-note caricature of a person. Charlene is shy and tall, Daisy is obsessed with flowers and has a crush on the puzzle-loving Neb, who appears to be assembling a blank puzzle. At first I had a thing in this video about this being weird, but apparently it's something people actually do. And Browse just screams at everything he sees. Seriously, Browse's only dialogue in this game is different forms of screaming. I love him. The most interesting of these one-note guys to me is Bangs, because of something later in the game that I'll touch on. He's complicated, and I don't know if Omocat fully planned him out properly. Also, there's a banana that's on the ground that simply says Eternal Banana when interacted with. Clearly this game's writing is flawless in spite of the significant lack of monkeys present in it. Sean and Ren, two characters who are resting by the edge of the playground, have a neat interaction here. If you choose to lay down with them and observe the sky, you get a nice cutscene looking at the stars. I think now is as good a time as any to talk about the backdrop of the vast forest in the neighbor's room. It's all set against a purple, starry sky with some objects like an open book, an eye, a satellite, and a planet with asteroid rings floating in it. This sky doesn't seem to mean anything, but it is very aesthetically interesting and adds a lot to the strange atmosphere of the game. From doing this, Omori learns the move Observe, which allows him to tell which party member an enemy will target next. This fits with his more reserved nature, but I'm going to be honest, as a move it kinda sucks. there's not a lot of practical application for it. Also in the playground is a jack-in-the-box, and when you turn it, the trash application icon from Omori's computer appears. We learn that these are called jashes, a strange species that seems to be littered all over the world of Omori through many talents and many trades, this one being a jash-in-the-box, or a joker jash. Finally, amidst the toys on the ground, there's a suspicious blue mailbox with a welcome mat in front of it. It doesn't do anything. When we finally try to progress the story, Aubrey will tell us that we can't leave without talking to everyone. So we go to the center of everything where we see Burley and Van, the two characters playing tetherball earlier. Burley is a much more developed character than anyone else exclusive to the playground, and she's a strange, short-tempered, and also rather short in general, dinosaur with glasses and no arms. She offers the party a game of hide-and-seek, and though Kel and Aubrey are reluctant for some reason, she convinces Omori to join in by basically forcing him to. After everyone lines up, she makes everyone draw straws, and of course Omori is it and has to find everyone hiding all around the playground. His friends protest because apparently Omori hates being alone. If I was forced to live in a white void with a snarky cat that could talk to me, I'd hate to be alone too. He sucks it up anyway. The first person you find is Kel because he forces you to find him. You can't leave the proximity of the tetherball pole he's hiding behind without him ushering you behind it. He secretly just wants to hang out with you and help you find others, which is a very relatable feeling from when I would play similar games with my friends when I was young, and really helps ground the friend group more. I think making the friend group feel believable is something that Omori is very good at as a game. If you go to Mari in her picnic blanket, she'll tell you how many more people there are left to find because she isn't playing, and if you try to leave, you'll see Daisy and Neb having a whispery conversation about something which Omori decides not to interrupt. You find Aubrey in some bushes, and much like Kel, she's rather eager to join you to help find everyone else. She tries to hide it, unlike Kel, but she's not very good at it. She's a little more guarded about it because it's obviously a result of her crush on Omori. Hiro is the last one of your party members you find who's exercising with Sean and Ren, who have decided to stop stargazing for the moment. Apparently they asked him to join, despite him having a very good hiding spot, and he has issues saying no to people. This becomes a problem later. Mikal, the one who wanted to swing to the moon, is found fast asleep in a tree, apparently having a dream where he was surrounded by servants or something. Charlene and Van are found rather easily behind trees because of their absurd heights, and Van first makes it known that he actually cares a lot about Burley having fun, which is why he plays tetherball with her and uses his head instead of his arms, which is very cute. Their friendship is pretty wholesome, much like that of Nose and Buns, other characters on the playground. Even though Nose gives away their location behind the slide due to her incessant need to shout "Nose goes," one of the only phrases she can speak despite her intelligence, Bun can't stay mad at her. Browse you just find running around screaming, and Bang's just moping. Happy is inside the jack-in-the-box where the Joker Jash usually is. Finally, Burley buried herself underground, which can be seen as a lump with a straw in it. Pull the straw out and she'll surface and spit sand all over the place in annoyance. Then she takes another roll call and punches McCall for sleeping and Kel for questioning her orders, which is quite rude. Anyway, this is also one of the first times in the game we see Hiro's charming portrait. I don't really like how Hiro is considered the attractive face of the group considering he's 15, but ultimately it's not a super huge issue. It does become a bit more concerning later in the game though. For now, it's just mildly uncomfortable. I genuinely think the game would be better if he was 18 and it would barely change anything else about the story. They soon notice that Basil isn't present, and so they go look for him and find him behind a papery tree. It turns out that Boss had been on the playground the entire time, and the reason the others were so reluctant to play hide-and-seek earlier was due to their last time playing being with him and involving body slamming. Even worse, he has Basil captive and throws his flower crown off. Boss is an odd character in the grander narrative of Omori, and to this day I'm not entirely sure what his purpose is. But he's definitely here. Maybe as a red herring for who the villain is or something. So after a brief conversation we enter battle with him. This is our first look at the battle menu, which uses beautiful hand-drawn animations. If you'll notice, when Boss takes damage he turns gray but Basil doesn't. After a few turns, Boss gets angry and he turns everyone to toast in one hit, which is this game's form of being knocked out. Aubrey's piece of toast has her cute little bow on it, which is just great. Omori is the only one who doesn't get turned to toast, because he has the ability to hang on after one fatal attack per battle. Boss getting angry even changes his expression in his sprites, which is the case for every enemy in this game. Basically, the hand-drawn animations in this game are wonderful. Omori holding on lets them win the fight, and Boss lets Basil go. It turns out that Boss was actually keeping Basil safe from the attacks, which was why Basil didn't turn gray when Boss got hit. Basil gets his flower crown back on, and Boss hides behind the tree to mope for a little bit. Before we leave, if we talk to Mari again, we can learn about a new mechanic. She'll keep track of our quests for us. She also tells us about a leaf that hates bunnies, which she absolutely can't believe, and that's pretty cute. If you talk to her about your quest during your journey, you get some funny commentary from her. Near Mari now appears a set of picnic food, separate from the healing candy. If interacted with, a cute cutscene of the gang hanging out and making flower crowns together appears. Just another nice animation you can see. Before you leave, the mailbox from before that did nothing now speaks to you. Now you can access their shop, which I'm going to be honest isn't a very useful mechanic. They have a store that you can access at several points in the game, but it doesn't ever sell anything very good. Unless you're a speedrunner or fighting some of the more challenging bosses, but that's neither here nor there. They are quite the interesting character though, just from the perspective of how silly it is to have an enterprising mailbox. All of the items they sell are pretty childish: candy, some jacks, apple juice, which the game purports to be apparently better than orange juice, and a present that is not whatever the person who received it wanted. The last one is retrospectively funny. Finally leaving the playground, we go south to Basil's home now after a small crossroads. Don't even think about going either direction. Basil will remind us of our objective and stop us from progressing those ways. If you do decide to go east, however, you will see a transportation station that's out of order. Each patch of flowers on the road to Basil's house is a summary about each one of the main characters. Some flowers are for Basil because he always wants to see the bright side of life, lilies of the valley for Mari because she's protective, roses for Hiro because they're versatile and well liked, gladioluses for Aubrey because she sets her mind on things, cactuses for Kel because of how easy they are to take care of, and finally white tulips for Omori because Basil just thinks they're cute. These characterizations are sort of a simple way of introducing us to the main cast, but honestly I think that they were done better just by how the main cast were introduced to us already. It's a good way to show Basil's fixation on flowers, I suppose. Throughout each of these flower patches is a different battle with a sprout mole, which are strange plant creatures that become hostile once lost. Each one has a different emotion. One of them is angry, which is indicated by them stomping on the flowers. One of them is happy, indicated by them twirling on the flowers. And one of them is sad, indicated by their total despondency and being curled up in a fetal position as per Hiro. Each one introduces you to emotions quite well. Angry increases attack and lowers defense, being weak to happy. Happy enemies have higher speed and luck, but lower hit rate, which means they're more likely to miss, and a weakness to sad. This is expertly demonstrated by having the Happy Sprout Mole attack with a 2-hit attack that damages someone twice, one being a critical hit and the other missing entirely. Finally, Sadness raises defense but lowers attack, and makes it so some damage taken goes to juice instead of heart. This one is weak to angry. All of this is explained with a cute chart drawn by Hiro that shows the 4 main party members. Omori is neutral, Kel is happy, Aubrey is angry, and Hiro is sad. You might notice that there are multiple tiers of emotions that everyone can go through. Everyone can go to 2 stages of an emotion before reaching their limit, except for the usually unemotive Omori. This is a very strange choice, as he seems like he's an entirely neutral person. We know from the tissue box in his drawings that this is not the case, but it's still odd. Also, all of these sprout moles drop some tofu, which tastes like soft cardboard and is objectively the worst healing item in the game, only healing 5 HP. It's not good at all, and you should probably never use it. Through these battles, Hiro will probably learn the skill Massage, which removes an emotion from a friend or foe. It's mostly just a good reminder that Hiro is good at calming people down while they're fighting. This is also where you get the Faux Facts journal, which is quite important to the world building of the game. It's here we find out through reading the excerpts on enemies that Omori is a massive asshole. He describes sprout moles as stupid creatures who smell of dirty laundry. Seriously, almost all of his passages here are full of snark. Sometimes his friends chime in too, and missing out on these is missing out on a lot of fun from the game. Moving on, we find another one of Mari's picnics. It turns out that she has a full picnic wherever she goes, this time with delicious fruits instead of candies, which she urges the group to eat. After a brief conversation about Mari's gracefulness, they continue. Stomping indicates a massive foe will be just around the corner, and when the 5 of them emerge in front of the alcove that leads to Basil's house, there's a large mustachioed sprout mole in the way. It attacks them. They attack back, but their moves don't seem to make much of an impact, so Hiro decides it's a good time to explain follow-up moves to the party. Oh god, I have to explain more gameplay mechanics. Follow-up moves are essentially moves that you perform after doing a regular attack. Each character has 3. Omori can attack a second time, trip the enemy and lower their speed, or release energy for a super powerful attack with all the characters when he's at 10 energy. Aubrey, on the other hand, can look at Omori for another attack, look at Kel to get angry, or look at Hiro to get happy. Hiro can look at any other party member and heal them, and they deal an extra attack. Kel can pass to Omori, which makes Omori sad, pass to Aubrey, which hits a random enemy with an extra attack, or pass to Hiro, which attacks all of the enemy party. It's a pretty simple system, but I really like it, and I think it's a great way of showing the group's bond as a cohesive unit. This boss fight is intended to be won using the release energy attack, so we're just going to do that and watch the cute animation. This creature is the ye old sprout, and it's important to keep the balance of nature in the forest, and the group just killed it. There are repercussions for this later down the line. For now, though, we just get Hiro's battle guide, which you will almost certainly never open, and go into the alcove to Basil's house. And here's where I have another major problem with Omori. The dialogue tends to repeat itself a lot. For example, this scene features Basil taking a photo of the group, but Kel and Aubrey arguing causes him to fall over and mess up his photo album. There's so many points in the game where the game feels the need to remind you incessantly that Kel and Aubrey do not like each other. Anyway, Basil lives in a shoe full of plants. At first I didn't really get it, but I do know now that some people grow plants out of shoes, so I'm assuming it's a reference to that. The gang goes inside to fix up the photo album. You can take a quick look around, but there's not much else here, just more plants. You are then forced to put the pictures back into the photo album. However, despite there being very few photos, your friends don't remember where they go, so you have to put them all back yourself, but luckily Omori's memory is so good it can just highlight where they went or something. I remember this section scaring me on my first playthrough because I thought I had to memorize this from earlier, but no, you don't. After all this, some quick half-hearted apologies for the fighting come from Aubrey and Kel before Basil sees another photo drop out of his overalls. He says something about Mari and a mass of shadows appears over him, and an image flashes on the screen. Omori is back in white space. This time there's no door, so there's no way out. If you check the back of the sketchbook, you can see that the something is on the final page now. Through talking to Miwo, instead of asking the same question he usually asks, he now waxes about how there is one way out of white space that Omori hasn't yet explored, but he doesn't outright state it. Eventually, the path forward becomes clear once the player opens the menu and sees the new stab option. Omori kills himself to exit white space, the pinnacle of his dark thoughts. And again, the knife is used as an escape from white space, this time through Omori's ability to end his own life with it. After this, we see another cutscene. This time of those same 2 boys from the beginning of the game, with similar messages of hopefulness near a series of photos. A scribble ushers this one out before we're introduced to the main character of the game. Did you really think Omori was the main character? Meet Sunny, a 16-year-old boy who lives in his home and rarely leaves it. We're introduced to him in a very plain room, but not in the same way that White Space was. Everything that has happened so far in Omori was the events in Headspace, Sunny's personal escape from his day-to-day life. It was a dream, and therefore everything in it was a reflection of himself in some capacity. But we don't have time for that. We have to keep moving forward. Sunny's room is absolutely barren, only having a few cardboard boxes, a computer, some books, his bed, obviously, and a to-do list in the corner. There's also a phone and some sticky notes on the wall from his mother. These characterize her as being very overprotective and overbearing, though she only left a single steak in the fridge for her son despite intending to leave him home alone for a few days. Go figure. Anyway, he answers his voicemails from his mother, which tell him that the electricity might be cut, which explains why everything is so dark, and that they're moving soon, which explains the boxes. She also mentions Kel. Almost everyone in Headspace is a refraction of something or someone that Sunny knows in his own world, and his best friends are no different. But apparently he hasn't seen Kel in several years, despite the latter trying to get in contact with him. Also, the sound design here is phenomenal. For the majority of our time on Sunny's first night, all we hear is the ambience of the outside crickets and nothing else, with the occasional knocking on the door or microwave beeping. It's a stark difference from the Headspace, which has music playing constantly, to the grim reality of ambient noise. This train of analysis is interrupted by Sunny's empty tummy, but before we can tend to that, we can explore the house some more. In the bathroom, you can get a better look at Sunny if you want in the mirror. Honestly, this is one of the coolest things in the game to me. How the mirrors function like actual mirrors. By that I mean you see the image in them instead of just a description like many other RPGs. Other than that, just a standard bathroom. To get the steak, Sunny must go down the stairs. He tries to walk down them, but shakes his head and goes back to sleep. Both Sunny and Omori are afraid of heights. However, Sunny's hunger wakes him from his slumber, so he goes back to the stairs. This time the room is full of red light and the stairs are now nearly infinite in length. Sunny descends down them slowly, with hands slowly encroaching upon his every move. He finds a knife and picks it up, but then is immediately attacked by a photorealistic hand that definitely scared me the first time I played the game. This is where we're introduced to a new emotion which Sunny has here: afraid. I'd be afraid too, because he's confronting a huge toothy smile with several hands that shoves him further and further down the stairs and laughs at him while it does. It takes some encouraging words from somewhere that the game doesn't specify for Sunny to snap out of it and learn how to calm down, the first skill that Sunny learns. It removes all his emotions, namely afraid in this instance, and also heals some heart. But just the act of calming down makes everything return to normal here. On the bottom floor, you'll notice there's a first aid kit for Sunny to take, which says it's from Other Mart Pharmacy. More importantly, there's a door down here, but Sunny refuses to go inside it. Put a pin in that door, because we'll be coming back to it later. In the living room, there's a completely bare room. If you try to go out the front door or the back sliding door, Sunny will refuse, which honestly makes sense given it's the middle of the night. If you check the walls, you'll notice that there's a huge square of paint that's different from the other paint where a portrait used to be. Then we reach the kitchen, where if you open the fridge you find Sunny's favorite food, which is steak. This explains why steak was so prominent in Omori's sketches. He picks up a steak knife, apparently the knife from his hallucination doesn't carry over to the kitchen, and he puts the steak in the microwave and heats it up, then eats it. But that makes him feel pretty sick, so he vomits it up in the toilet upstairs. There's a really ugly distortion effect on this segment, but honestly I don't know how else this would have been conveyed visually. After this, Sunny hears some knocking at the door, so he runs downstairs and answers it to hear Mari's voice on the other side. Apparently Mari hasn't been in town for a while and she forgot her keys, so Sunny needs to let her in. When Sunny opens the door, a thing jumps out at you and you can't get a good look at it. If you run into the bathroom and check the mirror, though, you can see Mari with a crooked neck and empty eyes with a gaping, dislocated jaw standing behind Sunny. You know, just hanging out with the bestie. This imagery of Mari recurs throughout the game quite a bit for some reason. At this point, Sunny decides to go back to sleep, and honestly, I can't blame the guy. You get another good look of his room as he drifts off. You then get to control Omori again in whitespace, and this time when you check the computer, it glitches out and opens a menu to play Hangman using keyboard keys from a computer. Each one has a different hint to its location, but the hints are so vague right now that you wouldn't be able to figure them out. All we know is that it has 14 characters. Doing this causes a map of Headspace to fall, and once he has this map, Omori feels safe braving the rest of Headspace again, so he opens the door to the neighbor's room. Of course, everyone is excited to see him again, implying that time has passed in Headspace while Omori was gone and Sunny was awake. However, they're disappointed that Basil isn't with him, so they set out with one idea in their minds: to find Basil. And this is where the main plot of the game's Headspace really begins. It's also interesting to note that these people, Aubrey, Kelly, Mari, and Basil, are all just Sunny's own perceptions of people that are in the real world being reflected in his mind. There's something else going on with Mari, though, as we can tell from the fact that there's a crooked-necked version of her appearing in Sunny's warped hallucinations. Upon going up the stairs and out of the neighbor's room, the snake once again gives the group their allowance. Now that we know the full context of Sunny's parental situation, it's hard for me to imagine how the snake represents his mother, as the snake is notably absent for most of the game's runtime, whereas she is quite overbearing. Maybe the snake is supposed to be his father? Maybe it's a strange representation of child support? Just outside the stump, there's now a bloody trail of footprints to the first of our keyboard keys. We'll be seeing these bloody footprints a lot. On my first playthrough, I had issues with the colors for some reason and couldn't tell it was blood. I thought it was some weird brown stuff. Anyway, this keyboard key is the letter A, which luckily appears twice in our Hangman. It leaves behind a little hole in the ground that we can't do anything with and makes a very loud and ominous noise when picked up. When we're returning to the playground, we hear the track By Your Side played for the second time, which is the theme of Mari. This is a great time to bring up that I absolutely adore this song, the instrumentation, the melody, and everything about it. It's so simple and elegant like Mari herself, and it's expertly used throughout the game. Mari is immediately excited to see Omori and gives him a big ol' hug, which reveals that they're actually brother and sister. So it makes a bit more sense that Sunny was willing to try and let Mari in immediately when she asked. Very cute. The gang talks about Basil and that all they remember before waking up in the neighbor's room was Basil looking through photos with them. So the first place they go to check is Basil's house. But before we do that, there are two new things on the playground. There's a new poster where the No Boss Zone poster was for a rogue planet named Pluto. This starts a trend of posters on the signboard here foreshadowing things to come throughout the game. Secondly, there's a mirror here now. If we look into it, it'll give us a cute picture of Omori standing with all of his friends smiling behind him. These mirrors appear throughout our journey in Headspace quite frequently and serve as a good place to quite literally reflect on how far you've come, as each mirror changes to fit the background of the area you're in. On the way to Basil's house, you'll find that some of his flowers are wilting. You can pick up the watering can and water them back to health, and it even gives HP bonuses to whichever party member you're watering the flowers back for. Since Mari and Basil are unplayable, their flowers both just feed into Omori, further cementing him as the MVP. When they arrive at Basil's house, you get a brief glimpse of something, but Hiro humorously states that nothing seems out of the ordinary directly afterward. And to be fair, nothing really does aside from that and a hole that was created where something was. After cheering Aubrey up a bit because she's really worried about Basil, they decide to search the rest of the forest. Before you do that, though, if you check the bookshelf, it's so dusty that Omori will sneeze and get into a fight with a dust bunny, which will die in one hit because it has trouble keeping itself together. Adorable. When entering the vast forest, you are met with a beautiful title card for the area. Many of the areas in the game have these absolutely gorgeous pieces of artwork to indicate your entry into them, and I absolutely love it. Then, of course, it's interrupted by Kel throwing Hector and him fighting with Aubrey. I don't think I need to emphasize why I don't like this again. Exploring this area lets us find that Omori can cut down vines with his knife. This is useful to get to objects we couldn't get to before, like various watermelons containing items, such as some jacks which we find in a green watermelon. Green watermelons are distinct from the blue ones in that they contain the consumable items of the game. We also find some life jam, which can revive a friend who is toast through the act of spreading the power of life on them with a knife. Now, here's the thing about the defense boosting charms, such as the bracelet which we find here in this game. There are way too many of them. It's absolutely ludicrous how many charms just arbitrarily boost your defense stat. So many charms have interesting ways to significantly change your playstyle, but these ones don't do anything except less damage good. And it's a super marginal decrease in damage anyway. There's also a 3-leaf clover which improves luck despite being incredibly ordinary. The item descriptions in this game are often really fun and you should keep an eye on them. I won't be going over every single one though. Something that irks me quite a bit in this game are the percentage-based healing items. It's just annoying to manage your health with these kinds of items because, well, I can't really do that kind of math on the fly. I usually need a calculator to help me with it, so it's just a pain in the butt. There are a few new enemies in the screen as well, those being the bunny, which Aubrey thinks are rather cute, and Omori finds vicious. Then there's the upside-down bunny that walks on its ears, according to Omori. Kel finds this very impressive. Of course, no analysis of the screen would be complete without the big strong tree, which is a unique enemy that you can't deal any damage to. Seriously, it takes 0 damage every turn. Luckily, it's stationary on the map and it can't attack you. The only way to beat it is by using toys that deal static amount of damage, like jacks. If you buy enough jacks, which is 40 precisely, you can beat the tree and it will never respawn. However, in order to get it in your Fofax journal, you don't have to do all that, and you can instead just run away from it. If we continue north, we can find a train station. Here you can find an assortment of various static creatures that honestly don't add a lot to the game. This is what I'm talking about when I say that the art style often clashes. The Pokemon-styled human sprites clash a lot with the static, monstrous Dreamworld character sprites. There's a funny encounter with a Sproutmole who gets lost in the line, a very annoying bee who says every letter out loud known as the spelling bee, and some foreshadowing to a later character with some alligator guys, but ultimately there's not a lot for us at the train station. Just some NPCs who say some cute jokes. A lot of the NPCs in the Headspace segments are like this, in a vein similar to Undertale, where they don't really serve any purpose other than to make a joke. One NPC that I do think is interesting here is the one blocking the end of the line, Mr. Outback. He only says howdy. Or does he? Next to him is another Jash that sells lemonade, showing that truly Jashes are full of talents. There's also a single, tall, tofu-looking creature that stands on the stage and plays music. He's Gibbs, the stationary musician, and he sounds exactly like KK Slider, much to my dad's amusement. You could donate clams to him and he'll play the song of his people for you. Take note of the Ushanka he wears. Judging by what he's made of, maybe he's also literally made of stationery. His tofu-like form appears to have papery strips on it. Finally, there's a talking leaf who can see how many bunnies you've killed over the course of the game. At this point, we've only killed 6 bunnies, so he'll reward us with a cotton ball that increases speed. We'll be returning to this leaf during our journey to get more rewards from him, and yes, he is the leaf Mari mentioned earlier that really hates bunnies. And the way he talks about them is just a really funny character trait with his shaky text and intensity. If we return to the playground now, we'll find that Burley is pacing around Van and there's no ball on the tetherball pole. This starts a side quest in order to find Burley's ball, which was knocked in the vast forest, and Burley briefly joins your party for it. She doesn't do anything, but it's neat to see that she's willing to brave the dangers of the forest if you're going to help her out. We also see her glasses pushing up anime animation here, which is silly. Even though Burley is callous towards Van, they clearly have a close friendship. Van also has to go help out some of the other members of the playground here, which suggests that he has sort of a guardian role to everyone here, and that he might be on the older side. You can find the ball very easily in the forest, and when you return, Burley teaches Aubrey how to headbutt, who is at first reluctant due to it messing up her hair, but eventually she gets the hang of it and it becomes a signature move of hers. While not one of her more useful skills, it's definitely not terrible. You also get a silly butt certificate for learning how to headbutt. Also notable back at the playground is Mari's disbelief if you tell her that you took on Leafy's quest of murdering all the bunnies. She's very upset with you because she knows it'll upset Aubrey. I just think this is a cute interaction. Time to search the rest of the vast forest for signs of Basil. The party begins to have doubts about it here, but they resolve that if they can't find him in the forest, they'll go ask Mari. Mari must have been a real guiding figure to Sunny. In this screen, we also see another tentacle. These mysterious tentacles will continue to pop up throughout our journey. Here is also where we can spend clams on the wise rock. There's no reason to do this other than get dialogue, and most of the things it says are just silly things, like, don't be ugly. However, one is harrowing. Your problems will catch up to you eventually. The party then crosses a bridge through a foggy area, and this is the first time you encounter a new character, the Stranger. Much like the Something, the Stranger is a shadowy figure that appears and disappears several times throughout the game's plot. Not only that, he just looks like a shadowy form of Basil with glowing white eyes. Why he appears here and near the unreachable R keyboard key is unknown. This whole bridge area is very creepy and mysterious, and ends with the party picking up the key for the letter B. Throughout the next few screens, we see some bloody footprints, but we also see some more alcoves. One leads to a doghouse with various bones, and occasionally a shadowy dog will appear that you can pet. It will give you helpful items in return. Perhaps this is a representation of some dog that Sunny knows in the real world. The bloody footprints here lead to a long ladder that we can't climb because Omori is afraid of heights. So all we can do now is go back to Mari, who suggests that Omori should get over his fear of heights, and Aubrey protests. But after a long conversation, Omori relents, and they resolve to go back to the ladder to the east of the stump that bloody footprints also lead to. This leads to a scene of Omori overcoming his fear of heights, which is obviously due to Sunny's actions in the real world against his own fear of heights. However, we're going to backtrack back to that other ladder in the forest and go up that first. Up here is a cloudy, floating island filled with even more giant pinwheels than there usually are in the vast forest. The battle background is even different. It's a stormy sky. It's here where a few things are introduced to us for the first time. The ghosts and the holes left behind by correct keyboard keys. Starting with the ghosts, yes, you see a ghost in a propeller hat floating around here idly. There are lots of these ghosts just floating around the map of Headspace. As for the keyboard keyhole, well, here is where the C keyboard key is found, and it's also a correct one. Hooray for Hangman. But it leaves behind a hole which you can reach into and feel a cool breeze on the other side of. Mari's picnic here is just a cute scene about popping ears due to elevation, and it shows how considerate Aubrey is for other people because she worries about Kite Kid nearby when Hiro and Kel raise their voices. Speaking of Kite Kid, he's a kid with a black kite who's an optional boss here. I wouldn't recommend fighting him now because he's a really difficult boss at this stage in the game, but I do recommend getting to him eventually. He's a fun fight that revolves around the happy emotion, which is not often the center of fights in this game. Upon defeat, he informs you of a black void that he sees every now and again out of the corner of his eye while flying his kite, just out on the horizon. Also, after being beaten, he lets you fly kites with him. Hiro has a perfect kite, obviously, but Kel has a strange orange-shaped one with a face. Aubrey is a bunny, of course, and Omori has a kitty, which is very good. Anyway, back on track for the path the game wants you to take, you start to climb the ladder east of the stump. Kel then realizes that his pet rock, Hector, who's been with you the whole game, has fallen out of his pocket. This panics Kel, and he brings it up in the next few conversations before quickly dropping it, showing just how temperamental Kel can be. Nobody else really seems concerned. The ladder goes up and through some tunnels that we don't quite know the purpose of yet. The gang gets to the top and has a cute scene where Kel plants the butt certificate into the ground like it's a flag, recreating the one small step for man speech. However, this is clearly not as devoid of life as the moon. It's full of vegetation. Going to the left, we find our path blocked by a duck looking for a donut, so we go north instead and enter the Otherworld campsite. The Otherworld campsite is an overwhelmingly fun feat of architecture. There are houses shaped like present boxes, cute girl heads, dragons, and even crescent moons. And so many different species make their home here, mostly complaining about how the explosion in tourism has made the littering much worse, and there being a push to start recycling more often. There's also another one of those empty transportation stations here. Through Mari's picnic, we learn here that one of Kel's childish wishes is to become a space pirate, which explains why one of his sandcastles earlier was a pirate ship. The gang resolves to talk to the captain of the space pirates for information about Basil first, but we won't be doing that. Instead, we're going to explore the entirety of Otherworld that's available to us. There are a few houses here for some inconsequential side quests or jokes, like a missing bunny rabbit or a small centaur that's somehow only second most to us when compared to a sprout mole, but I won't be going too in depth with these. In the house shaped like a girl's head, there's a guy named Pesci, who's obsessed with an idol character named Sweetheart, who this game describes as obnoxious looking throughout this entire stretch. Now, I have a lot to say about Sweetheart, and I've said a lot of things about Sweetheart in other videos, but I'll save it for later in the video when she is introduced proper. For now, just put a pin in it. I will say, however, that it's a bit upsetting that one of the only brown women in the game is consistently framed as obnoxious. A marshmallow-looking fellow blocks our way up to the junkyard if we try to go there. His name is Snaily, and he'll be back several times throughout the game. Through a secret passage, you can go through a giant CRT television and meet TV Girl, who honestly has one of my favorite designs of any character in the game. A cute dress with a TV for a head? I just love that. I also love her fast-talking and dismissive behavior. It's cute. She asks us to pick up some trash and bring it back to her for something neat, and we definitely will be. Up here there are more space-themed enemies, such as UFOs, which are unidentified flying oranges, and wormholes, which are literally worms sticking out of holes in space-time. I find it incredibly gross that Kel is able to say that UFOs taste like regular oranges, because that implies he ate them, which is just, Kel, what the fuck? Why would you do that? Also, here are Venus flytrap enemies, which are like this game's equivalent to mimics. You know how watermelons hold items? These are supposed to look like watermelons, but fail in every sense of that by looking distinctly alive. I think there's a funny parody of mimics as they're completely non-mimic. As a bonus, Omori gets in a jab at Kel surrounding them, saying that only unintelligent creatures fall for them, as Kel admits that he falls for them. Some hikers talk about a strange face that they saw indented into a wall nearby. Jumping ahead a bit, when we inspect this strange stone face in the wall, the party doesn't know what to do with it. Of course, near this lake, the son of the bunny family that was missing I mentioned earlier is here. There are a lot of cute side quests like this in the game, and I won't be going over every single one because that would just be redundant, but they add a lot of life and texture to the otherwise barren headspace. It's also on this screen that you can navigate a maze of traffic cones that Omori can cut down. Yeah, it turns out that Omori can cut down not only vines, but also traffic cones with his knife. We cut through a maze with them to free a sprout mole who gets mad at the party because he wanted to be alone from society, but the party broke in on him. This reflects Sunny's own perspective in some interesting ways, as he too wants to be alone and cordoned off from society. There's some veggie kids here running around that say they're adventurers and explorers. Notably, one of them looks exactly like Mr. Plantaig, Aubrey's stuffed toy that she uses as a weapon. This has some dark implications. Is Mr. Plantaig a stuffed corpse that is somehow capable of emoting that she lugs around? Also a silly room where you can moonwalk. There's a golden door on the other side of it that won't let you enter without a password, which is something that I'd like to talk about. These are locations you won't be able to access until far later in the game, and I like that the game features them so heavily before you can actually go to them. Omori is very good at placing these roadblocks early on in a way that makes the player want to backtrack. I'm not sure how to explain it, but on my first playthrough of this game, I had a lot of fun backtracking and figuring things out like that. There's also the first of many telescopes here, but these honestly don't do much. You can see all of Otherworld using it, but it's nothing you haven't already seen or known about the area in the first place, besides the giant spider that hangs out on the moon for some reason. To the south of this area is the frozen lake area, which is one of the strangest areas in the game. For starters, up until this point, the only areas that have had regular enemy encounter themes are the vast forest and Otherworld, which are both fairly large areas. However, the frozen lake is one screen and it has its own battle music. Not only that, the enemies you encounter here, the cute and disassembling snow bunnies, appear way further into the faux facts journal as opposed to all other enemies who have been in an order that makes sense to how we've been encountering them. If we talk to Mari at this picnic, we learn about the significant differences between shaved ice and snow cones, but if we talk to her about the missing bunny, we learn that Omori often gets his head in the clouds. Obviously, this is a trait that Sunny also exhibits. There's a Jash here who sells snow cones, but we can't buy them right now due to how ludicrously expensive they are. Just know they're the best healing items in the game as they heal all stats and then buff you for the rest of the battle. Approaching the igloo in the south causes a ghost to come out of it, but inspecting it otherwise reveals that there's nothing out of the ordinary. Just a bunch of fishing supplies that indicate someone lives there, even though Omori's inner narration seems confused by that notion. There's a wall-mounted bass without batteries in it, which will be very important later. Returning north and now going right, we can finally explore the Cattail Fields. Cattail Fields is just what it sounds like, a maze of cattails. Here we can see a conversation between Kel and a very tall woman that reveals that Kel wants to be really tall. The only new enemy on this map is the shark plane, and through Omori's description of it being an aerial predator that swoops down and forces passengers to board it, I think that Sunny might have a deep-seated fear of planes that the game doesn't really address otherwise. Here's where we also can find our first joke board. Joke boards are scattered across Headspace with different jokes on them, this one being, why did the Scarecrow win an award? He was outstanding in his field, with a rim shot and everything to close it off. There are several of these throughout the game and they're all very cute. There's a ladder here that leads down into the tunnels that the party climbed through in order to get to Otherworld in the first place. Here we learn that these are also sprout mole colonies. We also learn that a lot of the sprout moles from this colony immigrated to one in a forest on the mainland. Also, there's just a lot of trash hanging around, proving that sprout moles aren't very good at cleaning things up. You can find some dirty laundry, which must be the source of their scent. Anyway, returning back to the Otherworld campsite, you might have noticed that there's a buff rock we haven't addressed hiding behind a tree. That's Pluto, obviously. So let's just beat him up. This fight isn't super hard unless you're underleveled. Pluto himself is a bombastic character who doesn't do much but expand and punch you or waste turns flexing. I really like him, he's a very funny character. After you beat him, he just flies away. Now let's finally tackle the Space Pirates, aka the part of the game that it wants us to tackle. So we go up the stairs to Space Boyfriend's house and we meet Space Pirate Guy. Each of the Space Pirates has a different word they use to address people like buddy or dude, which is what they're named after. Honestly, the Space Pirates are just a bunch of bros, and that's pretty funny to me. Here we learn that Space Boyfriend is down in the dumps, and therefore he's basically a catatonic state. So much so that now all the Space Pirates do is clean up his junk. Half of them even left with his ship because they were bored. Space Boyfriend's home is littered with cardboard boxes, and at the top of a long staircase you can see a starry night sky with all the planets in the solar system in it. There's also a bookcase full of knowledge from all across the universe, a vanity, and a telescope. There's even a keyboard, and if you interact with it, Omori will play the song White Space on it. Talking to Space Boyfriend reveals that he won't leave his bed because Sweetheart, who is his girlfriend, hasn't been coming around recently. Space Pirate Guy tries to play a special mixtape, but then finds that it isn't in the boombox like it's supposed to be. So Omori agrees to help Space Boyfriend by finding his special mixtape and gets the key to the junkyard because it might have been accidentally thrown away in there. This is emblematic of a consistent issue I have with the game. There's weird ways of stopping progression. There's a locked door to the junkyard and there's also Snaily blocking the way. Why have both? You go through a shortcut to Space Boyfriend's backyard, and not very long after our last optional boss encounter, there's another one. You see, all of the planets of the solar system are here, including the Earth, which we choose to fight. This isn't really a hard battle. The Earth makes people sad, and all you have to do is take advantage of Omori getting sad and stabbing. However, the Earth's final attack is nuclear war, which is another reinforcement of Sunny's bleak worldview. The fact that the Earth can make you sad is a funny bit about the world being a shitty place, though. We get a scene between Space Pirate Buddy and Space Pirate Dude about how Pluto is missing, and they go off to go find him. They start to recur throughout the game as they search for Pluto in various spots, and they're a good running gag. If we check on Snaily after this, he isn't blocking our passage anymore, and instead asks us about the weather. Cheeky bastard. Throughout the junkyard, you're going to encounter mixtapes, boomboxes, and dial-up internet, which I find very funny. Omori even comments on mixtapes being surprisingly cheerful despite them being a dying medium. Apparently Hiro was into dial-up internet and collected mixtapes when he was younger, which is helping to set the stage of what time period this game is set in. Omocat intentionally set this game in the early 2000s because that's when she was growing up and would have been the same age as Sunny, Kel, and the rest of the game. Eventually, at the end of one room, you'll come across a roadblock. Here's where Aubrey explains that you can switch out who the main party member of the party is depending on the situation, which leads to each of their overworld abilities, like how Omori can slice through things, Aubrey smashes through the roadblock. All the tag animations are very cute. Hiro being doting to Aubrey, Aubrey's crush on Omori being apparent in how she leans on him, Kel just being a bro with Omori, a lot of stuff like that. The hand-drawn artwork is definitely the best storytelling in the entire game. Next is Hiro's overworld ability, which is just generally being charming and having lots of connections. I'm pretty mixed on this ability, continuing my point about my uncomfortability surrounding Hiro's handsomeness. To have this minor be seen as the most charming guy in Headspace is something that I'm really not a fan of. Along the way, we get accosted by the Life Jam guy, who's here to teach us about Life Jam. This is just a Kool-Aid guy reference, sure, but also by this point we've had access to Life Jam for a bit and probably know what it does, so I think this tutorial is weirdly placed. This is the first place where we encounter a staple of this game, toilet ramen. Every toilet in Headspace has ramen in it if you inspect it. This probably has to do with how regularly Sunny seems to throw up, and the fact that he often eats ramen because he likes it, or because he likes being malnourished as a form of self-harming. Ramen isn't very nourishing. As we continue through here, we find a photo of someone familiar, much like the one that was way back in the neighbor's room, which immediately turns into the something and disappears. We get another cute Mari picnic scene where we learn that Mari got the full turkey that she's giving us by digging around through the trash and gives Omori a lecture about the importance of cleaning up after oneself. I mean, Sunny is a pretty messy guy. If he wasn't moving so soon, we'd see how messy his room is. Up ahead, we can have our first encounter with two alligator men that were previously mentioned at the train station, as they're blocking our path to a secret area. These two laughing into walkie-talkies is a great running gag. The path forward is blocked by a robot, so it's here that we first learn of Kel's ability, throwing things. We have to go up on the platform and throw something at the robot, which makes it explode. This also miraculously makes the gator guys move to the right a little, allowing you to access the room behind them. In this room is Scarethrow, someone who Kel throws stuff at to make different noises. Eventually this gets into a long soliloquy about how Scarethrow was always bullied when he was young, and how he longs to be able to move from this one spot. It's a very overly dramatic but funny sequence, and it's one of my favorite little side areas in the game. It also reveals that Sunny might have been bullied when he was younger, considering how much Scarethrow fixates on the cruelty of kids. The party eventually comes across a giant block of cheese, and Hiro has to call on his friend Ems, the humble hungry hamster, to eat it for them so they can progress. This has no impact on the plot, and is just a silly scene for a developer cameo. However, it's also the first time we're introduced to a Sproutmo with a pink bow, who walks off screen to the next screen. We'll learn, by going on the next screen also, that this is Rosa, the #1 sweetheart fan in the world, and once she finds out you're looking for Space Boyfriend's special mixtape that she now has, you have to chase her all around the junkyard. There's a part where a metal block for Aubrey to break falls out of the sky, and when it lands, you see Mari look around for a bit because of the noise. It's a cute moment. Hiro gets his baking pan weapon here, which teaches him snack time, a skill that allows him to heal everyone in the party. It's really useful, and I recommend always having it on him. Over the course of the junkyard, each party member has gotten a new weapon. Kel the comet ball, Aubrey the comet hammer, and Hiro the baking pan. Well, Omori hasn't gotten a new weapon, and that's because you literally can't take the knife away from him. Over the course of the game, the knife grows duller and rustier, which only makes it more powerful. Without the knife, Omori is nothing. Anyway, the final room of the junkyard is a room that has TVs arranged to read 404, and Rosa is just frozen in place in the middle of them. When approached, a download window with a Jash on it, just like the one on Omori's computer, attacks them. This boss fight is fairly easy. It's basically just a Windows 98 reference, packed with a Windows XP reference. Sometimes the download window crashes and burns, but it maintains being at 99% most of the time, something infuriating I think we can all relate to. From this fight, Kel learns Run and Gun. which is one of the most overpowered moves in this game. You see, Kel has the highest speed stat of all the characters, so naturally he would have a move that takes advantage of that. And there are so many ways to raise his speed to make this move do absurd amount of damage. In a game that typically only has you do 3 digits of damage max, this move can do up to 4 when prepared properly. The party, a bit shocked by the download window fight, simply takes the mixtape from Rosa, who informs them that Sweetheart and Space Boyfriend have in fact broken up, and that's why the mixtape was thrown away. Aubrey worries that this means the mixtape won't work, but Kel says clearly Rosa must be lying and that there's no way the mixtape won't work. So they leave the junkyard. As we continue along, we're introduced to Pluto again, who runs over Snaily and kills him. Pluto asks the gang to help him hide, and so they do, and after a scene of acting natural, Pluto reveals that he's always wanted to be basically an Uber driver, not a planet sitting in Space Boyfriend's yard. It's here where Pluto is revealed to be the game's fast travel system, which I love. It reminds me a lot of how game mechanics are characterized in Mother 3 through save frogs and stuff. Pluto is such a fun character, and it's really touching to see his relationship with Kel form as his mentor. The transportation stations now all have a sign that says Pluto's Spaceline. Pluto takes us back to the campsite and teaches Kel how to flex, which is a move that multiplies Kel's damage output on the next turn by 1.5. Trust me, it's power that we shouldn't have, but we do, and it can make most bosses in this game way too easy. I will be abusing it. Also, the animation that plays when Kel flexes on the overworld is just... this is what I'm talking about when I say the sprites are too small. This animation just looks really bad, and a lot of the animations in the game have a similar problem. Now that we have control of the party again after that cutscene, there's a few things we can do now that we can switch around the party members. Namely, Mari has unique dialogue for whoever's in front. She flirts with Hiro, tells Kel he's grown a bit taller, and dotes on Aubrey. I love Mari so much, she's adorable. The mailbox shopkeeper who keeps appearing also gives Hiro discounts on items due to how handsome he is. There's also a mechanic where Hiro gets items from various people around Headspace because of favors he's done for them in the past, like how he saved Small the Centaur's entire species from extinction and gets a friendship bracelet out of it. If we bring the stuffed TV girl needed back to her, it allows her to fix her coffee machine, which gets us a coffee. Coffees are some of the most valuable items in the game when it comes to Kel because of run and gun and flex. If you want to properly set up a Kel nuke, coffees are a dramatic speed increase for damage. Now let's finally visit Space Boyfriend. Kel takes the mixtape from the party before we can do anything and blasts it, even though with the intel that we got from Rosa it might be a bad idea. This causes Space Boyfriend to wake up and wrap himself in a blanket, which transforms him into his angry alter ego. He starts to threaten the party and Sweetheart before he flips over the mixtape because the cheery music playing from it isn't setting the right tone. Fun fact, the song is Bug Spray by Space Boyfriend's creator, Jamie Lynn. Also, here is as good a time as any to mention that much like his creator, Space Boyfriend is transgender. This is never brought up in the game, sadly. Anyway, Space Boyfriend is angry because Sweetheart broke up with him, and this means the party has to beat him up in order to stop him from trying to kill her. Once we get a good look at him as a boss sprite, we can see that he has a band-aid over where his heart is, which is a cute detail. His boss fight is pretty interesting, which plays with the anger emotion as he's the only enemy who can go to the third stage of emotion with anger. Notably, only certain bosses and OMORI can go to the third stage of emotion. The strategy here is basically just to make sure everyone stays happy and deal lots of damage. After wailing on him for a bit, his hair changes color back to pink and he becomes the nice Captain Spaceboy. He says that the space pirates will ride again and goes to get snow cones with the rest of his friends. Before leaving, he gives Aubrey a train pass because she starts crying as even Captain Spaceboy doesn't know where Basil is. Maybe another lead? He also has a line about Pluto not being meant to be a planet in the first place, and I honestly think the whole ordeal with Pluto running away is just Sunny rationalizing Pluto being officially declassified from planet status in 2006, which is really funny to me. Before we leave, make sure to grab the E key. It leaves behind a hole that, upon being reached into by Omori, holds Omori's hand from the other side somehow. Now that we can tag, we can also play the keyboard with people other than Omori. Aubrey plays a song of the neighbor's room, which is obviously very important to her. Kel plays Pluto's theme, which I love, and Hiro plays a piano piece that we haven't heard yet. As we backtrack out of Spaceboy's home, more bloody footprints start to lead us down to Mari, who doesn't have any idea where we should go next. We can follow the bloody footprints, but first if we go to the snowy area, we can see Captain Spaceboy enjoying snow cones with his friends. Second, if we backtrack to the train station and try to board the train, we'll find the cowboy at the front of the line is gone, and instead there's someone in a bear hoodie and sunglasses who demands to see her family, which is a cute piece of foreshadowing for later. Follow the bloody footprints and the stranger will go into the cattail fields. Omori follows, but none of his friends are with him. What follows is a trek through a bunch of stuff. Memories of watermelons at the beach, a Christmas present a bunch of people chipped in for, etc. Whatever these are, there's something that's important to Sunny that we don't quite know anything about yet. Following the stranger brings us into a barn where we go inside a photograph. And here there's a long, dark hallway. Nearby are a sheet music stand with a family photo behind it with unknown people in it, and another black light bulb hanging from the ceiling, though this one suspiciously looks like a noose. There's also the wallpaper with vines from the inside of Sunny's house in the room with the stairs. This wallpaper, interestingly enough, is also in the save menu. Upon picking up the F key, some sheet music appears on the sheet music stand, but all the notes are scribbled out. Upon the player realizing this, the faces in the family photo also get scribbled out, and the something appears. We get a few quick flashes of Basil being followed by a massive shadowy toothy tentacles, which are his own something, and then Omori is back in white space. The light bulb has grown more restless. The only way out is to stab yourself once more. We get another cutscene after this where the black hair boy and the blonde hair boy talk, with photos being a key focus. We know now that these two people we've been following through these cutscenes are Sunny and probably the real-world equivalent of Basil, but we still don't really know the context of these scenes. An ominous message displays that says 3 days left, which is 3 days left until Sunny moves away. Another voice message from Sunny's overbearing mother, this time reminding him to do his chores, while also being out because of a furniture sale. As we progress through the game, we'll learn more and more about how Sunny's parents suck, and this is just one example of that. We can fiddle around on Sunny's computer for a bit here and play some blackjack. It's nothing much, just blackjack. You can get mods that improve it and make it Among Us instead. That is actually the definitive way to play the game. Notably, the dealer in the blackjack game, though, is a shark. Saving in Mom's room now shows that we're finally out of the prologue and now in 3 days left. Here's time for me to complain about something structurally. Why are the first 5 hours of the game the goddamn prologue? If it were my way, the first hour and a half of the game would be the prologue, not the first 5 hours. That way you get introduced to the dynamic between Omori and Sunny and the setting before you go after Spaceboy. It's a minor nitpick. It's especially weird because this game doesn't use literary structure in any other notable way. I'm really confused by this choice. Knocking on the door tells us to go to the door, but if we learned anything from the last time there was knocking on the door, it probably isn't a good idea to go outside. This time the person on the other side claims to be Kel, but let's not open the door. We go back to bed and wake up to do some sweeping. Just kidding. Did you really think I wouldn't open the door? I just wanted to show what would happen if you didn't. There's a bit more to that, but that's for later in the video. We open the door and see Kel wearing a jersey with the Omocat logo on it. Kel tells us that he honestly didn't expect Sunny to come out, and then he wants to spend Sunny's last few days in the town hanging out with him, so he wants to go to a local hobby shop. There's a pinwheel in Sunny's front yard, which is probably what inspired the pinwheels in Sunny's dreams to be so prominent. Trying to walk into the street yields Kel to tell Sunny that it's dangerous, but then you walk by Kel's house and see that there's a basketball hoop in the street. Also, Kel's weapon is a basketball, which is why in Headspace he's so good at ball tricks. He's a basketball player in Sunny's real life. It's interesting that in the time Sunny has been away, it doesn't seem like Kel has changed all that much. There are some religious statues in one person's front yard which Sunny seems to think are judging him. Sunny's views on religion are largely negative and will be explored in more detail throughout the game. If we try to go to any of the streets that don't directly go to hobbies, Kel will stop us, but if we go to the bottom of the screen, we'll encounter a cutscene featuring a gang of people passing by on scooters with intense music. Kel remarks that they're bad news. Before we go to hobbies, we can explore the park nearby, which is simply known as Faraway Park after the town. Something I've only noticed on this playthrough is that there are multiple places for you to spend money in the park that the game will simply not allow you to use yet, even though Sunny has $30. Yeah, clams are USD in the real world. The reason for this is pretty obvious once we get to it. Here we can see a bunch of people around the park, but notably near the playground equipment are Bangs, Browse, and Happy from the Dream World. What are they doing here? Upon interaction, though, it's revealed it's just a trick of Sunny's imagination. These kinds of apparitions appear all over Faraway Town. One of the play structures looks like the big yellow cat from the neighbor's room, and earlier when Omori built a sandcastle of that big yellow cat, it was notably in the same pose. It's here where you meet the enigmatic recycletists, who are definitely quite the characters. I think the existence of the recycletists is supposed to be somewhat of a commentary on how capitalism tries to make the exploitation of the planet a burden on the individual instead of on the corporations producing tons and tons of carbon emissions and thus leading to some people being fanatical about it. Or maybe it's just a dumb joke about an inconvenient truth coming out around the same time the game is set. There's a guy here who thinks apple juice is way better than orange juice, and in the shopping square of Faraway Town, there's a guy who thinks the opposite. In Headspace, there's no confirmed answer to what Sunny thinks of this important question, with Sunny describing both as apparently better than the other. So the game's greatest thematic question goes intentionally unanswered, a genius choice by Omocat. A guy with an olive beanie informs us that there used to be a lake with a statue in the middle of it when he went to this park when he was younger, but he can no longer seem to find it. Mysteriously, you can't find it either. There's an artist here who's sketching the park. After a cute convo with Kel and Sunny, we learn her name is Mincy, and she becomes more dedicated to drawing because of their support. I love this character, even though she's ultimately just a developer cameo. She makes for a cute addition to the texture of Faraway Town. Now, another notable character here is Pretty Boy, who's just a cameo of a character that Omocat made previously. Nothing more to that, though I'm not sure how I feel about the original work it's based on and how it sort of idealizes teenage boys. I guess the Pretty Boy stays pretty as he gets older in the comic, but it's still weird. Also, there's a jock here running in circles named Jay, who's apparently a new friend of Kel's. Since there's no reference to Jay in Headspace, one can assume that Kel tried to move on from Sunny after whatever happened that made him stay inside occurred and made new friends that Sunny has never met. He responded to the incident with a smile on his face, like how the emotion chart showed him being happy. And of course, whereas Omori was neutral, Sunny was also neutral. The emotion chart is interesting foreshadowing we'll be coming back to for Aubrey, Hiro, and Basil as well later, so keep it in mind. Finally arriving in the Faraway Town Plaza, we can see a few stores here. Hobbies, which not only has the spelling bee from Headspace on its sign, but a cardboard cutout of Captain Spaceboy who must be a character in the real world, Gino's Pizza, Other Mart, and Fix-It. Kel won't let us go inside any building besides Hobbies, and he won't let us talk to one man in Ushanka next to a cardboard box. However, that man is what Gibbs's real equivalent is. He's a traveling musician here who needs money to go to the city, and if we give him some, he'll play the song that Gibbs plays in Headspace as well. I don't know how Sunny knew about this guy, but perhaps he's been playing this song for a very long time. The more money we give him, we find out about his unsupportive father and his little sister, named Joy. When we enter Hobbies, we are bombarded with a bunch of stuff. Posters on the wall showing Sweetheart and Captain Spaceboy and various other things that confirm none of these things were real in the real world. Kel confirms that Sweetheart is a film character. Also, pet rocks are here, which are like Tamagotchi. You can buy one and use it to battle other characters, Sunny's being a Jash, and Kel's being Pluto. From walking around the store and looking for a gift for Hiro, we can learn a few things about Hiro. He doesn't really like comic books or action figures, and he wouldn't appreciate M-rated games. This tells us something about Hiro. He's still someone who sees himself as a little bit above those things, and it's honestly a bit disappointing how static he is. There's also a peculiar poster that we can find in the top right corner of the room, and when interacted with, it initiates an imaginary boss battle with a classic horror movie villain parody named Jackson. It's then revealed that Sunny was daydreaming, showing that his powerful imagination can even seep into his awake periods. We get one of many collectible CDs from this encounter, this one being an original song by Toby Fox. God damn it, Toby, get out of here. Eventually we find Papa Chip's Chip Off the Old Block cookbook here, and that's what Kel ends up buying for Hiro using Sunny's money. Yeah, that's why you couldn't buy anything earlier. The game had to make sure you had enough money for this. Anyway, apparently Kel's pet dog, Hector, which was the inspiration for the name of the pet rock in Headspace, ate Hiro's original copy of this cookbook. Hiro originally aspired to be a chef, which is why he is a chef in Headspace. Now he's a med school student though, which could be part of the reason why he's a healer functionally, in terms of his skill set. Also, you can play as Captain Spaceboy arcade game here, and that's pretty cool. It's just like an Atari shooter game, sort of reminiscent from Galaga, but from a side view. There's a gotcha machine where you put in money and things come out of it, but they're ultimately just cheap toys. Some of them resemble the big yellow cat, and one of them is a horrific chimera of all of the toys. The big yellow cat, sticky hands, and bouncy balls. This thing terrifies me, and is one of the few charms in the real world that actually gives a stat boost, in this case to luck. What is lucky about this unnatural abomination? Kel tells us to go to Faraway Park next, but we should explore the rest of the shopping district first. Now we have free roam of the town. So we go inside Gino's Pizzeria, and here we meet a chubby man who can't stop eating Gino's pizza. There's also a person who can detect music named Rye, and you can put your CDs in the jukebox here and he'll be able to tell you all about who made them. I'm pretty sure he's just another developer cameo, but they gave him one of the best looking animations in the game for some reason. We can actually get hired as a pizza delivery person here to make some quick money. This is just something to do for fun and ultimately isn't really important to anything. The directions to each house are written in really poor handwriting and it's just a silly side quest. I like it, except when I'm actually trying really hard to do it. Some of my friends can attest to my baby rage. If you eat a hero sandwich, Sunny will note that it's a perfect balance of food, which is another indication of Sunny seeing Hero as perfect. Oh yeah, Sunny has flavor text for basically every consumable item in this game. It's really neat. In Other Mart, you can find some flyers on the wall, both to tutor people, one in math and one in English. The English flyer is for someone named Joy, who the musician mentioned earlier. We can also find a woman who's trying to buy healthy foods because her husband eats too much at Gino's Pizza. There's the beginning of a side quest starring a brew here, but we won't see it fulfilled until much later. Also, here is a man obsessed with recycling and his mom who's very proud of him. Again, we see recycling and its consequences seep into the culture surrounding Faraway Town, or at the very least, what Sunny perceives as Faraway Town. There's also a fish market and a bakery that's closed on Sundays suspiciously. In the candy store, we meet someone oddly obsessed with her image and making sure her store is perfect, named Miss Candace. She is partially the inspiration for a character in Headspace, and I'm sure you can already guess who from the pigtails alone. There's also a pharmacy, and it's just a pharmacy. What else do you want me to fucking say? You buy healing items here, but there's also a character who we don't know yet who's buying some things. You can work for the lady who runs the fish store, who speaks a mixture of English and Mandarin Chinese. If you do, you have to go around the store and swat flies with the occasional wasp, which is some of the most boring gameplay in the game, but $20 is $20. The flies can make Sunny angry, which is one of the only times we see him emote in battle. His angry face is a lot more akin to Omori's second stage of anger, Furious, which makes a lot of sense in retrospect considering some actions in his past. Going into Fix-It, you can find a married couple named Sean and Karen who you help pick out wall paint colors for. They're honestly adorable and I love them to bits. They are represented in Sunny's Headspace by Sean and Ren, the two who taught Omori Observe way back at the beginning of the game. Ah, young love. A man who wants to fix a leak in his house is here too, and he invites us to come watch him fix the leak. Fixing the leak is a side quest that I see many people who play through this game deride, but I think it's one of the best examples of how the tapestry of side quests in Faraway Town affect the game on the whole. But we won't be talking about it until much later in the video. Let's do our math tutoring job. We're ushered in by the principal of a school, and we find a house full of books that have a bunch of overcomplicated words. After a brief study session, where Kel just lays on the bed nearby, we get our money. Speaking of beds, here's something funny that Sunny does over the course of the game. He rates beds that he sees. Why he does this is never explained, it's just a funny part of the game. Next door is a lady looking for her garden shears. If we give them to her, for some reason, she gives us free reign over her house. Talking to her again reveals she's the mother of two people named Kim and Vance. We haven't met them yet, but they're obviously the real-world counterparts of Burley and Van. Burley is another short-form version of Kimberly, like Kim is, and Van and Vance, well, you can figure that one out for yourself. The photo on the desk next to a bed shows a girl who looks a lot like Burley, obviously Kim with the glasses and the shaved hair and the blue jacket, with a girl who has pink hair and a bow. The two of them are fist pumping. It's pretty gay. Next house over is Joy's house where we're tutoring her. Of course, if we go in her room, we can see on the other side there's a guitar, a sheet music stand, and Nushanka on the bed from her brother. The final house on this street is home to a granny with a yellow hair bun. She makes us get her prescription, and when we do, we get access to her house and find out that she has a lot of family. She has letters from all over the country, and she also has 2 of her kids living with her, one named Charlene, obviously Charlene's inspiration, and a weird smelly guy who has a sexy sweetheart poster on the wall that he claims is his wife. He gives us a fedora for beating him at Pet Rocks, and yeah, I agree with the description. Goes on your head, but shouldn't. Of note on the bottom street of Faraway is that the houses here are much smaller than anywhere else in town. Perhaps this is the lower income neighborhood of Faraway. Omori as a game doesn't really make much commentary on class. If we continue to the left, we can watch the man from Fix-It try and fail to fix his pipe. The way he says grumble grumble reminds me quite a bit of Burley. If we visit one of the rooms in the home, we'll find Taffy stuck to the sheets of the bed and dinosaur comics on one end. Going further west shows us a family of 4 that all look near identical, wearing formal dress and walking somewhere. If we follow them, we're brought to a church setting up for a sermon. Returning to Hobbies, we find out from the shopkeeper that there are an Elite Four of sorts for the Pet Rock battling. So we can go around and challenge each member, but it honestly doesn't lead to much of interest other than being another part that was inspired by the Pokemon games. There is a cute reference to a kind of Japanese sausage called an Octotaco though. We found out that the last member of the Elite Four is Shopkeep himself, and we can beat him pretty easily, but he tells us about the champion. The champion is the fish store lady, and she has a pet rock with 1 wing attached to it. It looks exactly like Arjash otherwise. In the fandom, this is known as Sephiroth. After a tough RNG-based battle, we get a hat that says "You rock" on it, which is cute. Now we should finally go back to Faraway Park like Kel said. Going here now shows us a blonde-haired boy arguing with Kim, claiming that someone took something from him. It turns out that the blonde-haired boy we've been seeing in those scenes in between Headspace and the real world really is Basil, like I assumed. Apparently someone that Kim really cares about took something from him. The pink-haired girl from the photo and some of her friends now confront us, and one of them looks exactly like the guy who we watched fail to fix his pipe. We learn now that this pink-haired girl is Aubrey. She claims that Sunny's been inside for 4 years, which explains why she's so different from his Headspace interpretation of her. She's now a tough leader of a group of hooligans, and apparently she took something from Basil and began to bully him over the course of those 4 years. She challenges us to a fight with a nail bat, but we win within the first turn by slicing her with a steak knife. This is one of my favorite moments in the game because it's sort of a wake-up call for Sunny. He literally cut open someone with a knife, and the game reacts accordingly by having, well, everyone be like, "What the fuck, dude?" This isn't the RPG world of Headspace. This is the real world. Everyone leaves because Aubrey started bleeding, and Kel takes away Sunny's knife out of frustration. Basil talks to us, and it sounds like he hasn't seen Sunny in a while either, but he's just as nervous as ever. Apparently his grandmother hasn't been doing so well, so he wants to go home as soon as possible. We get to walk him home, and upon getting him back to the home with fertilizer and plants in front of it, pretty obvious whose house it is, he tells us that Aubrey took the photo album he kept all the pictures of his friends in. So Kel sends us on a quest to get it back. Basil goes back inside, but there's a neat moment where he takes another moment to look back at Kel and Sunny before closing the door. So let's go snoop around the park. If we bought the fish from the fish market, we can feed the orange cat here, but it just gives us trash. Still, cute kitty needs food. Here in the bottom right half of the park, we can find a shaking tree along with Charlie, who was with the other hooligans earlier. We ask if he can help us find Aubrey, and he punches the shaking tree to reveal another member of the hooligans, Angel. Now, Charlie is in the Headspace playground as Charlene, so it's kinda obvious that he's the Charlene that was mentioned earlier. The game implies that she never corrects anyone on her name because she's really shy, so that's why for the rest of this I'm going to be calling her Charlene, because I don't think it's a matter of identification that people call her Charlie. Also, it's pretty interesting that Sunny is the only person who seems to see that she's actually named Charlene. Anyway, I have no idea who Angel is represented by in the Headspace playground, but I do know that Angel is annoying, so we beat him up and he tells us to ask his master where Aubrey is, and his master is in Faraway Plaza. Some say Angel is Neb because they have similar hair, but honestly they have no other similarities, so I don't think that's the case. I think Neb was created with a counterpart in mind originally, but due to the tumultuous development of the game, his counterpart was eventually removed or reworked, and now he doesn't have one. Going there has us come face to face with the Maverick, given name Mikal, who is obviously Mikal from Headspace's Playground. He's pretty fun, I like him as a character, horrendous sense of fashion taste aside. He refuses to tell us where Aubrey is unless Kel calls him the Maverick, but Kel is a dick and refuses to do that, so we go to find Kim and Vance in the candy store. Kel being an annoying dick is a running thread in this game, but the game never calls him out on it in a meaningful way. Notably, Van in Headspace has candy stuck to his back as part of his design, which is definitely a subtle nod to the sweet tooth that he and his sister have in Faraway Town. By subtle, I mean it's not directly addressed. I don't know if I'd actually call it that subtle. When we encounter them there, they're stealing candy, which is kinda based. It's also here where it's confirmed that the guy who looks like the pipe guy is Vance, so it's kinda obvious that he's their father and their parents are divorced, which is epic. Cal threatens to narc on them like a little shit, but they get caught anyway by Miss Candace, who threatens to call the cops on them. Cringe Miss Candace. Kel buys a big bag of candy to bribe them with, but they still just fight us anyway and steal it. Apparently their dad gives them all the candy they want, which is obvious from the taffy-stained sheets in their bedroom. After their church bell rings, Kim changes her mind for some reason, and she tells us that Aubrey is at church. So, weird character motivation changing moment aside, it's time to go to church. The sermon is in session, but we can see Aubrey's bike outside. Kel tells us that we should probably wait outside, but Sunny just goes inside anyway. And even though the game humorously tells us it's rude to disturb others during a sermon, we go behind Aubrey's bench anyway and disturb her. Kel and Aubrey argue for a bit. Some things never change, I guess. But here's where the first real bombshell of the game gets dropped on our faces and explodes all over the place. Mari died 4 years ago, and that's why Sunny hasn't left the house in so long. That's why Kel hasn't talked to Aubrey. That's why Aubrey is so angry at everyone. That's why Basil's even more on edge than usual. That's why Hero is totally MIA. Mari is fucking dead. This changes everything about the game going forward, and it's really such an intensely satisfying twist. I was wondering why Mari hadn't been present in Faraway Town at all up until this point, and this part hit me like a fucking truck. Also, the emotion chart reflects this. Sunny stayed inside because Mari died and was neutral, Kel moved on with happiness, and Aubrey was angry over her death. We don't know how Hero was sad, but if the pattern follows, he should be. Afterward, Kel takes them into the aisle where we fight Aubrey again and she wins pretty easily. Something interesting to note is that in every one of these fights so far, Kel is targeted first by the person that we're fighting. It's a pretty interesting showcase of how they really don't like Kel. Can't really blame him though. He's an annoying bastard. If we go through the entire fight, we get to hear the churchgoers commenting on how unsavory she is and judging her. Assholes. She runs out of the church crying, and Kel says it was maybe a bad idea. Yeah, maybe, Kel? If we go to the front of the church, we can talk to the pastor, who, interestingly enough, isn't as judgmental as everyone else in the church. He talks at length about how he feels bad for Aubrey and that she seems troubled. This is an interesting clash in the game's ideas. Sunny is afraid of religion and tradition, but the person who represents it is portrayed throughout the game as one of the kindest people in the community. It's a really nuanced look at religion, and it doesn't have a lot of focus in the game, but I think it's really interesting. Also at the front of the church is the near identical family that we saw walking there earlier. If we talk to them, we learn that the Maverick is also part of their family, but he didn't show up to church today, and that worries them. Going into the backyard of the church, we reach the graveyard. Most of the graves here have flowers on them, but some have stranger items like puzzle pieces or teddy bears. One has a loaf of bread. Also, it's now evening, which is an interesting mechanic in this game. There are 2 states of time in Faraway Town, where you have time to do side quests, but they're time sensitive due to how dynamic and fluid the town is. I love it in concept, but in practice it can be rather frustrating if you're trying to get certain achievements. There's also a statue here that's supposedly the symbol of Faraway Town and supposed to be a gateway into a new life. I like how Sunny only knows this from a vague approximation he heard in school once. Mari's grave has a beacon of light shining down on it, and here we can find a white egret orchid, which in the language of flowers symbolizes "my thoughts will follow you into your dreams," which is fitting for how Mari literally manifests in Sunny's dreams. Here Kel tells us a story about how Hiro reacted to Mari's death. He kept blaming it on himself, and he couldn't leave his bed or find the motivation to do much of anything anymore, and it eventually resulted in him and Kel having an argument. Their parents rushed in to comfort Hiro, but not Kel, which is the first example of Hiro's perfectionism resulting in Kel being neglected by his parents. After that day, though, something inside Hiro changed, and he started overworking himself even more and became a lot more emotionally reserved. This connects with the emotion chart from the beginning of the game. Hiro was depressed when Mari died. On Mari's grave it reads that the sun shined brighter when she was here. This is pretty obvious metaphor, but Sunny was a lot more vibrant when Mari was alive. Anyway, chasing Aubrey down the street to the church, we can go inside one of the houses here now and help the guy who is eating a lot of pizza get a wedding ring out of his sink. This house is full of stuff obsessing over health foods, indicating that this is the family trying to eat healthier. Aubrey's house is the next one over, notably having a broken window. She throws away something in a garbage can outside and she goes inside. Kel decides that they have to dig through her trash because he's a dick. Luckily, it turns out it is the photo album, so it's semi-justified that we dug through her trash. He asks for a high five, which to me is the ultimate example of his tone deafness as a character. We potentially traumatized Aubrey and just stole from her trash, and his response is a high five. For some reason, we can now access a house next to Kel's that we couldn't before. This is the house of the All-American family. The All-American mom apparently makes the best pies ever, which is great, but more important is the daughter of the family, a girl named Chris. Chris wants us to collect seashells for her and bring them to her for some reason, because she had to move away from her friends 4 years ago and she wants to make Sunny a gift because he's moving away soon. Time to talk about a strange habit that Sunny has in this game that I'm not really a fan of. Whenever a character in Faraway Town has a name, for instance Jay or Chris, Sunny doesn't refer to them by that name in the nameplate for their dialogue even after learning it. Jay stays Jock and Chris stays blue-haired girl. It just irks me that Sunny can't be fucking bothered to remember people's names, especially people who are really kind to him. You have to get her 3 seashells, which you can't possibly have at this point, so we'll be coming back later. Get the pinboard ready. Back at the faraway park, we can find a girl who has a crush on someone familiar. Yeah, she gets a crush on the Maverick, which leads to a silly subplot you can choose to follow through the game if you want, although we won't be. Anyway, we can also have Kel race the Maverick because the Maverick wants to prove his worth. Kel beats him pretty easily though. Pretty Boy and Jay the Jock are hitting it off near the basketball court, which is a reference to how a jock and Pretty Boy fell in love in the original Pretty Boy comic. I didn't notice this somehow until now, but they're definitely flirting. Going to hobbies, we can help a guy buy a copy of Sprout Leader blah 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 for his son's 10-year-old birthday, despite it being an M-rated game. He urges us to come over to his house to help him more with his son's birthday. This quest is honestly pretty wholesome, but it's the source of an interesting contradiction that probably is a result of this game's arduous development. In Gino's Pizza, we find the health food obsessed mom talking about how she's looking for a happy medium between eating only healthy foods and junk foods, but nothing else of note here. If we knock on the door to Basil's house and return the photo album, finally, Basil doesn't walk out. Instead, the woman we saw in the pharmacy earlier does. This is Polly, Basil's caretaker. Basil meekly peeks his head out from the doorframe and looks at us, and Polly invites us in for dinner. When we go inside, of course, the house is full of plants, and we get to look at the photo album. This whole time, an altered version of the Headspace Basil's house theme plays that's slower and more melancholic as Polly gets to work on dinner. Here we learn a lot of new things. For starters, the photo album is missing a lot of photos from it. Also, we learn a lot about the group of friends from reading about them in Basil's photo captions. Sunny started playing the violin, and he's a great sponge for Basil to rely on and pour his emotions into. The two of them like to discuss books together and everything. Kel and Hiro were close brothers. The group even made flower crowns together, with everyone except Sunny and Kel trying their best. There's an interesting part here where it's revealed that in the real world, Happy, Nose, Bun, Daisy, and Bangs are all stuffed animals. This explains a lot, except for Bangs. Bangs, again, we will get back to later, because he is more complicated than anything you could imagine. Also, watermelons are Aubrey's favorite food, which explains why they live rent-free in Sunny's head. Here we first get a good look at Kel's Orange Joe soda, namely that its logo is an orange man named Orange Joe. We don't know him yet, but his face looks exactly like the kite that Kel flew in the Pinwheel Forest back in Headspace. There's also Mari's kitten, Miwo, who were introduced here. Otherwise, Miwo hasn't appeared yet at all in the present day, and her absence is never explained. Closing the photo album reveals that Kel is still insecure about his height in the real world, with him noting how much taller he's grown since then. Basil gets really anxious. As you walk around the room, he turns to face whatever direction Sunny is in. If you talk to him a few times, he starts to get nervous about Sunny's status as a silent protagonist, something I find quite funny. I really wish this game would go harder with critiquing RPGs. You see a lot of ideas about it, like with the knife scene earlier, but it never really goes super in depth with the critiques. Exploring the house further, we can find that Basil hasn't used his camera in a long time in his bedroom, and also that some pots are hanging from the ceiling. Nothing of note for now other than Basil's not been taking pictures in a while, but the pots hanging from the ceiling is a very important detail. In his grandma's bedroom, you can find that his grandma is sleeping in her bed. If you walk up to her, she mistakes you for Basil, but more important is that she also has a white egret orchid like Mari's grave does, which is interesting, especially considering Basil's grandma doesn't have a significant dream world counterpart. Basil walks in on us looking at the orchid and tries to make conversation, but since Sunny is a silent protagonist, he doesn't say anything. It makes Basil uncomfortable, but he gives the photo album to Sunny. This is before Basil knows that Sunny is going to move away, and yet Basil says that it was nice to see Sunny again, even if it was only for a little bit. To me, this starkly indicates that Basil was planning on committing suicide soon. Kel calls us back in for dinner, and after a short conversation about how Hiro is coming back to Faraway tomorrow, more on that later, Kel talks about how Sunny is moving away in 3 days. Basil retreats into the bathroom very quickly. We follow to make sure he's okay, and it's revealed that he has his own something. The massive shadowy tentacles we saw after getting the F key back in Otherworld. And we see that he's afraid of being left alone again, of being abandoned by everyone, but mainly Sunny. I think Basil is intended to be read as gay by Omocat. As shown with her earlier work, such as Pretty Boy, it's clear she enjoys writing these kinds of MLM relationships. Basil in particular fits a lot of traits of the uke, which is a passive and submissive part of a yaoi relationship. Obvious examples of this include the fact that he's possessive and very much a damsel in distress over the course of the game's run, but it even bleeds into simpler stuff like the fact that he doesn't ever voice his concerns when around Sunny out of anxiousness. I know that there are canon reasons for all of these things, but that doesn't really change what the coding is. This causes some issues which make me dislike how Basil was written. The only MLM-coded character in the game is a stereotype, especially because Basil himself doesn't get that much screen time in the game to be really fleshed out as a character. He has a significant lack of agency and is treated as more of a thing than an actual actor in the story, which is especially ironic considering his relative importance to the events in it. All of his hints at having more depth, such as his nature to info dump about his hyperfixations, are hidden away behind optional interactions. Anyway, he repeats the first line spoken in the game over and over to himself. Everything is going to be okay. And the emotion chart is complete, with the final emotion, afraid, representing Basil's reaction to Mari's death. Afraid that everything will come crashing down on him, and all his friends will leave him. The only emotion, and only friend, not present on the chart, is Basil, and afraid. We have to leave him there despite his cries. Sunny refuses to go back in, so Kel rejoins us, and despite knocking on the door, Basil won't answer. Polly worries about him, and we probably should too, but the game says we don't really have time for that for some reason. Now it's night outside, and the only thing left to do is to go home. We don't want to disturb anyone while it's dark out, so Kel thanks us for the day and apologizes for the adventure that it ended up becoming. Inside, the house is full of spiders and boxes that whisper things in an unknown tongue. Sunny's day nightmaring this time. If we go in one room, a spider will drop on top of us. Going into another room gets us our trusty steak knife, which lets us cut through a spider web and get to the ever-present staircase. Here, at the bottom of the stairs, there are a few things worth pointing out. There's a door on the left in a place where there normally isn't a door, and something's eye is beneath it. We can't go into it because there's spiders in the way. Next, at the bottom of the stairs, is a black mass of hair sprawling across the floorboards. Interacting with it causes it to disappear, but still, what is it? Going up the stairs, we get poked with a few spider legs that slow Sunny down and make it harder for him to, well, go up the stairs, assumedly causing venom to course through his veins. At the top of it all is something, which morphs into a ghostly white dress-wearing version of Mari. But then she disappears and a strange spider with a huge smile on its belly attacks. Calming down doesn't work against it, and all hope seems lost until Sunny remembers how to focus on what's important. And so he does. And the spiders all disappear, and the house is back to normal. That door at the bottom of the stairs is gone once again. In the center of it all is a single spider, which we will not be killing, because that is rude. Going back to sleep shows us a view of the entire room again, but this time there's the ghastly silhouette of Mari on the first shot of it. It lingers like death. After finishing the first full segment of Faraway Town, I think it's a good time to bring up something about it. The gameplay is much less interesting and compelling than Headspace. And that's the point. Headspace is supposed to be the much more wonderful and fantastic counterpart, and that bleeds into how it's a much more fun place to play around in general. We get another one of those cutscenes between a young Sunny and Basil in front of a door. However, Basil and the door disappear and Sunny is all alone in white space. As he lays down, his shadow wakes up. This is a reference to psychologist Carl Jung's book, The Archetypes of the Collective Unconscious, where one passage describes the meeting with oneself is, at first, a meeting with one's shadow. Here, Sunny quite literally meets his shadow. Back in control of Omori, we can just leave white space because there's nothing here for us right now, but note that the light bulb is growing more restless, and the song playing here is no longer the original theme, it's now a slow piano rendition. A brief interaction with Aubrey and the others reveals that they've missed Omori yet again, but they rejoin our party. This interaction has a lot of Aubrey flirting with Omori, which makes something especially clear. Sunny had a crush on Aubrey when they were young, so in his dreams he fantasizes the situation to be the opposite as sort of a weird power fantasy thing. Going to Mari gets another big old hug, and my god, By Your Side playing at this moment made me choke up on my first playthrough. This is absolutely criminal. The song just feels so different after knowing that the subject of it, Mari, is dead. We talk to her and she tells us to investigate Firefly Forest for clues, which is full of spiders, which both Omori and Hiro are afraid of. They're willing to face their fears though, Omori more than Hiro of course. Notably, the poster in the playground has changed once again, this time being an advertisement for the TV series Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts. It only has reviews from Sweetheart, one being a riveting and one being a 1 out of 5 stars. It seems like this Sweetheart character is quite the inconsistent person, but I've already made a video discussing that at length. Going back to the stump, we encounter some Sproutmals on their way to the show. They talk about how they all love Sweetheart, which becomes a major characteristic of the Sproutmals going forward. Since the Sproutmals got lost, the gang has to kill them, and this leads to one of the funniest interactions in the game for me. Omori and Co. kill a lot of people over the course of the game, but this is the first time that they kill sentient beings, and the reaction one of them has is essentially a hell yeah. We get some front row show tickets to Sweetheart's next show. Instead of following the plot, let's go south instead. Spaceboy gave Aubrey a train pass, and I'll be damned if we don't get to use it at all. So we go to the train station and find it nearly deserted. However, the train is still there. The path up to the train is really foggy and ominous, and boarding it is even worse. It's full of strangers reading the newspaper claiming that wherever this train is, in this dark tunnel, it isn't home. Suitcases full of bones and crystals line the area, and eventually everything goes pitch black. When things come back, Omori has to fight a battle with a strange clay model creature that he doesn't know the name of. It simply mutters Sunny's name over and over before saying it's sorry. Somehow Omori is not afraid of this creature, but everyone else in the party is. And then the train comes to a stop. Whew, that sure was something, wasn't it? We arrive in the beautiful orange oasis, to quote the conductor, where the moon shines brighter. Here is a desert made entirely out of large food items. In the train station here, we can find an advertisement that clambers about a place called Last Resort, which is more of the game's cohesive world building coming into play. In Orange Oasis, there's a buttload of content to do. We won't be doing the main attraction, Dino's Dig, yet because it was designed for a much higher level party in mind. Instead, we're going to be exploring the rest of it. Here, the bunnies wear pancakes, milkshakes, and even cupcakes on their heads. Omori reveals the morbid reality of the pancake and cupcake bunnies. One is wearing the corpses of other bunnies on its head, having been turned to toast, and the other one is being controlled by a cupcake-like parasite. Fun. It's also here that we learn what the strange face we saw in Otherworld means. It's a place where one guy marks where he leaves his stuff. However, they only ever seem to have life jam packets behind them, which aren't a very useful item anyway. They revive the whole party for small amounts of HP. There's one exception to the faces, which I'll talk about when we get to it. From Mari's picnic interaction, we actually learn that the sands of the Orange Oasis desert are made of brown sugar. The entire place is made out of food, which makes Dino's Dig funnier. It's a literal food pyramid. This also might be a way of showing Sunny's insecurities about his own health and eating habits. Inside Dino's Dig, but not actually playing the game yet, we can find some interesting relics from across Headspace. Some of them we've seen before, such as the teddy bear from the playground or a doom box from the junkyard. However, there are a few, like a frog or a dead sprout mole, that we haven't seen before. There's a mural at the top of Orange Oasis that explains a lot. It depicts two Baker twins and someone nearby so that they have the power to raise the dead. Here's where a lot of puzzle pieces start to fall into place. The twins depicted in the mural are inspired by the religious twins from the real world. Their family runs the bakery. And the reason why people turn to toast when they die in battle is because the most religious and afterlife-focused people Sunny knows and associates highly with death are the baking family. In one house in Orange Oasis, we hear mention of a shadowy chasm. We don't know what that is yet, but we will eventually, and the fact that the kid gets sent there when he misbehaves is beyond fucked up considering the context of what it is exactly. Also, the same screen features a woman with an endless supply of cheesecake. Another house, shaped like a donut, has a family of donuts inside it. Here we can look at a postcard to see that Sweetheart is also a donut, and she's the granddaughter of this donut family. She is the disguised girl looking for her family that we saw earlier, which, again, is an adorable little secret. That aside, there's one more minor thing to talk about in the Orange Oasis. There's a man named Orange Joe, who Kel calls his good friend, that's throwing oranges. Apparently he's looking for his long-lost twin brother, Oragna Joe? Orgna Joe? Whatever. This has some implications. Does it mean there's another kind of soda called Oragna Joe that Kel chooses to ignore? I need answers, Omocat. If we go into an underground tunnel, we find a simple little tunnel game. If we go the wrong way, then Arrow tells us not to go. There's a frowny face sign that says too bad and we're forced to fight the unbred, like the ghosts of Toast. At the end, however, is a jump rope, and a smiley face that says, "You did it." Anyone who's finished the game will know what this is foreshadowing to. This is honestly just so fucking brilliant. Probably my favorite screen in the entire game, at least when it comes to the main story. It is marvelous. Finally, there's the home of the Veggie Kids here, inside the reflection of a pond called Raintown. Here there are so many Veggie Kids, and all of them are mildly uncomfortable with the amount of rainfall. So it's up to Omori to turn the valve that controls the rain and save everyone. Once you do, a Veggie Kid comes into your inventory. One of the most adorable side quests in the game. Now let's continue the plot, which has us going into the forest to the west of the stump. There's a spider web in the way, but with some encouragement from our friends, Omori is able to cut through it. Welcome to Firefly Forest, a foggy place that has some secrets hidden deep inside. But first, if we go to the left, we find a pool of water with some sparkles in it, and a joke book nearby. Finally, something to write all those shitty jokes in. Anyway, if we throw money into the pond, we meet Weeping Willow, someone who thinks that money could solve her problems, but it hasn't yet, so she wants us to tell a joke. Hiro is the only one who can tell the jokes because Omori is too shy, which is really cute. However, all of the jokes we have right now are just so unfunny they make her cry. There's a minecart that runs through the forest, though we never really find out what its purpose is. Even Mari is confused by it. It basically only exists to be the center of a puzzle here, but contextually it doesn't make much sense. Also here we can encounter some spider-based enemies. In each of these fights, you'll notice that Hiro gets scared when he's fighting this kind of creature, which is, again, another really adorable gameplay detail. There's a side quest here to find a teddy bear for a little girl. Well, the first teddy bear-like thing we see is a happy bear NPC in this map. Perhaps it's the teddy bear we're looking for. Upon getting near it, it charges at us, and it's a terrifying, angry rare bear that could one-shot our entire party if we're not careful. Yeah, it also was not the teddy bear. A great narrative twist here. If we take a right through a secret pathway, we can go deeper into the forest and find an area full of miwos that grow spider legs and tangle us up in their web. At the end of this place is a stump with the something hovering above it, which disappears as usual. Going a bit further to the right, we see the stranger at the end of a path next to a lantern that's still lit. Now, it seems like there wouldn't be any way to go here, but if we follow him, we enter into the Lost Forest. This place is where we encounter Daddy Longlegs, a tall and spindly being who gives us vague remarks about the nature of the Lost Forest. This place is closer to the truth than we've ever been before. Apparently a boy similar to Omori came through here earlier too. This is blatantly referring to Basil. At the end of the Lost Forest, we see Daddy Longlegs yet again, who tells us the true nature of Headspace. It's a collection of realms created by the Dreamer, who we know is Sunny, created to seal away some truth that he's hidden in a deep, dark place. According to my surveys, which have a sample size of one of my friends, Daddy Longlegs is a DILF. Who would have thought? After riding the minecart, we learned from Mari that there used to be a library deep in this forest, but it was buried underground quite a bit ago. Put a pin in that. Also, a cute moment between Hiro and Mari where they hug because Hiro was really scared of the spiders happens, and I just like it. Soon we come across a pathway of dead sprout moles, much like the one that we saw in the food pyramid earlier. At the end of it is a fight with a creature made of dead sprout moles at its body. This is King Crawler, the natural predator of the sprout moles and one of the most visually disturbing creatures in the entire game. We take him out with little issue and get some masks made out of sprout mole faces. Now we're introduced to the sprout mole village, and here we see all sorts of strange aspects of sprout mole society, like how their chefs are obsessed with tofu. Here we can also find a sprout mole schoolhouse. There's a teacher here who has no idea what they're talking about. I mean, it's pretty obvious that all of this, the sleeping sprout mole included, is Sunny's thoughts on school. There isn't really any part where we see Sunny in a school environment in the game, as it takes place during the summer, so it's neat to see what he thinks of it. Anyway, we have show tickets, and since Sweetheart's show apparently plays live in the Sprout Mole Village, let's go use them. We talked to some of the Sprout Moles in the audience. One of them confirms Mari's suspicions. There used to be a library here, but Sweetheart built her castle and the stage above it. Then Sprout Mole Mike, who we previously saw on the postcard with Sweetheart, comes onto the stage. He's kind of Sweetheart's right-hand mole. The curtain pulls up and we get a eulogy for Ye Old Sprout, the guy we killed at the beginning of the game. Sorry about that one, Mike. After that, we're introduced to the contestants, one of them being Snaily, the guy who got killed by Pluto back on Otherworld. Snaily dies again right before we can see the beautiful Sweetheart, and we have to fix the power. This sequence does nothing except give people another chance to explore Sprout Mole Village. You plug the generator back in and return, and the whole thing feels super inconsequential. I'm not really a fan because exploring Sprout Mole Village is something you can just do before you go to the stage show. I guess it gives people who messed up a second chance. When we return, a strange mustachioed Sprout Mole spirits Hiro away from the party, and we get a short eulogy for Snaily. This is broken by Hiro being revealed as the third suitor. I don't like this plot thread because, well, Hiro is 15, so it's kinda gross. Sweetheart is revealed behind the curtain, and good lord, she's beautiful. I love Sweetheart. Super based, best character. You might notice that she not only takes inspiration from the Sweetheart character in the real world, but also from Candace, the owner of the candy store. She sends the unattractive Sprout Moles to the dungeon and tries to have Hiro sent to her chambers, but since she's a girl boss who respects consent, she sends them to the dungeon when Hiro rejects her. I really like the scene where Hiro has trouble rejecting her because earlier on it was established that Hiro has trouble saying no to people. I also find it pretty funny that Kel just sort of accepts the situation and Aubrey has to step in. In the dungeon, we find out that the mustachioed Sprout Mole that signed Hiro up for the whole thing was none other than our old enemy, Rosa. After a quick chat with her in which she storms off, we get to explore the dungeon some more. We can find a torture chamber where there are various skeletons of the main cast, even though they're clearly alive and well, And also here is the something, which appears for a brief second before disappearing. There's a bathing pool here, which Omori states is not fruit juice. The other pools in the castle are not watermelon juice or orange juice, so we're left to conclude that it's blood, but we don't actually know if it is. I just really like the mental image of Sweetheart bathing in the blood of her enemies. You go, girl. Above it are paintings of Sweetheart and Spaceboy, the latter having fruit juice spilled all over it. If we hit the button between them, we get access to a room which has a plastic flamingo sign, which are the signposts in Sweetheart's castle, that says, "A special hell for you, my dear." Going inside, we see a vanity that makes whoever looks in it less attractive, a painting of the stars that smells like plastic, dog food, cardboard boxes that arbitrarily take up space, and a telescope with the lens taped over. There's even a boombox that plays the mixtape we heard earlier. This must be where Sweetheart would keep Spaceboy if she ever captured him. Honestly, this leads into another complaint I have about Sweetheart's portrayal in the game. The game frames her as a horrible person who abuses Spaceboy in every possible way, and I'm really not a fan of that. The abusive person of color stereotype is incredibly awful, and I hate that it's invoked so regularly here. I do think that it's important to show that men can get abused too, but this game is almost comically one-sided in this portrayal of a relationship that was likely a lot more two-sided in the abuse than it's depicted as. Spaceboy literally wanted to fucking murder Sweetheart at one point because she dumped him. I think it's pretty fair to say that Spaceboy was probably also incredibly abusive due to his temperamental anger. Anyway, we see Mari again here, and she brought pickles. This reveals the gripping character development that Kel doesn't like pickles. Otherwise, we progress through the dungeon and solve a few puzzles, and we're free, until we get to the next room, which of course is the foyer of Sweetheart's castle. We're nowhere near free. After a herald, an elite Sproutmole guard title of course, notices we've escaped, Hero thinks of a plan where we wear the skinned, dead faces of Sproutmoles on our faces. That's fun and not at all disturbing. I think it's pretty funny that the game never really acknowledges how gross this is. We now have free reign of the castle, but if we try to leave, the door is blocked. In classic Dungeon Master fashion, let's do the left wing of the castle first. Dungeon Masters always go left. Along the way, you might notice that there are statues of Sweetheart everywhere and mosaics of her. Base girl boss. If you interact with the statues of Sweetheart, they change their position, and I love it. However, the mosaic is something I have negative feelings about. I don't like the act of just making a sprite bigger arbitrarily. It's part of the reason why I don't like the overworld art direction in this game. I think there are far too many instances where sprites are just inflated. Going into Sweetheart's art gallery, we can see many beautiful art pieces dedicated to Sweetheart. Of course, there's a statue of Sweetheart made from the crystallized tears of her enemies. She's perfect. There's a wall of several classical paintings depicting her instead of the main focus of the image. I particularly love the painting Sweetheart eating a burrito because it's the very graphic painting Saturn devouring his son, but with Sweetheart and a burrito. Here we find the keyboard key for the letter K, which leaves another hole behind. Going inside this hole brings us to Basil's house in the real world. Scattered around the floor are some of the photos of Sunny and his friends. Some we've seen before, like Aubrey eating a watermelon and Sunny playing the violin. Others we haven't, like Basil's birthday party. However, they're all scribbled out with a dark marker. There's also an intangible wall in Sweetheart's castle, which is really strange. Going into it has whispering play through the dank corridors of assumedly a forgotten basement. At the end of this hallway is a shadowy creature called the Keeper of the Castle, who's a mysterious figure similar to Daddy Longlegs. He reveals that Sweetheart came here from the desert and begged on her knees for a dwelling. Then he remarks that he wants to see what Omori will make of the dwelling when Sweetheart leaves. Put a pin in that. Anyway, back to Sweetheart. Let's go to the movie theater where we can find a perfect replica Sweetheart doll. Omocat, get on it, please, I need this. Here you can watch some Sweetheart movies that parody how the Grinch stole Christmas and stuff, which is cute. However, we learned something quite morbid from an advertisement we can watch here. Sproutmoles grow out of tofu. That means Sproutmoles are obsessively cannibalistic creatures. I don't really know of any species that essentially eats its own fetuses this much, but it's some context that I don't think I needed. Also, what the hell does that say about Sunny? In the demo of Omori, Basil's favorite food is tofu. Why is Sunny's best friend's food represented like this in his mind? What does he think of Basil? Going into the Royal Library, we see a long line of sprout moles of varying colored bows lined up. Hero charms all the sprout moles from here into the dungeon, so the line is shortened. Hooray, we helped them by forcing innocent people into a dungeon. If we go outside the bottom west wing of Sweetheart's castle, we are confronted by Sir Maximus, a herald who has studied the blade so much that he has become titled Maximus instead of Herald. We beat him pretty easily and move on, though he does mention having a son, which is important later. Next up is the upper west wing of Sweetheart's castle, which contains her chambers. We have to ride an elevator with her angry face humorously plastered over it to get here, and depending on some factor that I have no knowledge of, there might be a person in this elevator. This isn't a WTF value thing. It can just randomly occur that there are sprout moles or sous chef sprout moles, or hell, even Sweetheart herself in her train station disguise. They all just say, well, this is awkward. Well said. There's a huge bed in the middle and a gigantic statue of Sweetheart next to a gigantic statue of Spaceboy, plus a way out to the balcony which just has a gorgeous view. The sprout mole named Castella is trying to move the Spaceboy statue, and we have to help her smash it in a comical scene where Aubrey pulls back and it automatically gets destroyed. Castella just pulls in another statue of Sweetheart after this. Something implied by Castella that I find interesting is that Sweetheart individually names every sprout mole, which feeds into something later. If we sleep in the bed, we get a Sweetheart body pillow, which should be a piece of Omori merchandise. Please, Omocat. Going to the bottom east wing now, we go into Sweetheart's ballroom. Here we have to throw some tomatoes at some sprout moles to get them to sing a wedding march, and here's where we first learn that there's going to be some kind of big event. So that's why the sprout moles were gathering at the entrance, and why so many of them were in line at the library. We don't know what this event is, but it's pretty obvious that it's some kind of wedding. But who's Sweetheart getting married to? We don't know yet. Also, a drum that makes a duck noise and says that's a noise a drum makes. I just really like that. Before we can leave this wing of the castle, we're stopped by yet another Sir Maximus, the son of the last one. We fight him and we kill him pretty quickly, not before seeing his father's ghost help him fight us, which is a pretty touching moment, and move on. I like this joke, but we're going to get back to it later. Time to search the servants' quarters. Something interesting that we can find here is a sprout mole saying that they don't remember life before Sweetheart. Literally. It's implied that some of the sprout moles were created by the keeper of the castle, or perhaps even all of them. Maybe the entire species was explicitly made to serve Sweetheart. It's a fun expansion on the lore that leaves you asking yourself what's really going on here. It's also why Sweetheart names all of them individually, probably. Anyway, let's bake a cake with some sous chefs, because the last head chef just quit and there's a new one. He gives us some horrible advice, like putting flowers and ping pong balls in the cake, and we bake him a cake so bad that it just outright fucking murders him. Hero gets a frying pan here, which is one of his best weapons. It increases the potency of all of his healing items, which is fucking great, and easily makes Hero the MVP of the party. People say he's underpowered because his healing skills get outclassed by healing items, but the fact that he can make healing items better just by existing more than makes up for it. Anyway, we bake the cake for real this time and leave. Then we fight the third Maximus in a row, and honestly, this is where the joke gets old for me. I really don't think there need to be 3 Maximus fights. I think 2 was enough for the joke to land. Whatever, we kill him, and we notice the sprout moles at the door are finally done. So we go out the front door, and we have to go through a courtyard. Yeah, many people think the Sweetheart's castle part of the game is too long, and I'm honestly inclined to agree. I love everything before the courtyard, but once we get to the courtyard, it feels like it's dragging on simply for the sake of it. Omori has a bloat problem in general, and I'll talk more about it later because there's an area that exemplifies this idea significantly more. Anyway, the only way out is to get past a laser-shooting giant statue of Sweetheart, and after enjoying some tea with our friends, Aubrey teaches Kel how to aim where he's throwing in order to break laser-shooting topiaries so he can get the passwords. This really sucks. Not conceptually, it's very fun. It's just, you can't sequence break any of this on replay. You have to get hit by the statue, you have to get hit by the topiary, and you have to hear the entire spiel about aiming before you can actually aim. It's a chore. You should be able to just go down the statue if you already knew the password, but you can't. What's particularly infuriating is that a similar situation plays out later in the game and you can enter the password if you already know it. I'm also not sure why Kel's overworld mechanic is the only one that gets expanded upon from a gameplay perspective. At where the exit to the courtyard would be normally, there are a bunch of vines that apparently regrow continuously. If we peek through the vines, we can see the something staring back at us, and the music totally cuts out. It seems to be appearing even more. Going to the west, we encounter a mushroom we can eat, where Omori learns a technique to cut open hard purple bulbs. For a long time, I didn't understand the point of this interaction. There are only like 3 purple bulbs in the entire game. However, I think it's yet another example of a knife being used as a gateway. By cutting open the purple bulbs, you free these mushrooms from being caught inside the bulbs. The knife was what created a gateway for them to escape. Sunny, above all else, sees the knife as his escape, his ticket out. We have to go through some cute dialogue with sprout moles, including a pinky swear to get the password. Sweet jelly-filled donut, which was Space Boy's pet name for Sweetheart. Apparently they used to go around the courtyard and call each other stuff like this, and Space Boy wouldn't marry Sweetheart because his friends disapproved of the relationship. Why is Sweetheart still attached to this nickname? I'm going to be honest, we never really know. And I kinda wish we did, because she is very dismissive of Space Boy often in the game, so it's really interesting to see this part of her still latching on to something that he called her. Moving the statue leads us to a place beneath the courtyard with some interesting things. There are a bunch of love letters with horrible grammar and spelling strewn around the floor, which are probably from the sprout moles to Sweetheart. Nearby are some paint buckets in front of a hole in the wall that bars us from going through that hole. Most notable immediately is that we can hear thuds in the sprout mole choir from earlier preparing upstairs. Let's go up there. We find out quickly that Sweetheart's suitor is Sweetheart. Her perfect suitor has been found, apparently, and a cake is brought to the aisle. She jumps out of the cake. She's marrying herself. Aubrey actually feels bad for her, which is a great moment, and I really wish it was capitalized on more. I'd have loved to see Sweetheart and Aubrey's interesting dynamic explored more. Before they got captured, it seemed like Aubrey looked up to Sweetheart a lot, and she feels sorry for her here. The audience is also supposed to feel sorry for her here, which, combined with Sweetheart's backstory and presence, gives her a lot of depth. However, Omocat obviously intended for Sweetheart to not have much depth at all, which confuses me. Why overwrite this character then? Why make her more than a one-dimensional villain if you only intended her to ever be that? This is probably the part of Omori that I would call the most distinctly poorly written, because what Omocat wants us to feel about Sweetheart is inconsistent. This problem is only exaggerated as the game continues. But for now, Sweetheart is going to fight us. This is one of the hardest fights in the game if you come in unprepared, but we came in totally paired. Just make sure you're sad, hope to God she doesn't make your entire party angry, and this fight is a breeze. The only problem with that is that you only have access to one thing that can make your entire party sad at this point, a single rain cloud you find in the junkyard, so this can be pretty challenging. But again, we're at a decent level, so we should be fine. Something about this fight that I really like is the fact that if you eat a donut in front of her, she gets mad. That's really cute. Also, Aubrey getting Mood Wrecker right before this fight is a great moment of gameplay progression. Giving her a move that hits happy enemies for more damage right before the happy boss is really fitting. I think Sweetheart's toxic positivity and her obsessions with romance are supposed to represent, aside from the borderline personality disorder illusions I made in my other video, Sunny's views on the Sweetheart character from television. He thinks that she's annoying because Mari was a big fan when she was younger and he had to watch a lot of Sweetheart content. After surviving lots of crits, we beat Sweetheart pretty handily. Before anything can happen, the scene is interrupted by a ship named the Mercury Retrograde. This is an astrology pun. If you don't get it, you're doing something right with your life. Out jumps Space Boy, who proposes to Sweetheart, and the two of them leave after Sweetheart blows up the stage. The soul on Sweetheart's stage beckons to Omori using something, and the stranger goes into the hole. But let's not go in there yet. We have some important business to attend to now. For starters, if we go into the place below the stage again, we can find that the paint buckets in front of the hole in the wall are gone. This lets us go in and find an empty art gallery and a bed on the ground, along with a painter diligently at work. This painter is named Rococo, after the French artistic period. His faraway town variant I didn't bother mentioning because she's really minor, but she's an artist who lives near Basil's house that you have to do fetch quests for and is the older sister of Angel. Talking to him, we learn that he's the last survivor of his species. After Rococo and Sweetheart were engaged, Sweetheart changed her mind and sealed him in the walls, so now he just wants to be an artist. We can commission him a few times, but his art isn't worth commentary other than funny JoJo reference, I suppose. I'm not a fan of Rococo. He essentially only exists to reinforce, wow, Sweetheart is a bad person, right? Which barely adds anything to the game because you can already just see that in the main story. Sometimes it feels like the game is bashing your head in with a sledgehammer telling you Sweetheart is bad. We get it. If we go back into Sproutmole Village, we can do a fun side quest where we obtain a risque photo for Pesci, the #1 sweetheart fan in the world. We encounter Rosa again, who stole the photo from Pesci, and has to give a particularly shady Sproutmole a better exhaust and destroyer, or a bed, the most powerful object of Sproutmoles because it makes them oversleep. You get a powerful weapon for Aubrey that's just a bust of Sweetheart's head from this Omocat. Come on, we need it. Also, Rosa has a blackmail burning animation that I really like. The only other thing of note we can do before jumping into that hole in Sweetheart's stage is cutting open one of those purple bulbs we learned how to cut open earlier. This one is an orange oasis and brings us to another enigmatic figure in Headspace, much like Daddy Longlegs, Mr. Outback. The guy who just said howdy back at the train station so long ago now provides a bunch of insight into Headspace's existence. This is a particular favorite moment of mine, much like the Daddy Longlegs moment. Here we learn that apparently Headspace is an extraplanar dimension that has existed since the inception of time. This is a wildly different take on Headspace than the one Daddy Longlegs presents us with, and it's probably totally incorrect. I think it's just a way of Sunny rationalizing Headspace's existence within the own context of Headspace. There is one thing that he talks about that seems true, though. He talks about a set of keys that will lead to the truth and to Basil. We still don't really know what the truth is, but we do know that it happens to be where Basil is. The keyboard keys that we've been picking up are apparently the keys to this truth that we have to find. Whatever it is, we're coming closer and closer. Let's finally jump into the hole that Sweetheart left in the ground in the theater. Omori is now alone in a library, the same library that we've been told about a few times over the course of this Headspace sequence. We can read various books here that detail memories that Sunny has had in the real world. Here is the first place we hear about the construction of a treehouse. During the construction of the treehouse, Sunny feels like he needs his friends to do anything. This is a pretty important thing because Omori can't really do much of anything without his friends either. That's why he's afraid of being alone. In this passage in the library about the treehouse, he thinks he'll only get in the way, which is notable for later. It's here we also learn that Sunny used to stare out the window during class and get lost in his thoughts. Sunny has a very powerful imagination. You're kind of running around in it. Also, we learn that an incident where a spider spooked him off of the top of a large statue, one of the symbols of faraway statues we mentioned earlier, into a lake led to him getting his 3 major fears: heights, spiders, and drowning. Finally, we also learn here that Sunny has a disdain for the fact that he had to play the violin. A secret area of the library shows us a piano. This piano's front simply reads, Omori. This must be a piano in the real world where Sunny got inspiration for Omori's name. Omori is even black and white like a piano. His striped shorts are reminiscent of piano keys. When we first come in here, we see the stranger, and the first time we see the stranger's portrait, which is just Basil's portrait. Also in this secret room is a jump rope, not unlike the one we saw in that tunnel in Orange Oasis. We pick up the keyboard key for L, and something interesting here is that the key getting sound effect is a lot deeper than it is anywhere else. I don't know if this was intended or not. Looking between the shelves brings us to Basil, who turns around and stares at us with something in his eye before it cuts to black. Then a key with the ominous message, "Don't forget, it's in the toy box." Soon enough, we're back in white space, and that light bulb has grown even more restless. There's only one way out, and you and I both know what it is. Sunny wakes up to the beeping of the answering machine and a knock at the door. If we check the answering machine, we hear more of Sunny's mom being overbearing. She does mention that Sunny should get what he needs from the closet on the first floor, but inspecting the first floor, as Sunny aptly puts it, there is no closet. There's nothing there. However, if you'll recall, there was a door in this space here at one point, during the Fear of Spiders section. Going to the front door, Kel will offer to bring Sunny outside again. Considering how yesterday fucking sucked, let's not make that mistake again. We go back to bed, and then we wash the dishes. One of them is a mug that says, #1 Mom. Yeah, sure. The day flies by, and Sunny decides to go take a bath. As he sinks into the water, something pulls him down. Once again, he's brought to the infinite staircase, and the imaginary all-white Mari leads him down the stairs. When we get to the bottom, Sunny retrieves another knife and enters a fight with shadowy tentacles pulling him into the water. Sunny learns to persist, and a memory of Mari pulling him out of the water as he's drowning surfaces. This is most likely what happened after the incident with the spider on top of that statue. He comes up above the water in the bathtub and goes back to his room. Before he does, though, we can see that the door to the closet is there now, but Sunny refuses to go inside it. In Sunny's room, Mari is in his bed, and he'll refuse to get in it because of this. Eventually, she disappears, and we go back to sleep. As he does go back to sleep, we see the something yet again. The cutscene where Sunny goes to sleep here shows what Daddy Longlegs told us about, Omori being created and Sunny disappearing from white space. This is also a deeper reference to Carl Jung's work. This is him literally meeting his shadow in front of the narrow door, just like the passage in Archetypes of the Collective Unconscious describes. And we see his friends in the neighbor's room, but after this brief glimpse, Omori is alone in the neighbor's room. Trying to go back to white space gives us a glimpse through a keyhole at the something, who stares right back from inside. If we go outside, every place we try to go as Omori alone is covered in fog besides the playground, which has been totally abandoned. Going north to the docks, Kel is here and rejoins our party. Apparently the reason why everyone has disappeared is that everyone has gotten a job now at that place we heard about earlier, the Last Resort. Finally, after everything we've been through, we get to see what that place is all about. I think that everyone getting a job is sort of a representation of Sunny's friend group drifting apart as they get older, or at the very least his fear of that happening. Climbing down the well has us meet the frog from the food pyramid and the keyboard key for the letter M. Getting this key allows us to look into a hole that shows us a whole wall full of the somethings. The frog simply says, waiting for something to happen, that ever-present question. Omori then goes outside and we are introduced to Deep Well. Going right just brings us to an endless highway, so we have to get in a taxi with the gator guy. Before I talk about our destination, let me get some things about Deep Well out of the way. There's something interesting to talk about here, namely, well, its name. Deep Well is another piece of information that is directly inspired by Carl Jung's work. In a passage, he directly states no one is spared who goes down to the Deep Well. Considering how straightforward a reference this is, I'm pretty confident in saying that it was intentional. Here we are, the last resort. Kel tells us that he thinks that having a job is boring, so he convinces us to help him and everyone else get fired. There are a bunch of people trying to hawk us shit here, and of course we see Mari again. She reminds us that we also need to find Basil, which Kel seems to have started to forget. Before we head into the last resort, we get the first hints that the last resort is kind of a shitty business. Specifically, nobody seems to know who's working there due to lack of uniforms among staff, and various tourists complaining that it wasn't as advertised. But before we enter the last resort proper, we have to take a detour into a kiddie pool to the east of the building with light beaming onto it that makes a spooky face. Omori thinks that this pool is most likely haunted, and don't worry, it is. Inside are not only the white O's that look just like the one Aubrey fished up way earlier in the game, but also every kind of treat from the course of the game and a top hat ghost. This ghost wants us to help him find all his friends, and luckily we've been keeping good track of his friends over the course of the game. You have been keeping track of the ghost, right? Also, here's a key for the letter O. Here we find two videotapes, one labeled Omori and one labeled Basil. The one labeled Omori shows Sunny playing a piano, and the one labeled Basil shows him looking down in fear at something. Not the something, just as in we don't know what it is he's looking at. Inside the last resort proper is a huge casino. The whole place is very swanky, but it's all a sham. It seems to be functioning at first, but then you peel back the layers of the establishment and see that not everything is as it seems. There are slot machines you can play here, but why the hell would you play a slot machine in the video game? Why would you do that? Why? As we approach the elevator, Kel tells us that he needs to go to the bathroom. Here we have to remind him to wash his hands, and we also find the keyboard key for the letter P. In this hole, Omori falls into a disfigured version of Mari's face. Wow, that's something. Getting into the elevator, Kel impulsively tries to push the buttons to get to the 5th floor, but we need a keycard. So it's time to ride the elevator and find it. Lots of shenanigans can ensue looking for this keycard, including a creepy faceless doll. I don't like it, and the phone in the room that the creepy faceless doll is in makes creepy noises. In one of Mari's picnics, we can find her staring at a hero statue and enjoying the view. This statue reveals that Hero is actually the Last Resort's employee of the century and has done very well for himself. Going to the basement floor, we can find the break room. Here is the first place we can see stock charts for the Last Resort, which seem to be going up, but you'll notice that the stock charts are actually flipped upside down. The Last Resort is going bankrupt fast, but pretending that nothing is wrong all the while. We find the cool keycard nearby Bangs, who is a bed tester here due to his own laziness. I really don't like the placement of the keycard because it is so early in the last resort, you literally find it on the second floor in the first room, that you can basically just skip the entire place if you want to. Anyway, we can now access the 5th floor, where we can see portraits of every Jossum from the past, from the 1890s to now. If it wasn't obvious before, Jossum is a shark, like the dealer in Sunny's blackjack game. Once we get Burley, who blocks our path to the concierge office, some bottled water, she gets out of our way. We can go to the concierge office, where even more people are waiting in line. One of the people here has been waiting in line so long they're a skeleton. Aubrey is here answering calls, and she's getting really into her job to the point that she's forgotten Basil entirely. Once she remembers him, she agrees to get fired, and they're all called to Mr. Jossum's office. So we go up the elevator to Mr. Jossum, and Kel whistles some music in the elevator and Aubrey hits him, which is a cute joke and I like it. Jossum is at first willing to let Aubrey go on the condition she takes Kel with him, which is a fantastic joke and probably the funniest in the game to me. But once the suggestion of Hero leaving as well is posed, Jossum turns violent. Hero comes out and the whole party fights with Jossum. Also, Mr. Jossum mug, please Omocat, please. The Mr. Jossum fight is pretty easy once you figure it out, but it makes an interesting use of the combat system. You have to queue up attacks to hit after you kill the various gator guys that hang around him. It's probably the only fight where follow-up moves are directly encouraged and used. That being said, I still didn't use follow-up moves on my first playthrough in order to deal with this fight, and I really think follow-up moves should have been more encouraged throughout the game, because I just saw them as kind of an afterthought during my first playthrough. After this fight, we meet Jossum's ultimate bodyguard, who turns out to be Pluto. I think this is a particularly genius reveal, because you've been relying on Pluto the entire game for fast travel. You've built up kind of a rapport with him naturally through just playing the game. And it's one of those ways games can tell a story that other mediums can't. You have directly relied on Pluto, and now you have to fight him. You can't do that with a movie. A movie, you can't rely on somebody to do something for you, because you aren't directly engaging with the story in the same way. I really think the fight with Pluto, though, is so mechanically uninteresting, even compared to his first encounter, which had way more going on because each of his arms was an individual entity. Expanded Pluto just doesn't really do anything. He flexes, I guess. I do like that he gets teary-eyed if you use the flex move. You might have realized by now that this game is really fucking easy. That is a very valid complaint of it. Almost every fight after Sweetheart is really the opposite of a challenge. Pluto implies that he's even stronger than he showed us, but before he can show us that, Jossum stops him before everyone dies. Jossum eats the contracts, and he and Hero have a heart-to-heart. Jossum saw Hero as like a son to him. We can check the photo on Jossum's desk to see that Hero is hanging out with Mr. Jossum. It's sweet, that's what Jossum keeps on his desk. Beating Jossum gave us a contract, which gives us boosts to all stats but drastically decreases heart and juice, which is also known as the fine print. Hero gives us another keycard, and now we can ride the elevator to get around more quickly. We can also go inside the various golden doors we've been seeing over the course of our journey, now with Hero sandwiches in front of them. Hero knows the password, so we're allowed in. These allow us to have a few interesting encounters: the return of Ems the hamster, Sproutable Mike drinking away his sorrows, and the 4th Sir Maximus. There's nothing really of interest here in particular, it's just a fun little secret with some fun stuff hidden behind it. We can finally picnic with Mari outside the last resort, and in this picnic scene she tells us that Snaily died once again when she tried to talk to him. Rest in peace, Snaily. Now that we're totally done with the last resort, I'll just say it blankly. I'm pretty sure this place is supposed to indicate Sunny's disdain for capitalism. The general viewing of bosses and their corporations is incompetent and silly, based as fuck, Sunny. I don't understand how he was able to become so base, though. Reactionary thought dominated the internet during the time OMORI takes place. Now that we have full run of headspace again, we can check out Mr. Outback, but he's now turned to sand. He's dead. If we go back to an area in Otherworld where we can now swim, we can go to an island in the middle. Notably, the something is here, but it disappears before we can get close to it. Next to it is a watermelon with a red ribbon inside it. Maybe this red ribbon was something Mari wore. We round up the ghosts and bring them back to Top Hat, and we get a fun and ethereal little dance sequence. I like it a lot, especially the part where Omori wears the top hat and Aubrey wears the princess crown, and she does a little happy twirl before dancing with him. But overall, this side quest sucks. Giving you a side quest to backtrack all over Headspace at the end of the game doesn't sound too bad in concept, especially because you might have missed a lot of side content if you were playing the game not as thoroughly as. The problem is that if you're the kind of player who would even bother with the ghost quest, you probably already did all those things anyway. And besides, the average player isn't going to bother going around to get all the ghosts because they probably don't even remember where the ghosts are or even care about them. It's a side quest that is very detached from what the player is supposed to care about and what the game intends for you to care about, which is finding Basil. As we enter the west side of the underwater highway, we encounter Sweetheart again, who is apparently going to meet the Slime Girls to build her a perfect suitor before she leaves. I really think this subplot with Sweetheart was unnecessary, but it does further cement her as a subconscious distraction created by Sunny to stop himself from finding the truth, I suppose. I don't know, I just think reusing her here doesn't really add much to the story. We can pay the jacked highway toll prices, but we can also just go around through the construction site. If Hero is in the front of the party, the prices are a bit better because Hero is in good graces with Mr. Jossum. Going through the construction site brings us to many encounters with Snaily where we have to help fight him to get him stronger, and eventually we end up killing him. Endearingly, Snaily learns how to use follow-up moves and even knows how to release energy. He also exploits emotions. The problem with this fight again is that the game is way too easy, so what would be an interesting and comical rival fight ends really quickly. Many people get their first mirror jump scare here. If you look into the floating mirrors after the last resort, there's a chance that everyone's faces will be distorted. Omori is getting closer to the truth when he shouldn't. Continuing on, we find the keyboard key for the letter S, which leaves behind a hole. And here is a reflection of Sunny's face with glowing red eyes, which is pretty ominous. There's a yellow submarine here that is supposed to be like a 50s diner. Some of the mermaids from the last resort mentioned that this was the place their sisters worked and that they miss working here. Here we can find Spaceboy, now Space ex-husband, singing Bug Spray from Jamie Lynn's album again. We reach the end of the highway and Mari tells us about a place up ahead called Deeper Well, which nobody has ever gone to before. There's a slim possibility that Basil might have gone there at some point, so the gang goes across the bridge for one of my favorite sections. On a visual level, Deeper Well is an interesting place full of even more bizarre creatures than the rest of Headspace, and it's full of colors and darkness contrasting each other in arbitrary ways. It truly is the depths of the mind. Everyone starts to forget Basil completely here, but they resolve to follow him anyway. There are many NPCs here who represent nothingness, talking about the nature of memory. Existence always moves forward, and there are some questions that only the dreamer can answer. So many individual things said here are so powerful. One of them even quotes Mari's grave directly. The sun shined brighter when she was here. How far will Omori go to save a friend? What if it's up to him? What if it's only up to him? I love this place. Eventually, we meet with a tree known as Branch Coral. When we talk to the Branch Coral, we learn a lot about the nature of Headspace. About how Basil was displaced from Headspace into another plane of existence, and that Omori has to follow him, but in a way that is considered natural for Headspace itself. It hints that Omori can get to this other plane by venturing further into Deeper Well, and that this is the deepest of Headspace he's ever gone. It also says a string of fate ties Omori and Basil together. The Branch Coral tells us about the three great creatures of Headspace, the oldest, the wisest, and the favorite. We'll be meeting the oldest soon. He lives just beyond this particular cavern, and the wisest did something against the dreamer's will, so she was banished to the shadowy chasm mentioned way back in Orange Oasis. The favorite, however, is the big yellow cat who watches the neighbor's room. Apparently, it was assigned to guard the neighbor's room and wait for something to happen. We also get an explanation of what white space is. It's a home, but it doesn't have any warmth. It's simply a place for Omori to resurface, for him to recharge as Sunny is awake. He's hollow, just like the hollow shell that white space is. It's one of the most powerful ways of suppressing the truth. However, it can't be totally suppressed, so there's a black light bulb there that tries its hardest to suppress the truth. But it can't, no matter what. The truth keeps getting stronger and stronger. and that's why it grows more and more restless. Then branch coral gives us its strength and dies. This is done through Omori being submerged in blood and eating an apple that looks exactly like Sunny's head, consuming him. We swim to the end of Deeper Well and enter the gaping maw of a gigantic skeletal fish, the path to which is littered with tiny somethings. Inside this skeleton maw we see a giant whale, who is the oldest of the great headspace creatures. He talks to us and says that Sweetheart is inside him. Now, the gang has entirely forgotten about Basil and is looking for her. This is because Sweetheart is intended to be a distraction from Omori and his friends finding the truth. Inside Humphrey, we can talk to his jolly taste buds, who have the ability to manifest anywhere inside the body of the whale. To some, it's charming. To me, it's fucking annoying. As you'll probably find out fairly soon, Humphrey is in the running for my least favorite character in the game. I hate him so much. He peppers every situation with lackluster attempts at comedy. There are 3 routes we can go down here, and a Humphrey elevator that won't let us inside unless we give him a slimy key card, or once Sweetheart's appointment is over. Man, this game became obsessed with key cards all of a sudden. I think this is more Pokemon influences. Instead of being a dungeon master, we have to go right first. Don't worry, we'll double back to the left soon enough. Here we encounter the first enemy inside Humphrey, Snot Bubbles. These are annoying and they explode when they die, like the territorial oak enemies from Mother 2. Force damage is always annoying, and it's an aspect of the Mother series that I don't appreciate Omori being inspired by. So we come to a chasm where we have to get various Humphreys to build a bridge with. We need to find more, so we have to get back on the raft and paddle around. Good lord, the speed of the raft is agonizingly slow. This is like a huge problem with Humphrey's navigation. Here we learn a bit of characterization about some of the slime girls who live here. Medusa is apparently the kindest of the 3 slime girls, who feeds her Humphreys regularly and takes good care of them, while Marina is quite abusive. This area that we're currently in is Medusa's sector. As we delve deeper, we find some plants that Medusa is taking care of. One of them happens to be a basil plant. The gang ponders about what that reminds them of. They've completely forgotten Basil at this point and have no idea what they're looking for. If you talk to Mari after the scene, you'll find that she doesn't even have the Basil quest in her quest tracker anymore either. An enemy we encounter here for the first time is the Water Mimic, and I fucking love this enemy. Way earlier in this game, we encountered watermelon mimics that were really bad. They were obviously not watermelons, and that was the joke. But now these ones are identical on the world map. And Omori still roasts us in Fofax for getting them mixed up, despite them being identical. Also, the attacks of these enemies are using items, which is a great nod to them being this game's form of treasure chests. I don't think I've ever seen a mimic enemy actually use items before in a game. The next room over is a slimy passage made of Humphrey's green bile, where we have to dodge giant photorealistic types of food. However, along the way we can save a really large Sproutmole named Big Molio. This is quite possibly one of the greatest characters in fiction, and he gives us his blessing. Now let's double back and go to the left sector. Immediately this place has a lot more trash around, like bags of potato chips, and it also has a more technological vibe. This is Molly's sector, the oldest slime girl. She's pretty cool. She has a mouth-moving sprite on the big screen, and thank God. Sorry, playing this game off the heels of Mother 3 has given me somewhat unhealthy expectations for sprite art and animations. She and Marina, the other slime girl we haven't seen, constantly butt heads, which Medusa has to defuse. This is honestly an interesting foil to the relationship between Aubrey, Kel, and Hero, but it's never given any focus in the story. Anyway, we have to stop a bomb from blowing up here through various puzzles. The bomb itself has 3 puzzles, and we have to solve all of them. In this segment, if you already know the answers to the puzzles, then you can just keep going, which is why it's even more baffling that Sweetheart's courtyard was as messy as it was in its layout. I suppose, and this is just my theory, the game really needed you to learn how to aim for Kel, but I feel like there could have been a much more elegant introduction to that. These 3 puzzles are all very easy, and we get some sense of Molly messing with the Humphreys research in each one of them. One of them has an interesting conveyor belt that shows things from all of her headspace on it. Is that what Humphrey has been eating? Does Molly produce all the things in headspace? Is Humphrey the source of headspace and that's why he's in Deeper Well? I actually don't really know what this means. Like, genuinely, I can't think of a good explanation for it, so I choose to just ignore it. There's a room here that has one unique face hole in the entire game. Instead of having life jam packets, it has spaghetti in it. I have no idea why. Again, this is another thing I don't understand. One of the hardest puzzles here involves cutting some wires, and I think it's really poorly telegraphed in terms of how you're supposed to complete it. You're supposed to go to the rooms in order of how many worm bots are there, and the sign shows different amounts of worms next to different teleporters, then deduce the colors for the waterfalls in the background. I'm sure you see my point that it's overly esoteric. Also, none of this is explained to you, you're just supposed to figure it out, I guess. Anyway, once we get through all the puzzles, we defuse the bomb and get into Molly's room. We find her arguing with Sweetheart, and the first of Sweetheart's suitors is created, Roboheart, a robotic sweetheart. She only speaks in base 64 though, and she flies away. Everyone assumes she's become a killer robot. If you like, you can chase after Roboheart and find her, and then fight her. The base 64 in her dialogue actually translates to a longing for love, but Omori and everyone else assumes that she's a killer. Maybe this is how Sunny views love, as something deadly that needs to be excised. Either way, let's move on to the northern segment now. Through deductive reasoning, we can assume that this blood-splattered area full of toxic waste and experiments is Marina's sector. Here, Aubrey's skills are heavily used to hit down bumps to make bridges, and we meet various creatures of Maria's design. The picnic scene here is
cringe. There's no other word for it. This makes me cringe. It's embarrassing.
Aubrey says Sweetheart is evil, very cringe. 0 out of 10, guys, I hate all of you. A few rooms over, we see Marina's 667th experiment. Ha ha ha. But seriously, this thing is that weird chimera of toys we saw way back in Hobbies from the Gotcha machine, and if we poke the glass it will instantly kill us. However, proceeding causes it to escape, so we have to run to the other side of the room quickly in order to avoid it. This reminds me a lot of the Ultimate Chimera from Mother 3. Hell, the file name for this creature in Omori is literally the Ultimate Chimera. Anyway, along the way we have to take 2 stops, one for the T keyboard key, and also to talk to the spelling bee who's annoying and impedes our progress. This is one of the best jokes in the game, because it's the only joke in the game that is player initiated. You brought this on yourself by interacting with the spelling bee, even though you already knew what it would entail. Just before we can get mauled to death by the Ultimate Chimera, Big Molio descends from the heavens and repays his debt to us, before disappearing back into the sky. God bless you, Big Molio, you beautiful bastard. Here we see another scene play out, this time between Marina and Sweetheart. Marina makes an adorably lopsided mutant sweetheart named Mutant Heart who stutters out a "Hello" that makes my heart skip a beat, but Sweetheart isn't satisfied and leaves again without paying. Mutant Heart is adorable and deserves to be loved and cherished. Looping back into Medusa's sector, we can find a lot of stuff going on. Namely, there are a bunch of Humphreys enjoying themselves here. One of them even says he fucking loves air conditioning. Yeah, this is the only time the word fuck is said in the game, and it's used very well. Also, Snaily dies for the final time here by drowning. I guess it's as good a time as any to say that Snaily was inspired by a person who chatted in Omocat's streams working on the game. Apparently he was always unfortunate, hence why his character literally dies all the time. That's cute. The final room is Medusa create what's supposed to be a perfect version of Sweetheart, and comically Medusa storms out before Sweetheart can hear. This is Perfect Heart, a character I really don't like. I hate the idea of a perfect version of someone being a replacement to them or something. There's even more I hate about Perfect Heart, but it won't come up for a bit. Anyway, we get a key card here, so we feed it to Humphrey to take the elevator down. Earlier I mentioned that the section with Sweetheart was too long, but at least that was entertaining. This segment, this entire dungeon inside Humphrey, is a boring-ass nightmare full of comedy that doesn't really land. It's the worst dungeon in the game, bar none. It is what I was talking about when I said there was a part in this game that was even more emblematic of the game's bloat. One Hall of Bones later, and we get to see the Slime Girls fight Sweetheart for money. Humphrey eats Sweetheart, and it's implied she dies, which makes me mad. Cute Donut should not die. Since they can't feed Humphrey as they don't have any clams left, the Slime Girls undress into their combat outfits and attack the players. But not before Medusa flirts with Hero. Yeah, maybe it's just me, but I don't like the idea of a 300-year-old woman hitting on a 15-year-old boy. It's another UGG surrounding Hero, and I really don't like it. Especially with the next point I'm talking about in mind. Because the Slime Girls, I think, are supposed to represent Sunny's views on sexuality. I think this is because, well, look at them. They're the only sexualized characters in the game. I mean, I think this shows that he thinks sexuality is gross and slimy. He's an emotionally and developmentally repressed person, so I think it makes sense that his views on sexuality would be fairly juvenile. Anyway, the slime girls do very few interesting things with their boss fights. Sure, they mix up your heart and your juice and give you random emotions, which is a little interesting, but ultimately they're just another boss that gets angry after a while. None of their mechanics are really that difficult to get around, and they often don't even benefit the slime girls directly. After you beat the slime girls, Humphrey gets really hungry and starts eating everything, including the slime girls. Now we have to fight him, and holy shit, this is where one of the biggest parts of why I hate Humphrey comes in. This is one of the longest and most boring boss fights I have ever played in a video game. He just eats you over and over as the most boring music tracks in the game play over it. Humphrey can be a representation of Sonny's primal hunger, which has only grown desperate and less discerning over time due to him starving himself. That's also why Humphrey is close to the end, because if he was just sheer hunger, he'd be deep into the subconscious. After beating Humphrey, the bastard gets away and the W key comes out of him. The gang doesn't remember what they were doing. When we pick up the W key, it's the last key we need to see the full message. Welcome to Black Space. Black Space? What's that? We'll find out soon. We get a vision of the forest, now decrepit due to the absence of Yield Sprout, and Basil's house, where deep inside a gigantic hole is formed that the something stands above before disappearing. Then we go inside the hole and see a shadow cutting down a tree with a noose hanging from it. This shadow tells Omori he's not his son. A lot of people interpret this as being what Sonny's dad did when he left the family. I really hate this scene, because it fuels some really stupid fan theories that I discussed in another video, and would have been better off just cut from the game entirely. Anyway, Humphrey left behind a whirlpool that we can jump in. Here we get an existential talk from a creature somewhere. We don't actually see the creature. It just speaks through a voice above us. It tells us that this adventure through headspace has happened several times already. Basil is always the one who finds the truth because apparently he, Sonny, and Mari are the only ones who know it, but Mari took it with her to her grave. Sonny desperately wants to keep Mari safe, so he keeps her inside the confines of picnic blankets. Every death he and his friends have suffered is attempted to be pushed down into the shadowy chasm, the aforementioned abyss from earlier. Some of their skeletons we have seen though, such as the one in Sweetheart's torture chamber, or the ones in Humphrey's belly. We also learn of the places the truth is hidden, the barn on Otherworld and the library underneath Sweetheart's castle, both places that have made Omori go back to Whitespace before. Also mentioned is a lighthouse on a pier that we haven't seen yet. Now the truth is in the heart of the vast forest, where Basil is. Since it's so close to the neighbor's room, it might be impossible for Sonny to suppress it again. At the end is a window. This window is an important piece of imagery. Soon the window turns into a painting of something, and that teleports us back into the neighbor's room. Chillingly, Mari now has a new incomplete quest in her quest folder. Empty house. She claims there's an abandoned house south of the playground, as opposed to Basil's house. Nobody remembers Basil at all anymore. Before we go to Basil's house, we should finally tackle Dino's Dig, because we're at a proper level 2. So let's go and do that. Dino's Dig is an obnoxious minigame where you have to pay money to have a limited number of digs at a dig site, and you're not guaranteed to find the thing you need to progress, and oh my god, it's just such an annoying dungeon. I hate it. Like the rest of Orange Oasis, all the enemies are food themed. Strawberry short snakes, burger bun bunnies, cilantro, celery, the works. Anyway, on the first floor we find Kel's pet rock, Hector. He has a family now, so Kel leaves him behind. I really like this scene. It's such a good shocker because by the time you get to Dino's Dig, you probably would have forgotten about Hector entirely. We also find an ancient code here which has a mysterious thing going on with it. We can't do anything with it yet, so keep it in mind for later. On the next floor, full of vegetation, we finally find someone who looks identical to Orange Joe. That's right, it's Orange Joe, Orange Joe's long-lost brother. The two of them reunite and then they leave cheering hope and vigor for some reason. I never got this joke, but the game seems to really think it's funny because it's repeated a lot. On the third floor, there's a strange shift in the fauna of the food pyramid. There are several enemies here that are literally photorealistic chickens and rabbits that are monstrously powerful. At the top of the food pyramid is a single chicken which if killed drops a chicken ball, the fastest weapon in the game. What is the chicken ball? Obviously it's a chicken ball, jeez. Let's look into the ancient code we found, though. If we input that ancient code into the bread graveyard to the east of Orange Oasis, it opens up a strange place with a big toast. When poked, the big toast sends the group hurtling into a summoning chamber with a sacrificial circle. Here we can sacrifice several things. A loaf of bread yields some living bread, and life jam yields some evil demonic bread. The entire time, this is permeated by wailing. Some summonings of note are that of Papa Chip, a living oven, and an evil version named Nefarious Chip, who's a boss fight. Omori seems to think that Nefarious Chip is the ultimate evil. Does this mean that Sunny is afraid of ovens? Find out next time. Also, Papa Chip mentions a person named Doughy as if they're a god. If you're astute, you'll realize that Papa Chip is the same character from Papa Chip's Chip Off the Old Block cookbook. There's also the Hush Puppies, which are terrifying creatures that darken the room and make everyone but Omori afraid. When killed, they melt away into the darkness with weird shushing noises. Omori says in faux facts these creatures are born out of suffering, and judging by the fact that you have to sacrifice a stray cat to get them to appear, that might be why. Also, there's an enemy called a creepypasta. I just fucking love this. They have such a great faux facts description too. Let me start off by saying that everything you're about to hear is 100% true. There was a garage sale last summer. I spotted a dusty cartridge of a game I never heard before. I bought it, but when I got home, it didn't work. When I went back to the garage sale, the house was burnt down. It just so encapsulates 10-year-old me. I adore this. As you pick up things to sacrifice, you might notice a series of numbers on the shelf beneath them. You have to put this code into the safe in the top left corner of the room to find that the actual mole you were introduced to upon reaching the chamber must be sacrificed. So you sacrifice him, and you're teleported to a place where a giant boulder runs you over and kills you. When you wake up, you have to slather life jam on your friends, who are just pieces of toast. Welcome to the land of the bread. Here you find tons of actual moles who work for apparent leaders who make fresh bread all day and demand that you leave since you're one of the living. Notably, Mari's picnic is here, but Mari is notably not here. Sunny probably doesn't want Mari anywhere near what's essentially the afterlife. That would be too triggering for him, so he doesn't leave her at this picnic. Going up the stairs, we encounter Doughy and Biscuit. These two are bakers who create unbread life, and it's stated that they've been doing this since the beginning of time. They assume that the party is going to kill them, so it's time for a fight. Now you might have noticed that this is the sadness boss fight, where the unbread twins have the third stage of sadness. I'm not really a fan of this. This is really surprising and jarring that one of the most important mechanical fights in the game is hidden in such a way that most players will never find it. The boss fight is pretty easy, though ultimately kind of annoying. They heal themselves and spawn lots of minions to fight you, and they're just a huge HP sponge, which is a criticism I have of a lot of Omori bosses. Once they're beaten, they decide to see the world and leave. You can find them later in the last resort gambling away all their money. As for who they are, they're obviously the twins from the real world who are hyper-religious and work at the bakery. That's why they're not only baking bread, but also why they take sort of a creation myth figure position in the greater world of Headspace. They are deities. Papa Chip refers to Doughy as one, and they create life much like a religious character would. They're seemingly immortal too. Due to the fact that they felt like they were forced to make bread for eternity, it can be assumed that Sunny sees the bread-making family as one forced into tradition and religion, unwilling to experiment or break free from the cycles instilled by their ancestors. Time for me to complain about some optional content. The Universal Remote. This remote lets you go inside various TVs across Headspace. Here's the catch. You have to grind for 50 cans in order to recycle enough to get it. This takes hours because it's completely RNG based. Anyway, we can now use it to go inside TV Girl's TV. Inside here is only Omori, who goes down a hallway. However, the further he goes, the more Aubrey's follow him, and eventually they all end up fighting each other and force Omori to pick one to go on a date with. It's all very silly and probably the biggest representation of Sunny's obsession with Aubrey. Let's finally go to the hole in Basil's house. So we take the plunge and go into the hole. As we approach his house through the decrepit forest, we hear Basil's words surrounding each of the flowers again, echoing his original thoughts on them. When we get to Omori's flowers, though, we just see the stranger solemnly stand there and walk away. Omori jumps down the hole and lands in water. The fears we've gotten past now are worked through backwards. First he swims to the shoreline, then cuts through spiderwebs, and finally ascends that staircase we've seen several times throughout the game. Then Mari's corpse surrounded by white egret orchids on a giant stage. Mari's corpse becomes a terrifying creature before it in its coffin disappears, and a door is in their place, much like the one that was in Whitespace. However, this one is completely black. We open the door. Welcome to Blackspace. These keyboard keys then turn into literal keys, and Omori gets one. We find a near identical version of Whitespace, but now pitch black, without a light bulb or anything other than the tissue box. If we quit back to the title screen, Omori himself will still be in the darkness, as opposed to the white void he exists in normally. White pairs of eyes wander around Blackspace, mocking Omori for burying Blackspace deep beneath Headspace. They claim the form Sunny takes in Headspace, that being Omori, is dangerous and shouldn't be trusted. They also speak about how Basil has already come through here, but they hope that Omori doesn't find him. The first room we enter in Blackspace is utterly horrific. It has so many different kinds of abstract creatures, like Miwo's head growing on plants or a giant whale corpse. Everything just says it's in terrible pain. Something I find particularly disturbing about this room is a huge black something-shaped puddle with a mannequin's face where its eye would be. Now, here's an example of how I think Omori's clashing art styles can work. Blackspace is foreign. It's a strange, bizarre, and surreal place. It's only natural the art would be conflicting to high heaven here. The stranger simply says that Headspace has become far more powerful than Sunny can control before disappearing. The key Omori needs to find to proceed is in front of a window. The same window displayed at the end of that watery tunnel where the voice spoke to Omori a bit ago. As we progress through the rooms, more of the stuff from Whitespace reappears in the hub of Blackspace. Most notably, the sketchbook is back. Flipping through it, however, we can find a lot of the art has changed. Miwo in a butler's outfit now has a sinister crow-human figure over it, and the last few pages have the picture of Sunny and Basil holding hands over the scribbled out photos from the first cutscene, and the something has the snap neck Mari over it. The second room we enter in Blackspace is a lot crazier. It's full of flashing colors and a bunch of odd creatures that remind Omori that he's not home. Of particular note here is the Technicolor loquacious cat, who spouts random non sequiturs at Omori. There's also a blue cloud that simply yells at us to follow it. The stranger here claims that deep within everything in Blackspace, the truth is hidden. Next is a room of scribbles who discusses how we're truly lost. It's just a series of chalk drawings after chalk drawings, a minimalist hellscape. We get the key and move on to the next room. Here is a recreation of a town. A woman hangs from a telephone wire here, which is a hint to how Mari died. At the bottom of all this is a pond, where the stranger once again sits and discusses how Basil was split in half when Sunny hid the truth. The Basil that knows the truth, which manifests as the stranger, and the Basil that doesn't, who's the Headspace Basil we know. Our next room is a series of Omori getting called a liar over and over in a forest not unlike the one we saw the shadow of Sunny's father in earlier. There are various feminine corpses here, and at the end of it all is the something, who states once again that it loves Sunny like it did back on the train. If we stare into a hole in the center of the room for a long enough time, we gain access to another room that's a series of docks. These docks lead to various rooms that are decorated with Sunny's bathtubs, or the swings set from Faraway Town. If you go into a house, you can find Hiro trying to cook something unpronounceable. We'll find the ingredients for this later as we explore the docks further. We find them in the corrupted version of the junkyard deeper in the docks area. Honestly, this is one of the biggest problems I have with Blackspace. Some of the stuff just feels like random comedy. We find a sprout mole here obsessed with pillows. I can't find an explanation for this besides Omocat thought it was lol random funny. We do get the ingredients Hiro needs here though. Giving the ingredients to Hiro, he gives us some kind of square named item that doesn't seem to do anything. There's also a distorted version of Sunny's house here where his friends are in the living room. However, things are different here. There's a noose in the bathroom, a gigantic version of the stranger peers over Sunny's room, and Sunny's mom's room has a much longer hallway in it, possibly representing how Sunny feels more and more distant from his mother now. We can also finally enter the room on the bottom floor that Sunny's been refusing to enter the entire game. And the real-world versions of Sunny's friends are in here. They ask about where Mari is, and by going through here you can try to open a door that Mari is on the other side of. When you do, you end up in a strange area. The final piece to talk about here before we move on from the docks is everything surrounding the red maze. Here we see a lot of imagery. The maze itself has shapes in the form of a noose and the something. Not only that, Maris with snap necks chase you around the maze. You can even find Daddy Longlegs here again, who discourages you from continuing through it. Ignoring his warnings gives you a jump scare with Mari's distorted face. If you try to go back to the red maze through the docks area after going through it once, the real world friends will be gone and a piano will be in their place. This room, with the window that we've been seeing teased for so long, must be a piano room. Then there's the punishment room. Oh boy, this is the high point of blank space for many people. And by high point I mean most emotionally destructive. Here we finally see the butler Miwo from the sketchbook and Miwo herself sitting on a desk with syringes and scissors next to her, bound to the table. The butler Miwo gives you the key, but no clear way out. It's implied that cutting Miwo open and killing her will be the only way out, especially because you can't open the menu at any point during most of the blank space rooms, but in this case you have to stab yourself through it. Killing Miwo does nothing, but if you're like me, you sat through all of that dialogue of torturing and killing her because you thought you had to do it. I'll be discussing this room in more detail later in the video, but rest assured, it's one of the most important rooms in all of blank space. Now we're in a small green forest that's dotted with holes. Finding a flower crown, we find Basil. Finally, after all this time. Apparently he's been growing watermelons here in blank space, but he missed his friends. We enter a black void full of watermelons, but no exit in sight. After popping a few watermelons open, Basil pops open instead, and we get the key. Hoops. Yeah, Basil dying here is a scene that I can never take seriously. Him popping open like a watermelon is just so ridiculously silly. I think it's very poorly placed in this portion of the game. A beach comes up next, which is littered with photographs, but when approached they become scribbles. As you've noticed by now, scribbles and photographs seem to have some kind of association. Here we can find a mysterious character only known as the Blue Girl, who simply tells us not to talk to her. She almost seems like Mari with her long black hair. The stranger talks about how he wishes things could go back to the way they were before, but knows that this is impossible. I hate how relatable this line is. It's painful. A door that glows red appears now in the center of black space, but for now we'll ignore it and keep journeying through the regular doors of black space. This next room is full of spiders, and we cut Basil down from a spiderweb and he follows us around. As he talks, he gets more and more spiders on him. Soon Basil is consumed by the spiders and yet another death from him. The next room is a barren wasteland full of rain. The stranger here pleads with Sunny to return and replace Omori. Next is a room with a lot of holes and all of Omori's friends but faceless. Holy shit, it's terrifying. Remind me to never look at this room again. God, I'm not even sure what this is supposed to represent other than total fear. Sunny losing a sense of who his friends really are due to being away from them for so long? This next room is a weird black dock area. Climbing up a nearby ladder, we can see Basil looking up at the moon for some reason. But before we do that, let's go inside the treehouse next to him. The treehouse Sunny and his friends built. In here we can find a bunch of things from the neighbor's room, such as a calendar with a big yellow cat on it. Of course, the room is distorted and staticky, and we can't make much out of it. Even so, it's pretty obvious to see that the neighbor's room itself was inspired by the treehouse's interior in some way. When we talk to Basil, he sounds relieved that the treehouse is still standing. It's strange. The stranger is supposed to be the one who has memories of the real world, unless Basil only remembers the idealized past, the ideal stuff like building the treehouse with his friends. Or maybe getting deeper into black space and closer to the truth is melding the two of them together. Anyway, Basil's head gets crushed by some elevator doors. Our next room is a snowy wasteland full of hanging women representing Mari. I think it's pretty safe to say now that, yes, Mari was hung in some way. Here we can find the stranger yet again, describing how he just wanted to save what was left. In front of him is an empty fishbowl with a single fish flopping around outside it. This must be how Basil felt after Sunny stopped talking to him, like a fish out of water with nobody else to support him. After collecting the key, the fishbowl is replaced by that same mess of hair we saw at the foot of the stairs before the arachnophobia fight. This black mess of hair is assumedly Mari's, but why was it at the bottom of the stairs? Our next room is one where Basil is hiding in a tree stump in the middle of a forest, not unlike the tree stump the neighbor's room is in. He joins us and we ride down a river. Before he can tell us something, assumedly what he wanted to tell us in the elevator before, his head gets cut off unexpectedly again and the raft returns as a tree stump. Let's get back on the raft. If we do that, after a few raft rides, we end up in a completely different area. This is a broken black room with a ladder in the north and various hanging Mari standing around. Aubrey, Kel, and Hiro are standing on different parts of it, staring off into the distance. Aubrey, however, has become a distorted version of herself, clutching at a Mr. Plant Egg, and so is Hiro, who has gotten quite the large chin. By manipulating the weather vane in the center of the room, we can try to get closer to our friends, but the world gets distorted around us and makes it so we can't get near them. In the deepest depths of his mind, Sunny knows that he's not able to reach his friends, and his adventures have made them less recognizable. Also, here is a seemingly endless series of doors that we can find. Going through, we can eventually find something very important. The first visible version of Sunny's mother in the entire game, and the only time we'll ever see her. It's a statue of her. It stares at Sunny no matter where we go, unless we go behind her, in which case her face distorts. The final room, after each subsequent iteration of the identical monochrome halls of Sunny's house get darker and darker, is a room with a pulsating mass inside it. A gigantic, huge, bulging thing. It talks like Mari. I'm not being coy here when I say I have no idea what this means. It's disturbing, but I'm not hiding spoilers. Cards on the table. I can't come up with a pretentious explanation for everything in the game. This just makes me uncomfortable. Our next room is a red room full of floating, screaming heads and floating mirrors like the ones that permeate the rest of Headspace. However, interacting with them here shatters them, and Omori's reflection becomes more and more bloody and beaten with each one. This could represent Sunny hating himself and seeing himself as disgusting when he looks in the mirror because of that intense self-hatred. After you shatter all the mirrors, the crooked neck version of Mari now floats around this area. The next destination is a room full of beds with a phone that's constantly ringing. Upon answering the phone, we hear a call from Sunny's mom on the other end. She simply says they're moving away. Judging by the chalky clocks in the background, Sunny feels like his life is on a timer now that he's moving away from his home. It's a clock to make sure he saves himself. In some sense, he's already failed by not going outside on that second day. Final room. This looks like the neighbor's room, and we meet Basil again here. Apparently we're almost home, but the neighbor's room seems different. Also, there's a ton of glitch tiles here and random artifacts from all over Headspace. As Basil follows us, Hiro appears, but he doesn't talk. Eventually we follow him and come to the end of a long hallway with a distorted version of the big yellow cat that simply stares into the player's soul. Hiro gets out a whistle and Kel and Aubrey murder Basil in cold blood right in front of us. If we talk to the gang, their face portraits are melting and they repeat their first lines from the beginning of the game. Sunny's dream friends have started to turn their backs on the flower boy by killing him directly and burying the truth. Now we go into the red door. Here is a snowy, cold mountain deep in Sunny's subconscious. Even here, Sunny's weird fixation on religious imagery is present. There's statues judging him and a church at the top of the mountain. Along the way, we can eat a frozen steak, Sunny's favorite food. The way you can hear the scraping of cutlery as opposed to the ba-ba-ba-ba is uncanny here. We can walk up to the church and see Basil's flower crown sitting in front of the church doors. Omori picks it up, the last aspect of Basil that's left. Inside the church we find the scribbles from the chalk room once again, whispering a mere pitter-patter. We go to the top of the church and see Basil caught up in his something from the real world. Omori cuts him out and saves him. But then the stranger walks in and demands that we can't abandon him again, that Sunny can't suppress the truth again. Now we play as Sunny, and the stranger confronts us in a dark void. In the fight, none of our mindfulness skills work, but we make it through, even though stranger wants to bury Sunny down here with him. Sunny then appears in a red, hazy space where Basil corpses line the ground and more bloody footprints lead up to a staircase. After walking up it in some red hands, Sunny stops. Omori walks down from a throne of photorealistic hands and takes Sunny's place in the stranger confrontation. Then stranger mocks Sunny for choosing to continue to live in the shell of Omori, and Omori wakes up. Sunny chose to live in his head forever. Basil and Omori then walk up a staircase that takes us through several areas of black space, and then through deeper well, before reaching a circular version of the neighbor's room, where everyone is sleeping in their beds, except for Omori and Basil. A creepy song plays here titled Playing Forever. Music themes are really good at bringing me intense unease. Each one of them talks in their sleep, saying what you might expect them to. Basil and Mari reassuring Omori, Aubrey talking about how much she likes Omori, and Kel snoring very loudly. Oh, and Hiro asking for a big group hug. If we go to the big yellow cat, who has his eyes closed, he mutters something to Omori. He says, "Sleep, little one." In front of him is a light bulb, but it's not on. It's not suppressing an idea. It doesn't need to anymore. Omori goes to bed, and Sunny wakes up. One day left. When he wakes up, you'll notice that the something is right there next to him. If you check the photo album you got from Basil way earlier in the game, Sunny has scribbled out all the photos in here. And it all makes sense now. Why the cutscenes of Sunny and Basil get scribbled out, why there were scribbled out photos in Sweetheart's castle, why the photos got scribbled out earlier on the beach. Sunny has a habit of scribbling away his memories as a way to get rid of them. And he's done it to Basil's photo album here. And then, Sunny kills himself. The shock, the pain, the trauma of being so close to the truth, to his guilt, brings him to end his own life. We hear his answering machine beep after he stabs himself while the credits roll, his mom not knowing until days later that he was dead. The game's over. But what if Sunny didn't kill himself? That's just one possible ending. If we leave the room, the something will follow us around the house. Anyway, time to do our last chore, sorting. There are a few objects of interest that we sort, such as a book called Hungry Humphrey. This, at least to me, confirms that Humphrey is a children's book character. He speaks in rhyme and he's the oldest being in Headspace. Maybe that's why he's so damn childish about everything. There's also a tiny piano and a book of piano and violin duet music. Piano and violin duet? This must be what Sunny and Mari used to play together. One more thing we can do before going back to bed is look in the mirror. Instead of seeing Sunny on the other side, we see Omori in the reflection. This is one of the most depressing moments in the game. That Sunny has fully given up on the life he had before, and has made Headspace his main reality. Sunny goes back to sleep now, and we see a small scene of Sunny being surrounded by the something. But Omori pulls him out and hugs him before Sunny disappears entirely. The light bulb at the top of white space has now become completely static. No longer is the idea needing intense repression. The truth has been buried forever. In white space, you might notice that Miwo has disappeared. This is another representation of the truth being repressed. Miwo was Mari's cat, and she was too much of a reminder of whatever happened to her. Before we leave white space, we have to talk to a red hand. Doing so well gives us a new skill, red hands. After black space, Omori gained control over the red hands. And this move is devastating. It's overpowered in a way that I don't think was intended, and I think the game would honestly be better off without it. It would make it a lot less devastatingly easy. In the neighbor's room, we'll find an interaction that plays out identically to the one from the start of the game. It's almost like the characters have forgotten everything that happened over the course of their journey through Headspace. However, our party is still at the same levels and equipment as we left them, so some effect was clearly left. Going to the picnic with Mari and Basil, another scene plays out just like the one that we saw at the beginning of the game when we first met Mari and Basil. However, it now culminates in an adorable group hug, with the group reassuring each other that they'll always be friends. Now you'll notice that Basil stays around in picnic areas, letting you see his photo album. This is because Sunny wants to prevent him from ever leaving to discover the truth like he always has. Just another way this cycle is different. Let's check out what's new around Headspace. If we go to Spaceboy's house, we find that he's gone missing. Captain Pinkbeard, his father, has been looking for him. So we get a pair of batteries from him, and I know just where to use them. But first, if we go in the backyard, we get to rematch Pluto and the Earth at the same time, which is honestly a really uninteresting fight. Pluto goes all out finally and uses his ultimate move, but it's so underwhelming. The ridiculously easy game balance really ruins the tension of a lot of story moments like this intense final confrontation between the player and Pluto. Anyway, the batteries go in the singing bass in the igloo at the frozen lake. Down the ladder it opens up, we find a summoning circle. Here is the keyboard key for the letter G. Wait, another keyboard key? That's weird, we already used the keys to get into black space. There will be more on that later. Going out into a snowy field after the summoning circle finds the letter Y as well. There's only one keyboard key left, Z. Continuing on, we find a mountain. This is Snow Globe Mountain, an area that's opened up as Sunny has opened up more of his imagination due to lying dormant and inside. Climbing this mountain let us meet sentient snow globes, which show a lot of fun snow days, possibly from Sunny's own life. In the caves here, there are very easy ice puzzles. I really like this joke. These ice puzzles get seemingly more and more difficult, but the joke is that none of them are actually difficult, and you can get through all of them essentially just by walking forward. Once we reach the top of the mountain, we encounter a bunch of stoic angel enemies. These are apparently the guardians of Snow Globe Mountain. They're really terrifying and are probably the most egregious example of Sunny's fear of religion. Finally, we encounter Space Boy, now known as Space Ex-Husband, at the top of the mountain. This is an interesting boss fight where we can't deal damage to him until he's feeling an emotion. In order to get him to feel an emotion, you have to get him to remember something. Here's another part of the game I have an issue with. The game confirms that Sweetheart is a domestic abuser here for really no reason. Seriously, it's just really unnecessary and tasteless. It adds nothing to the game. Before leaving Otherworld, there's one more thing for us to check out. Remember that barn that was one of the doors to the truth? It's been locked since we first entered it following the stranger way back when. If we go inside it now though, we'll find the photo has the something inside it. Next, let's check out Sweetheart's castle. If we look through the vines in the south of Sweetheart's courtyard, we can go to a black forest. Here we can find several boxes full of screaming about Sunny's guilt and the pain he suffers from it. What's he guilty about? Mari's death? Why does he think it's his fault? Why is he talking about it being an accident? I think partially this is a reference to Mother 3. On Tane Tane Island, you find various mailboxes that are full of various disturbing things, like screams or endless darkness or butterflies. Still in the Black Forest, there's a ladder. Going up the ladder, we see another one of Sunny's fears, answering the phone. When he does, a very loud speech bubble follows him around here, illustrating Sunny's fear of loud noises. We can play hide and seek with a mirror here, but after playing it, your shattered reflection comes out and forces you to play with him in a darkened version of the forest. This whole sequence is scary as fuck. The music is anxiety-inducing, you have no idea where the scary mirror version of you is. Luckily, once you find him, he immediately turns into a pile of glass. I think this is another manifestation of Sunny's self-hate. He sees himself as a monster to run away from. Back in Sweetheart's castle, next stop is the room where Sweetheart was supposed to torture Space Boy in. If you look through the telescope, you'll be transported to yet another strange area. It's a walkway with several clouds hanging around and several interesting characters. A Sproutmole version of Omori, a crumbling version of Pluto who doesn't seem to be himself, and Lumi, who tries to be Omori's friend. Perhaps Lumi is someone Sunny once knew but didn't want to be friends with. Whatever the case, Omori kills Lumi. We find a really humorous area where Kel is shown swimming in money, which summarizes how Kel tries to borrow money from Sunny a lot. Seriously, it's really funny that Sunny hates that aspect of Kel so much that he dedicated an entire section of the darkest part of his brain to it. There's also a room where we meet Hero with a dinosaur head who simply says, "Do you still accept me?" "Yes, we do, Herosaurus." I think this is a representation of what Sunny thinks Hero's fears are, considering how handsome Sunny thinks Hero is. Sunny must think that someone so handsome must be constantly afraid of losing that or turning into a dinosaur in this situation. There's one more black space entrance in Sweetheart's castle in that dreaded room full of the bears from earlier. So we go in here, and it's another dark forest where we walk up to a door behind which is a distorted version of Mari. Knock on it and nothing happens. However, walk away and you hear the door open. You can't go back, all you can do is run away slowly as you hear something get closer and closer. Luckily, you can get out before whatever is chasing you gets you. This is one of the most tense moments of the game, and it's kind of a shame that it's hidden in an optional area most people will never see. That's all we're going to do in Sweetheart's Castle for now. There's something else we can do, but I'm saving it for later. We can also return to the Lost Library for the first time, and see that it's been infested with the something. But there's nothing else we can do there either. On our way to Deepwell, we can find another entrance to Black Space, bringing us back to the beach area where we met the Blue Girl. Here we can find a strange tentacled girl who disappears the second we interact with her, and the empty husks of the people from Deeperwell. Has Sunny removed them because they were so close to the truth? That's the most likely scenario. A black taxi can be found on the Endless Highway, which takes us back to the town area from Black Space with the developer room. The only new thing here is that there's a pigtailed girl, similar to the tentacled one. I'll explain these when we meet the last one, but for now put a loose pin in it, because we won't be very long. And inside the last resort, finally, in the room with the doll, we can move the doll into the trash, and it turns into a doll of Omori. This leads us to a new Black Space room that is a horrifying place called the Faces of Omori, which is full of distorted versions of Omori's face. The nature of black space is difficult for me to analyze, but mostly obviously, this is yet another manifestation of Sunny's self-hate, that being distortions of his own face. Upon getting to Mr. Jossum's room in the last resort, we see that the city behind him is on fire, there are cobwebs, and the lights are cutting out. This is because, as it turns out, the last resort has fallen on some hard times. We saw that coming. After giving Hiro a ton of money, he gives him the position of CEO of the last resort and goes on vacation. I personally think this is a representation of how Hiro had to grow up really fast after Mari died. A common fan interpretation is that Mr. Jossum is supposed to represent Sunny's father leaving, but I just don't see it. Of more interest to me personally is the elevator in the back of this room, which, surprise surprise, is another black space entrance. Here is the place we saw Basil get decapitated by an elevator. However, we return to the treehouse, we see a one-eyed spiked humanoid that disappears when interacted with. These three characters that appear in old black space locations upon returning to them are beta characters that were cut from the final game, kinda. I mean, they're still there in the game, obviously. But they were originally going to be a lot more important, especially the tentacled one, who is known as Taco. I think these characters still end up being present in the game as Omocat's own way of showing the quote-unquote true nature of the game still leaking through, even if it's been suppressed by different content, sort of how black space leaks into the normal headspace a lot. The last resort is now completely abandoned by the people from the playground and most of the customers, and almost every portrait of Jossum has been replaced by Hiro. There's also a gator guy who will build golden statues of the gang. He even throws himself in there just to make himself feel less lonely. It's a cute little quest and I have a bit of a soft spot for it. I like that Hiro gets the skill to be able to call gators at will from it because it contextualizes his ability to have connections in headspace within a battle setting, which is something a lot more interesting to me than a lot of his chef abilities. At the end of the underwater highway, we see that there's a creepy guy in a trench coat. He offers to take us to the shadowy chasm, or as he calls it, the abyss. Finally, we'll get to see the place that was hinted at as far back as Kite Kid. When we go there, we find the final keyboard key, Z, which completes the hangman, and Mari is the one who's hanging. Then the something appears and your game closes. Upon starting again, you have entered the abyss proper. There are a few things here that are interesting, but the least interesting thing here is that there's a baseball cap that's a Mother 2 reference. Sunny must really hate Mother 2 to have shoved it where he puts those who disobey, which is based. Mother 2 stinks. Here we can see more skeletons of parties past. There's even an Aubrey skeleton that sniffles and asks for Omori to help her, which never fails to fuck with me emotionally. At the bottom of the abyss, we find Abby, a shadowy creature. This was the wisest, the one creature who knew the truth, but has now gone mad. She has 8 tentacles that are all across headspace. This is the source of them. Killing her gives you her eye, which is basically a passive version of Omori's shitty observe skill, but that's not what you want to do. Sparing her makes you feel good and also gets you lots of good stuff that we'll be talking about soon. I really don't like the fact that you have a choice to spare or kill her. It really doesn't add anything to the game and there's no reason to kill her at all. It doesn't give you anything good gameplay-wise or any narrative catharsis. You have no reason to want to kill her. But that's enough of me griping. Here's some trivia. Taco, that beta character with the tentacles that I mentioned before, was the original character design for Abby, believe it or not. I prefer Abby's design ultimately. If you go to the end of Abby's room, you can re-enter the weather vane area from earlier and find that Kel has now become distorted too, into an octopus. Now we can finally go all over headspace and talk to each of the tentacles to get something from them. From the one in Deeper Well, we get Old Reliable, assumedly Hero's spatula from the real world. Then in the neighbor's room, we get Aubrey's baseball bat, which we have been on the receiving end of a few times in Faraway. When we went to the neighbor's room, we passed through the playground, which is now full of life once again. All the people have left the last resort after Hiro took over, and even one of the gator guys joined in. Next is the vast forest where we get Kel's baseball, which is shit. Never use it. Chicken ball for life. In the Orange Oasis, we find a chef's hat, which is obviously Hero's, a pretty bow for Aubrey in Snow Globe Mountain, a headband for Kel and Catdale Fields on Otherworld, and a cough mask for Omori in Firefly Forest. Finally, in Sweetheart's torture chamber, we get the red knife, Omori's strongest weapon. It's shiny, and apparently Omori can see something in its reflection, but it's never clarified what he can see. If we look through Deeper Well now, we'll find pages of sheet music floating around. Something interesting about them is that they don't have an item description. Even the weird square named objects we got from Hero back in Black Space when he was done cooking have descriptions. These sheet music just have nothing. Another thing you'll notice is that the inhabitants of Deeperwell are gone. Of course, they're all dead in Black Space, except one, who is next to a piece of sheet music. The one that repeats the phrase on Mari's gravestone, "The sun shined brighter when she was here." We can bring this sheet music back to the piano in Lost Library, and it opens up 3 different bookcases behind it. Each bookcase makes a different noise, one for calm down, one for focus, and one for persist. The calm down one leads to a fight with something in the dark, and the other 2 doors lead to the somethings we fought behind their respective noises. The thing is, we aren't Sunny anymore. We're OMORI and friends now. So we have to enter into fights with them instead of just using mindfulness skills. And this is actually one of my favorite parts of the game. Strategy is key to get around something in the water, with how it deals massive amounts of damage to you through the fact that you're suffocating every round. It's one of the few fights in the game that made me really stop and think. Through these fights, OMORI learns some skills: vertigo, cripple, and suffocate, using the power of his own fears. After this, the piano disappears. When OMORI goes back to white space, he can stab himself and wake up in the middle of the night. Leaving our room, the hellish snap neck Mari appears at the bottom of Sunny's stairs. We can finally go to the piano room we saw in Black Space, but when we get there, there's no piano. There's nothing there. Sunny suppressed Mari's existence so hard from his mind that he doesn't even perceive it being there anymore. Mari is about as real to Sunny as Mr. Outback now. Upon returning to the staircase, we see a bloodied version of Sunny walk up to him before he slowly walks back to Sunny's room, where more of Mari's hair is above his bed. Before we drift off to sleep, the shadow of Basil's something can be seen on the wall. Returning to white space, if we check the computer, we go back to black space. There's only one new room for us to investigate here, however, and it's another forested area with several objects of interest. For starters, there's a playground that we can find that must be Sunny's view of the playground in its natural state, horrifying and filled with decapitated heads. The piñata from the ghost party is here, swinging on the tetherball pole and screaming happily. Good for him, good for him. Inside a decapitated cat's corpse, we can find many distorted drawings of Mari. A deer skull asks OMORI if he still recognizes his home. OMORI can look in a puddle to see Sunny lying over and over to himself, a reflection of him. Aside from that, there's nothing new for us to investigate in Black Space. Anyway, it's time for me to complain again. Black Space is an interesting area, and it has a lot of powerful imagery, but I think it doesn't tie into the overall narrative that well. And at some point, it just becomes kind of obvious that Omocat wanted to reference Yume Nikki, and there's not a lot else going on. There's a lot of interesting things in Black Space, like the imagery involved with the stranger and the something. There's also parts of it that have absolutely nothing going on, like that godforsaken pillow-hiding sprout mole. It's a strange dichotomy. Overall, it just feels like Omocat really liked the surreal horror of Yume Nikki and wanted to make an area that was just an homage to that game. It's also why I have some misgivings with calling OMORI a horror game. Apart from the Black Space segments, the something in general, and a section we'll be talking about much later on in this video, there's not actually a whole lot of horror in this game. Let's continue to explore Headspace, this time going to the heart of Deeperwell, where we see that the slippery bastard Humphrey is still alive and kicking. Talk about a Moby Dick. I know, I'm a genius. Mari says that some people just aren't themselves when they're hungry, but I see what he really is. Inside his mouth we can check out a few things. First of all, there's a boss rush in Molly's sector. This place only really serves as a way for boss to be more relevant than just being a guy at the beginning you fight. It's a very gameplay-y area, and it's not a super interesting challenge if I'm being honest. The fights play out the same but with more HP aside from the Maximus trio. In some ways it feels like a formality. It's an RPG, so it has to have a boss rush. If we go to the bottom layer where the slime girls' bedrooms are, we find that they're all alive, and so are the hearts sans Roboheart. Sweetheart, however, has become a maid enslaved to Perfect Heart. I really hate this. The game built up Sweetheart to have redemption, and instead decided to make the conclusion of her character be her being forced into servitude by a version of herself everyone considers better than her. As somebody who has often afraid of being replaced by a version of me who's considered better than me, and hell, has had it happen a few times. This upset me a lot. So in order to get revenge, we beat the shit out of Perfect Heart. Here's another thing I hate about Perfect Heart. You can see from her battle art that she has lighter skin than Sweetheart. How the fuck did this even happen? This is the most egregiously racist thing in the entire game. Perfect Heart is quite literally considered the perfect version of Sweetheart, and this version of Sweetheart has a lighter skin tone. I'm just... fuck, man. I don't even know what else to say. I know it probably wasn't intentional, but it's still really gross. Anyway, this is framed as a really epic battle that's super hard. She has 9999 health and heals back to max once, but in all honesty, she's way too easy. You can loop her using full party healing items and red hands fairly easily. I've had more trouble with normal Sweetheart than I've had with Perfect Heart. Is this a secret game design message that indicates that Sweetheart is better? Because she is? Nobody knows. We can also be utter monsters and fight Mutant Heart. I have never forgiven myself for killing her. Her fight is interesting in that if your entire party is in a certain emotion, she will instantly kill the members of your party that aren't complying with her demands. I wish the footage I got was more interesting and showed this more, but we got really lucky and she only asked for us to be happy the whole time. Go figure. If we pet her, she does a little dance, which is a much better ending. We can also help the slime girls rebuild their bodies, but honestly this side quest isn't that interesting. One part I really like was when Molly decides not to have a body and instead says that being just a head is more efficient. One of the rewards is a funny estrogen potion though, so that's something. This potion turns Sunny into a girl. It has no use, though it's interesting that he dreams about that. This has led to my theory that Sunny is actually a trans girl, and this is one of her egg moments, but that's for another day. Also, Marina just gives you a fucking detached human finger. That's hilarious. We can talk to the keeper of the castle, who once again tells Omori he's interested in seeing what he makes of the place. When Omori takes him up on the offer, the castle disappears and is replaced with a room that's similar to Sunny's house, including a full painting of the family on the wall. I really don't like this because there's no way to restore Sweetheart's castle after this, which can lock players out of some content. I was careful in this playthrough not to do that, but be warned about it and make sure you don't do this before you're sure you're done with everything here. Or just get the mod that makes it so you can switch between them, whatever, I'm not your parent. So anyway, let's sleep until morning now. We've done everything we can in all of Headspace. There's nothing left for us here. As we drift off to sleep, we see Mario with the crooked neck again, waiting for us. When we wake up in the morning, our mom lets us know that she's just outside. The moving crew takes the form of strangers to Sunny, ominous, shadowy beings. Despite this, they all say very optimistic things about how Sunny's life is going to improve after this. While this is going on, the something follows you the entire time. Since Sunny never learned the truth, something follows him into his mom's car, and the ominous blaring of an ambulance follows them. Put a pin in that or something. But what if Sunny had answered the door for Kel on that fateful second day? Well, Kel reveals to us that it's the afternoon and that he thinks we should join him in shopping for food for Hero's birthday party. Yes, there is an entire other route to the game, and I showed you the worst of the two first so we could end on the better one, which is much more satisfying. So we do go shopping for food, but first we see some graffiti on the ground that simply reads Kel smells. It must have been the doing of the Scooter gang. Kel probably does smell, but Sunny invariably smells worse. He wears the same clothes every day and rarely bathes. Just thought that was funny to bring up. If we check out the house of the couple who have been fighting over their diet, we see things have only gotten worse. The wife is angry at her husband for eating pizza the day before, and the daughter is worried her parents aren't going to make it through this together. Don't worry, daughter, we'll find a way to patch this relationship up. Going to Basil's house, we can learn from Polly that Basil hasn't been taking care of his flowers lately. Apparently he's been feeling bad. Guess he's wilty? Come on, guys, that was funny. Another little thing we can do is help the two kids we've been tutoring get out of the house for a little bit. They've both been stuck inside all summer studying, so we do their work for them so they can go out and play. It's really cute. We can also see Chris's family at Faraway Park. They're having a barbecue together. And we get our seashell necklace at this point, which is imbued with the power of Chris's friendship. It's a memento to our time here at Faraway Town, and it's one of the only charms Sunny can get that actually changes his stats in a meaningful way. Basil is also here. He still seems pretty shaken from what happened yesterday, so with the something and all that, but he tells us he's fine. He keeps staring at the trees for some reason. As we enter the Other Mart shopping area, Kel tells us we have to get bread from the bakery and an order from Gino's Pizza. Before we can go into these stores, we can talk to a messy-haired man about a secret hideout in the park that he stood at in awe before some hooligans on scooters kicked him out. This is assumedly what Basil was looking at through the trees. This was the hangout spot where Sonny lost his balance and fell into the lake 4 years ago. Going into Gino's Pizza now, we can see that the hooligans are seated around a table. Honestly, they have a very uninteresting conversation that just shows the same personality that we've already seen from them over the course of the game. They like to insult each other and stuff. They dismiss us if we make attempts to talk to them, so let's just ignore that for now. Collecting Kel's order, we learn that Kel's family only ever orders sandwiches from Gino's Pizza, which leads us to learn the backstory for Hiro's name. Hiro is just his nickname, and he got it because he really likes Hiro sandwiches. That's it. Side note, I found out that Hiro sandwiches are just what they call submarine sandwiches in New York, which means that Hiro's name could have been Submarine if he had lived somewhere else. In the bakery, we can encounter the family that we saw go to church the other day, and that outright confirms that the unbred twins are these guys. Apparently this is a family business that's been going on for 4 generations at this point, which is something astonishing. How can you break bread for that long? No wonder Sonny thought it was some kind of eternal servitude. Going into Kel's house, he gives us a pretty shitty plan. If Sonny goes in first, Kel's mom will forget that Kel was late with the orders that he had to get. If we go in, though, Kel immediately forgets about this plan, and Kel's mom scolds him anyway. Kel drags Sonny to his room. In Kel's room, we get to see a little bit more of Kel's character. He has a single award, which is a participation medal for a hot dog eating contest. And we could steal $20 from his wardrobe, just like he took the $20 from us at the beginning of the game. Sweet revenge. Kel explains to us that he has a baby sister named Sally now. Hiro's side of the room has a bunch of polished trophies that are about his various first place accomplishments, such as the hot dog eating contest that Kel was in or the state spelling bee. Honestly, Sonny attending this spelling bee may have been what inspired that annoying little bastard in Headspace. Kel's mom calls us downstairs to the door, but before we go there, we now have free roam of the house for the most part. You can steal some pepper spray from Kel's mom, because that's what heroes do. I think this moment is particularly funny because Kel just encourages you to rob his mother. He's like, "Yeah, Sonny, good job, woo!" At the door is Polly, who talks to us about how Basil has gone missing. If we go to the park while we search for Basil, we can find a bunch of wasps. I don't know why, there's just a bunch of wasps that need to be put in their place. Fuck you, wasps. Going near the clearing that Basil was staring at, we can hear him scream. We go to the old secret hideout that the group of friends used to hang out in, and now the hooligans are in there. They say they aren't harassing Basil, and it doesn't look like they are, but Kel, being the self-righteous guy he is, says they totally are. So we fight them and we pepper spray a bunch of teenagers. We're the good guys, right? Something I'll note here, because I can't think of a better time to, is how weird it is that Aubrey doesn't swear. She and her gang are like super tough bullies, but they never swear. In fact, she commonly says heck instead of hell. It's just jarring to see a girl who like wields a nail bat beating the crap out of people not even be able to muster a "get the hell out of here." After this, all the hooligans leave except Aubrey, who claims that Basil should have never shown her face in front of her again after what he did. This is the first allusion we get to the fact that Aubrey thinks Basil did something awful. She then shoves Basil into the lake, and he sinks because he can't swim. She immediately regrets this, and while Kel yells at her or something, Sonny dives into the lake to save Basil. Good job, Kel. The fear of drowning sequence here plays out exactly the same as it does in that other timeline we experienced, but this time we see Hiro's familiar face at the end of it. Here's a very minor issue I have with Hiro in the real world. He's so anticlimactic. The entire game so far has been building up to his reappearance, but he ends up just being exactly the same as we already understood him. It's something that I don't really care that much about, though, honestly. Hiro carries Basil, and we take him back home as Aubrey is left dumbfounded at the secret hideout. We reassure Polly that he'll be okay and then regain control of the party, now with Hiro at our side. Hiro expresses some reservations about leaving for college, but Kel reassures him that what happened wasn't his fault. He's also shocked that Aubrey went pink and punk. If we go to a house near Basil's, we can help the dad that bought Sprout Mole Eater 3 reconnect with his son. So we go talk to his son, and here's where we finally talk about the thing with Bangs. Yes, Bangs is a stuffed animal that Sonny owns. But also clearly there's a real-world inspiration for him right here, in the son, Jesse. My friend and I came up with the explanation that this kid is just someone so into the Bangs character that he decided to copy his entire look and personality. I think it's the result of sloppy planning and not intentional at all. Anyway, we finish this quest, and it has a rather cute resolution of them eating cake together. We can also encounter a fashionable mom who tells us to get her son that's apparently taking his sweet time getting that floor lamp. Earlier we could see him taking a long time to get a floor lamp at Fix-It, but it's sunset and he still hasn't gotten it. That's peculiar. If we try to bring Hiro with us to the graveyard behind the church, he'll say he's not ready yet with tears in his eyes. This is one of my favorite details in the game. It's very touching. Going back to the other Mart Plaza, we can feed the orange cat again. This time it gives us an arcade piece, which lets us fix an arcade machine in Gino's Pizza. Doing so allows us to finally play it, apparently it being the original Sprout Mole-Eater game. It's a snake clone, but you play as King Crawler, which finally shows where the inspiration for that Lynchian nightmare came from. We can find the health foods mom here who tells us she wants a gift for her wedding anniversary, so we pick out some pizza for her, which her husband loves. Going into Other Mart, we can see more Sean and Karen Fluff content here, which is the best thing ever. I love them so much. In the candy store, we have to help the husband of the healthy foods lady pick out a gift for her. We choose chocolate, because, come on, who doesn't love chocolate? If we go into Fix-It's greenhouse, we can see Mincy sketching some. More compliments for her artwork. More! Going back into Fix-It proper, we have to help the son who thinks everything is trash buy a floor lamp. By that I mean we just buy the floor lamp for him as he storms off in a huff, claiming that everything in existence is trash and that he needs to clean it up. I'm sure there will be no consequences for that whatsoever. And then we immediately see the consequences of that. In the park, he's joined the Recycletists, but he has his own distinct outfit compared to the other two. He claims that he has a plan to save humanity from being trash. If we go to the house of the married couple who's been having issues with healthy food, we can see their anniversary party. They have a great time together, and it's really lovey-dovey and cute. Apparently, the first time they met, the husband gave his wife a chocolate bar because she was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen. This is just sappy, and I love it. So sappy that their daughter can't handle it, apparently. If we go to her room, though, we can read all of her romance fanfiction she's been writing. So she can handle it, huh? We can give the lamp to the fashionable mom, and she says that her son tends to go on temper tantrums often and doesn't really care that he's gone and joined a cult. Interesting. She also offers us coffee, which Sunny says tastes like shit. Not in those exact words. I agree, though, Sunny. On the way back to Kel's house, we see that the Maverick is outside the house with the religious figures outside. He claims an evil presence inside, so let's go check it out. We find out that his twin siblings are playing a game of hide-and-seek with him, something he obviously dreads. As we explore the house, we find that they are even more religious than we could have anticipated. There's tons of bread in an almost sacrificial fashion, and there's literally a framed portrait of the Virgin Mary that has a safe behind it for some reason. Once we go into the Maverick's room, we can find them under the bed. The Maverick's room has a vanity with notes on it how to look cool, and of course a wig collection. The twins tell us they're sad that the Maverick doesn't ever want to play with them anymore and wants us to entertain them instead. We aren't exactly great company, but we can battle their pet rock, which of course is Papa Chip. Leaving the house has the Maverick reveal his disdain for how homogenous society seems to be. I can understand that pain. At Kel's house, we can play with Hector for a bit before we go inside. Going into Kel's room has a scene where Kel tries to prove he's taller than Hiro once and for all. Unfortunately, Hiro is still a bit taller. Better luck next year, Kel. This is one of the few scenes that actually endears me to Kel as a character. Too bad it's completely optional. When we heat up the food, there's a conversation that Hiro has about Sunny moving away. He says it's a good experience for Sunny, and judging by the fact that he's had a lot of moving experience himself, I imagine it really helped him when he was grieving Mari to get out of his hometown where she was buried. They also talk about the treehouse and the grand piano that we've been seeing a few times. Kel gives Sunny the great idea of showing Hiro the photo album, but Hiro is the first person to bring up the fact that Mari isn't present in any of the photos. He gets really upset about this, but then his mind is taken off the subject with the proposition that he go over to Sunny's house with Kel. Hiro and Kel's mom is not happy about this, and she storms off in a huff with Sally, who we finally get to see. Babies are cute. Hiro devises a plan to get her some flowers to butter her up, and even gives us some money to buy the flowers for him. When we bring her the flowers, we finally get to see the inside of Kel's parents' room, though there's nothing really notable there. Hiro gives his mom the flowers and she gives us the go-ahead, though she says Hiro still has to wash the dishes for the week. He's literally going to be there all summer. Geez, you can go one day without him. It's dark outside, so the gang immediately goes to Sunny's house and is amazed at how empty everything is. Kel's sad that they can't see the treehouse, but he figures they'll be able to in the morning. When we enter the hallway, Hiro mentions that the hallway had a closet on the left and the piano room on the right. Maybe this closet is the mysterious room that sometimes appears for Sunny in fear sequences and he's just repressed it for some reason. For now, as the text tells us when we look for a door, there is nothing there. Hiro goes to the piano room, because his dead girlfriend used to play that a lot, and he plays a song for us. It's the same song he plays on the keyboard in Space Boy's house, implying that he's played it for Sunny before. Maybe he picked up the piano to impress Mari? I know I've done silly stuff like that for people I crush on. He asks Sunny about violin practice, but before Sunny responds, he talks about how the violin isn't in the room anymore and that it must already be packed away. He also talks about how Sunny and Mari used to practice one song all the time together so loudly he could hear it from his house on some days. Something notable about the piano room is that the damn window with the curtain is here. This must be why that window holds so much significance to Sunny in his headspace. Going upstairs, we can see that Kel and Hiro have somehow made a blanket for it in the time that we were downstairs alone. Kel finally gives Hiro the cookbook that we got ages ago, and Hiro talks about being a cook like it's something that he could never do. He's an adult now. He doesn't have time for cooking anymore. Even though I assume he cooks his own meals like most people who live alone do, the message is clear. He's grown up and past his childhood fixations, which is a big part of this game's message of growing past your, past, be it positive or negative. After Kel goes to sleep, Hiro talks about how Sunny hasn't really changed at all in the 4 years that have gone by, and that comforts him. He seems like a guy who likes stability in his life, and honestly, I can't really blame him. For someone whose girlfriend died when he was 15, the dude's taking it like a champ. We go back to sleep. Things play out the same in Headspace until we get to the dock where Kel was in the other timeline. Instead of Kel being here, it's Mari. She doesn't seem to know that everyone went to the last resort, and she joins our party for a little bit. If we run around with her, then she'll complain about her bad knee. She also says that we can't get hurt as long as we're with her. Again, she's protected by Headspace, which is why she never leaves the picnic blanket for the most part. Eventually, if you run too much, Omori is forced to walk for fear of raising her voice, which is just cute. When the party gets into the water, instead of it being the straightforward shot it is with Kel, there's a lot more to explore here, which includes dancing shadows of Omori's friends on the water that appear like the stranger for Basil, and there's a lighthouse. This is the lighthouse close to the truth mentioned in Deeper Well. Going inside, the most interesting thing in here to me is that there's a CRT TV that tells us that someone on the other side is looking at us. Who that someone is never explained, but this has interested me since I first played the game. There's also a family portrait of Sunny's family, but everyone's face is blotched out except for Mari's. This is the only thing Mari comments on in the entire place. Mari, the only dead member of the family, is the only one Sunny's mind seems to care about. Continuing on, we reach a boardwalk where we encounter various apparitions of Omori's friends, but not before Mari starts to talk to Omori about something that he's afraid of facing. She's proud of him for facing his fear of swimming, but she knows he's hiding from the truth. Anyway, Omori's friends are doing various things, having picnics, eating watermelon, even just hanging out on a rainy day. They all appear like the stranger, and at a dead end we see the stranger himself standing on a tree stump like he did way back in Firefly Forest before he quickly disappears. At the very end is the piano room window again. Mari talks about how she hopes Sunny is still somewhere inside Omori before she turns into her white gown self and says goodbye. When she and the window disappear, they leave behind a whirlpool which Omori swims into. This brings him to Deep Well. We meet Kel at the entrance to the last resort, and Mari is at her picnic basket just outside. But she acts like if nothing just happened. Similar to the stranger, I posit there are two Maris. One that's Sunny's idea of the Mari that's real, and one that's his idealized version of Mari. The plot progresses from here on out much the same, up until we get to the path to Basil's house to go to Blackspace. Following the stranger, when he pauses before the white tulips, he actually describes these ones this time. Simple, modest, and perfect. Then he says they're just like Sunny, which cements that Basil thinks that Sunny is perfect. Anyway, for most of the duration of Blackspace, nothing is different. That is, until we get to the church area where we fought the stranger in that other timeline. There's no flower crown in front of the door this time. This version of Dream Basil won't be saved. The stranger tells us we can face the truth with him this time, and Basil begs us to save him and forgive him. Instead of cutting him down, Omori goes into the darkness. We enter a room with a lamp in it, reminiscent of what the keeper of the castle made Omori's dream home like, except all the lights are out. Basil gets dragged out by red hands in a horrifying way, and we go outside to find red space. Following his bloody trail brings us to Basil, held up by red hands. He begs Omori to let him down, but Omori murders him, and then stomps on his body. He proceeds to go up some stairs and sits on a throne of hands, ruling over red space. The murder of the false Basil has finally happened. Only Stranger is left now, allowing Sunny to truly begin to find the truth. Also, can I just say that this animation with Omori sitting on the throne is kind of bad looking? The photorealistic hands move so stiffly in it, and Omori sitting down just looks like him shrugging. It's probably the only FMV in this game I don't like from a visual perspective. After this, if we go to the start menu, we'll see that the person on the title screen is in red space and flashes between Omori and Sunny, a fitting dichotomy. Sunny wakes up on the ground with a start. It was a really scary dream, so it's only natural that he'd fall out of bed. However, we hear a faint piano melody, the main theme of the game, playing from the piano room again, and Hiro is missing. However, when we go in there to check, it's not Hiro in there. It's Mari's spirit with moonlight shining down on her. She tells us about how she worries that she might have pushed Sunny too hard to play her favorite song. She sighs and offers to play the final duet that she and Sunny never got to play at a recital we first hear mention of here, but then Hiro barges in and the scene cuts out. Hiro apparently also heard the piano music, probably because Mari was his girlfriend, so he was hallucinating, and this scene has something really interesting about it. It's the first time we get the implication that Mari committed suicide. When the game first started exploring this thread, I was really glad. A boyfriend of mine committed suicide just a bit before I started playing this game, and it was really nice to just feel seen by a work of fiction. The game ultimately let me down, but we'll talk about that when we get there. On our way back to bed, we can see the door to the closet again, but Sunny still won't go in. Come on, you bloody bastard, get in there. In the morning, you wake up to see that Kel and Hiro have cleaned up the pillow fort and gotten out of your room. Hiro walks up in a pink apron, which is just adorable, and tells Sunny that he's done all the chores and also made breakfast, which is just more proof that Hiro is an overachiever, and that's a character trait that I've always had trouble being invested in. Kel is eating all the breakfast Hiro cooked for us, which I find actually endearing instead of annoying for once, and the doorbell rings. Kim is at the door, now with eggs all over her face, because Kel spit them up on her. Way to ruin me being endeared to you. Anyway, Kim is concerned about Aubrey's well-being, so the gang goes to check on Aubrey. For some reason, Kel thinks this is an appropriate time to high-five. I figure Omocat wanted to have a high-five in all 3 days, and she just didn't know where to put this one because it feels very abrupt and out of place. We walk up to Aubrey's house to see the hooligans, well, being hooligans, and Hiro walks into Aubrey's house unprompted. Hiro, are you sure you want that breaking and entering charge? Aubrey's living room is one of my favorite pieces of visual storytelling I've seen in any video game. You see trash strewn about everywhere, and her almost vegetative mother is sitting on the couch and watching TV. Everything about Aubrey becoming tough starts to click into place here. Her life's been pretty awful. Ascending the ladder in the next room, we come to Aubrey's bedroom, which has some interesting things in it. For one, there's a bunny in the corner named Bun Bun, who's a cute little pet that Aubrey has. It's a nice look into how, even though she's grown to be tough, she's still a little soft on the inside. There's a bucket for a leak that's constantly dripping, and yes, she has the same frame photo that Kim has by her nightstand, confirming that they are super lesbians. Pinned up on her wall are some photos, and not the things that I told you to pin up earlier. Kel and Aubrey argue about what happened at the lake the day before, but Hiro just says this is just another Kel and Aubrey fight and tells them to make up. I don't know if this is just another Kel and Aubrey fight, Hiro. Someone literally almost died this time. Anyway, I really don't like the resolution to this conflict between Kel and Aubrey. It's basically Hiro just saying, hug it out, I guess, and everyone else saying, okay, you're right, Hiro. Let's stop fighting now. Hiro takes the pictures off the pinboard, which are revealed to be all the pictures featuring Mari that are missing from the photo album. After Aubrey rightfully scolds Sunny and Kel for digging through her trash can, they put the photos of Mari in the photo album and see a lot of her. Here's a good a time as any to bring up an issue I have with Mari in this game. She's such a non-character. We get the indication from the photo album here that she was a bit mischievous and liked to tease Hiro with bugs, but other than that, she's basically just a perfect angel. She doesn't really interest me as a person. We get more insight on the recital here, seeing that it was something that Sunny was practicing for months on end with Mari. This was an experience that seemed to be particularly stressful and difficult for him, especially because Mari was going away for long periods of time to prepare for college courses. One photo is still missing though. This entire sequence, By Your Side, is playing, which is just heart-shattering. Every time it plays after a major story development involving Mari, it somehow manages to blow me away again. This song is a masterclass in recontextualizing itself. Aubrey rejoins the party from here on out, and just like the beginning of the game with the stump, she was late to the party. She was the last person to come around and start being friends with Sunny again, but she still did eventually. When we go outside, you encounter the hooligans again, who are all incredibly grateful to see that Aubrey is okay. After a brief interaction with them, the gang decides to go check on Basil, but let's check up on everyone around town instead. Going to Sean and Karen's house, we can have Hiro help them cook for them. This is more adorable quality Sean and Karen content, this time featuring a big bed with hearts on it. God damn it, I love them so much. We also get invited to their housewarming party later. Mincy is in the church this time around, and we see her doing some sketches of the windows. We learn that Kel broke one of them, but Mincy likes it anyway, and honestly it's a cute moment between the two. Also in the graveyard is Mari's tombstone, which we can leave flowers at and see a heart-rending scene. It's Hiro's first time visiting her grave, and the entire party has a heart-to-heart talking to her about things. Also, we can have a picnic with her grave, which is just heart-meltingly sweet. The flowers Sunny leaves? They're lilies of the valley, which were the flowers that Basil said represented Mari most in the introduction. If we take the party back to Kel's house and go into Kel and Hiro's room, there will be a spider on top of one of Hiro's trophies. Naturally, as Hiro is deathly afraid of spiders, Kel takes care of it, but Hiro is still shaken. It seems like Hiro's fear of spiders has actually regressed in the time away, which shows a side of him that hasn't matured at all. It's really endearing to see a flaw like this in Hiro, and it also indicates that you have to keep working on your problems in order for them to stay better. There's no just one solution to them. Charlene's house has the old lady from earlier with the medication, who tells us she's so grateful that we've come to visit her so much over the course of the past few days. It seems like Sunny's kind actions have been causing a ripple effect across the town. I think this one line is representative of one of the game's core messages. Even if you think you have a minimal impact on someone's life, your impact could actually be massive. It's also probably the best way to represent Sunny growing out of his shell to help people around him. Which is why I think that even though they're esoteric and poorly signposted, the side quests around Faraway Town add a lot to the overall narrative of the game. At the house of Joy, the girl we tutored, we learn from Joy that her brother is leaving today. She wasn't supposed to tell her dad, but she did, and now she's worried. Talk to her dad and he gives you a sack lunch to give to the musician in Faraway Plaza. When you give him the sack lunch, he says that it's homemade mac and cheese, which is absolutely lovely, and we get a copy of his secret CD. Finally, we can hear the actual lyrics that KK Sliders sounding ass was singing. And it's a song about missing socks. Based. On the swings, we can catch a scene where Aubrey talks to Sunny about his well-being and how she's concerned for him. The only thing I don't like about this scene is that Sunburn shippers like it. Sunburn, the name for the ship between Sunny and Aubrey, is antithetical to Omori as a game in my opinion. Omori is about growing up and out of your childhood. Childhood crushes are a part of that, which means Sunny's on Aubrey. I think giving narrative payoff to that relationship in that way would go against the themes of the game. Something you will definitely notice is that the recycletists aren't present anymore. If you go to the secret hangout spot, you'll find that they've built the Tower of Garbage in the middle of it. This is the Recycletist HQ. Going through it, you'll have access to your headspace abilities, but with your Faraway Town party. Also, once you see a Recycletist up close, you realize they look kinda like Mormons? That's pretty funny. Anyway, you hear a lot about the biodegradable fork and how the Great Bin in the Sky sacrificed its last fork for the sake of humanity. It's just more of the obvious. Sunny really doesn't like religion. He even fears it. Also, there are new tag photos here, and one of them is just Aubrey punching Kel in the face. I love it. At the top, we face off against the Recycle Path, the man who made this tower to try and reach the Holy Bin. This is unironically the hardest boss fight in the entire game. It's ridiculous to try and beat due to the high damage and RNG of who the recycle path decides to target. It's a lot of hoping desperately that something good will happen and also save scumming to keep your pepper spray. However, since the fight isn't really a big deal if you lose it, I don't mind too much. Upon the fight ending, regardless of how it ended, Sunny will wake up and it's revealed that everything about the recyclist was a daydream. In hobbies, we can encounter a cute scene, one where the gang reads some comics together. Kel laughs so hard he starts slamming the floor, which leads to Aubrey hitting him across the room. This is another one of those hangout spots that were all over Headspace. Now the real world has them too, because Sunny's friends are together again. Another example of one is in Gino's Pizza, where we can just watch the gang order a pizza and eat it together, though Kel eats the entire thing because he's just really fast at doing things. In Fix It, we can find the guy with the leak yet again, Kim and Vance's dad. This time we go to cheer him on at his house and he's not able to fix the leak. However, Aubrey is able to fix it and puts a bucket under it. Considering how Aubrey's mom is barely there, she probably had to learn how to fix these kinds of things from a young age. She also has a leak in her house too. This is such a great moment of character building for Aubrey, and it really cements her as one of my favorite characters. I also wish that more character moments were like this in the game. All of the stuff I said it reveals about her character, none of that is directly stated. We're just given that information from insight on what happens in the game. All she does is fix a leak. This game has a lot more dialogue than there needs to be. I wish more characterizing moments in the game were just as simple as someone fixing a leak. If we pass by the vending machines again in front of Faraway Park, Kel will buy some expired Orange Joe after taking offense to Aubrey passing it up. Wait, a high schooler named Kel who gets into crazy antics has a love of orange soda? Holy shit, is that a motherfucking Keenan and Kel reference? But seriously, Kel's love of Orange Joe is actually a reference to Keenan and Kel, which I find very funny because it doesn't really seem like Omocat's type of show. She probably grew up with it or something. There's an interesting and often overlooked interaction that you can have here, where if you inspect one of the pinwheels, Aubrey will talk about the first time the group found her, where she was crying on the side of the road after losing her beau. This is a really touching moment, and it's one of my favorites for the character, even though it's not as groundbreaking as the leak scene for me. If we go to Jesse's house, we can find out from him that he used to be friends with Brent and Joy. I wonder if Sunny saw the three of them playing together and combined them with his stuffed animals in his mind. He stopped hanging out with them because they got way into their studies, which is something I find pretty funny because they're all in elementary school. Perhaps it's a critique of how society expects us to prepare ourselves way too young. This is an idea that Omori mainly explores through the lens of Hiro, so it's a through line we see often, and it's interesting to see another perspective on it. Finally going to Basil's house, we learn from Polly that he's in the hospital, which is pretty shocking. However, this is just a short gag about Polly being bad at revealing things, because he's actually only at the hospital because he's visiting his grandma. So they can't visit with him now and decide to go back to Sunny's house to see the treehouse. Before we do that, we can talk to Polly again to learn that she's never even met Basil's parents before, which means they must be really busy, and that Basil's grandma has essentially taken care of him for most of his life. To him, his grandma being in the hospital must be a pretty big deal. When we go home, the entire gang prepares to go see the treehouse. Aubrey prepares to tell Sunny something, but then she changes her mind about that. We never learn what it is. Going outside, we find a tree stump. This is the tree Sunny's dad was cutting down in Black Space. This is the tree Mari hung herself from. And now all the imagery of tree stumps and headspace start to make sense. It's only fitting that the place where Mari's body was found would be an important place to Sunny, and a place that would be close to things that know about the truth, like how it was near Daddy Longlegs, or the lighthouse that was once a gateway to the truth. Another piece of imagery finally begins to make sense. The Maris with the crooked necks that have plagued our journeys through Headspace. They are all emblematic of Mari's hanging. At this point in my first playthrough of the game, I began to just cry, because again, my boyfriend hung himself around the same time I played through Omori for the first time. This is going to come up more later because it reasonably changes a lot of how I viewed the game. You probably also noticed something. Yes, this is a stump, and we've seen that the inside of the treehouse influenced the neighbor's room when we were in Black Space. The closeness of these two objects are probably why the neighbor's room is deep inside the stump, which is a strange, traumatic connection. Sunny's favorite room will forever be wrapped in one of its worst memories. They talk for a bit about what happened to Mari and why she committed suicide. They all remember the day very clearly. Apparently it was the day of the recital that she committed suicide. The recital that they never got to have. Remember how her corpse was on stage in black space? Before this can be dug into more, Hiro tells them it's time to move on. You go into the treehouse, and it's just like the neighbor's room from before, and the one in black space. But this time, it's completely normal, if worn by time, and not static at all. There's a toaster Kel brought up here for some reason, and also a TV. In a particularly endearing moment, Aubrey cleans off Mr. Plantaig, who was left behind here. Hiro's cookbooks are in here. There are also some paper plants that Basil and Aubrey made. The final photo is pinned to the wall, and it's a photo of everyone enjoying the treehouse they just finished building. The treehouse they barely got to use. On the back of the photo is a key to the toy box, with the same text about not forgetting. After Hiro talks about how he wishes Basil was there, Aubrey bolts out the door. We follow her and she puts a pinwheel in the stump before telling everyone the reason why she hates Basil. She noticed that all the photos in the photo album had been scribbled out in marker by who she assumes to be Basil. However, from our time in the other timeline, we know that it was Sunny who did that. The gang decides it's time to go check on Basil because it's gotten late and he's probably gone home by now. Before this scene ends, Aubrey breaks down crying and there's a big group hug. I love this. It's a great contrast with the alternate timelines headspace group hug that brings with it a sense of bittersweet defeat. The friends are finally back together again, even if the reason why is kind of disappointing. If we go to the park, you can see that Mincy isn't drawing anything. Instead, she's just relaxing. She gives the group a cool drawing of Kel and Sunny, which was drawn by the actual artist Mince, who the character is based on. We can go to the secret hideout again for another scene where the gang discusses why they stopped going there. They talk about the incident where Sunny fell off the statue after Hiro and Kel urged him to jump off it into the water. Apparently Mari was the one who dove in and saved him from drowning. That must have been the scene we saw at the end of the Thalassophobia segment where Mari saved Sunny from the water. The Maverick is another Mart, contemplating whether or not to join the family business. We never learn what happens, but I sincerely hope he doesn't. That would be a really depressing message for the game to have. Rebellion only leading to conformity? No thank you. It's left ambiguous, which means the game doesn't think it matters, but I think it does matter. I'm pretty invested in this. At Sean and Karen's house party that Hiro helped cook for earlier, we learn that Aubrey isn't really a party person, so we only stay for a bit before leaving. Also, Hiro talks about how he has parties in college, but they aren't quite as quaint. What kind of crazy parties do you go to, Hiro? How many drugs have you done? Finally, let's go to Basil's house. Doing so has us tucked up Polly yet again, who's concerned about Basil. Apparently, after he came home from the hospital, he locked himself in his room and hasn't said anything since. If we try to check on him, though, he doesn't respond, so Hiro has the great idea of just spending the night to make sure that nothing bad happens. Kel calls dibs on the couch, and Aubrey contests this, of course. We can hang out with our friends on the couch, and they talk about something we don't get to see while watching TV. Eventually, Polly comes out with the blankets, and we cut to later in the night. The gang talks about how they should always be there for each other, and there's a pretty universal agreement on that. Kel then demands they go to sleep, even though they're having a heart-to-heart, so everyone does. Also, Aubrey is sleeping on the couch, which I think is a funny joke about her taking it from Kel. Going to sleep, we hear, "Don't worry, everything is going to be okay again," as we see that Basil is stuck in the something alone. He falls deeper into it. His isolation after Sunny became a recluse led him to fall further and further into his guilt over the truth, what the something represents, with nobody to lean on. We see that this truth is deep inside the light bulb in white space, and Sunny wakes up there. Omori is in the middle of white space, but you can't talk to him. He follows you with his eyes. If we walk up to the light bulb in the center of the room, Sunny will throw it on the ground and break it, ultimately destroying the suppression of the truth. Notably, in the split second after this is done, but before the screen cuts to black, you can see Omori turn around and stare at you. Now we return to the shadowy place where Omori fought the stranger in the other timeline. Here Sunny finally confronts the something head on, and it's a pretty easy fight. We use our mindfulness skills to be able to calm down, focus, and persist going through each something that Sunny has fought over the course of the game. Then the final phase is a blurry object. Sunny focuses on it more and more after having essentially a panic attack where he needs to calm down. It's Mari's hanging corpse. But Sunny overcomes, and for the first time in the game, we see his eyes open all the way, their bright pupils burning in the dark. We get a light bulb after this. We'll need this later. Now we appear in a meadow full of trees, and pick up a few photos that are notably in black and white. They're both of a specific tree. At the end of the lane, we see the real-world 12-year-old Basil standing in front of a gigantic tree. He gives us a photo album and tells us that it's time to face the truth, finally. And he says that he hopes we forgive him at the end of it all. What's emphasized here is that at the end of it all, it's our choice. We enter into a room that looks like the living room of Sunny's house, but populated with furniture as opposed to the empty one that we always see. There's a lot going on here. Red is pouring in from the TV and from the sliding glass door, and there's goop on the floor preventing us from going in the backyard. And the door to the hallway is covered in black hair, like the black hair from the arachnophobia section. Also here is a shadow of Sunny's mother, telling him she'll always protect him in her sorrow over losing her only daughter. On the wall is a family portrait, but it's the same one from the lighthouse. Everyone's face is darkened except Mari's, showing how the family fell apart in her absence. Looking at the two photos on the ground, we'll see one of Basil looking scared as he opens the screen door, and another of a wall in the house. Picking up these photos first lets us look through the album in order to place them. You'll notice that captions next to the photos are crossed out, and there's one page that has a crack across it that's similar in shape to Basil's something. The hair rescinds at this point, and we can continue. Here is a hospital area that has several TVs blaring red light in addition to several people sleeping in beds. The first picture we see here is Sunny at the foot of a bed, crying. The more pictures we pick up, the more of the bodies in the hospital beds we see disappearing. Notably, they all look like Mari. They have long, dark hair. The next photo is of Sunny putting Mari in the bed. After this, one of the IVs that all of them are attached to stops working, and the one attached to it flatlines. This opens the door to the next room. This one should look familiar. It's that same damn stairway that Sunny keeps coming back to no matter what. At this point, you might have noticed that Sunny is looking a little bit more bloodied than usual. As we go on through the sequence of piecing together the truth of that day through photographs, we'll see more and more of his body becoming bruised, as he confronts more and more of his guilt. Also, the opening shot here shows once again the mess of black hair at the bottom of the stairs. The photo we first encounter here is Mari being carried up the stairs, then Sunny rushing down the stairs. The final one is of Mari's lifeless body at the bottom of the stairs. And that's why that lifeless clump of hair was there in the fear of spiders section. This is where Mari actually died. That's also why this staircase is so important to Sunny, why it constantly recurs in his mind. But why is the hanging image of Mari so prevalent in Sunny's mind if she died at the foot of the stairs? After you look at the final photo, you are immediately transported to a version of Sunny's room that, according to the calendar, is from the day of the recital. Mari's lifeless corpse is in the bed, since Sunny and Basil carried it up the stairs and put it there. The photo in front of Sunny of him being shaken by someone has his face obscured by shadow. The stranger is in here, comforting Sunny and reassuring him that everything is going to be okay. So that's where that phrase we've been hearing the entirety of the game comes from. It's from when Mari first died and they found her corpse, and Basil kept reassuring Sunny that everything was going to be okay. After you leave that room, you find yourself in a backstage area with instruments tuning. Here you can find some more photos lying around. If you try to go up to the sheet music stand, Basil's something will prevent you from approaching it. The photos here show Mari's corpse being examined by Sunny, Sunny looking at his hands and carrying Mari on the stairs again. Each time Sunny picks up a photo, he loses another one of his fingers. The last photo shows Sunny dragging Mari's corpse, and the Mari with the crooked neck that we see so often chomps your final finger off this time. Then we can approach the sheet music stand and see a new photo. A broken violin at the bottom of the stairs. This was the photo that we saw flash by when Basil first disappeared from Headspace in the game's prologue. This is the photo that started everything. Sunny, in his anxiety and frustration the day before the recital, threw his violin down the stairs. The following room is a black void full of instruments, and the photos here only damn Sunny more and more. A photo of him and Mari arguing, then them struggling. Each one of these is accentuated by a very fitting low-octave piano punch as an audio cue. After the one of them struggling, a series of hands pointing at Sunny encircle him, condemning him. We appear once more in the black room with the sliding door that went to red space earlier in the game. but this time we have a light bulb to screw in. When we do, the room appears similar to the room Omori created with the keeper of the castle in the alternate timeline, but this time it's redder. All of the framed photos on the wall are oozing black ink out of them. If we look in the framed mirror, we can now see Sunny's bloodied face in the reflection. Then, when the single photo in the middle of the floor is picked up, we see that Sunny was the one who pushed Mari down the stairs and killed her. It wasn't a suicide. The entire game has been Sunny covering his traumatic guilt and hiding it with Basil. That's why hands have such an important narrative role. His hands were the ones that brought her to her death. That's why Basil is always taken out of headspace, and it's why he and Omori are the only ones in the friend group with different color schemes and hair colors. That is the thread of fate that ties them together. Basil is the only one closer to the truth than Sunny is, and that truth is that Sunny accidentally killed Mari. Now, remember how I said that this game made me feel really seen in a time when I needed it a lot? How I felt that the game made me feel like I wasn't alone in my struggle of loving someone who killed themselves? That was all pulled out from under me here. I was pretty angry when I first played this section of the game. I was really hurt. I've played through it enough times now that I've become detached from those feelings, but part of me is still angry and wishes the game focused a lot less on the suicide aspect of Mari's death entirely. They didn't have to focus on that so much, or focus on how much a suicide specifically affected the friends. Instead, we have it so people like me who might see themselves in this game end up feeling kicked in the face for a twist. I do think the narrative twist is fitting, but I think it was poorly implemented. The twist actually does shed some light on a previous section of the game. Remember the Miwo room of Black Space? Yeah, well, one theory in psychoanalysis is that of dislodgement, where the ego places its feelings of guilt onto something else in order to protect itself. Miwo was Mari's cat. Perhaps the scene in the punishment room was a way for Sunny to try and place his guilt onto Miwo and seemingly justifyingly kill her. We open the photo album again, and this gives us a chance to put together the events. Sunny broke his violin the day of the recital, so he and Mari had an argument, and he accidentally killed her. Then he and Basil brought her upstairs and noticed she was dead, then brought her back downstairs and into the backyard. But there are still some photos missing. The missing pieces are about to fall into place. Now we're in a meadow full of purple trees, as a dark, bisexual lighting parallel to the meadow we first emerged in earlier. The photos here reveal that Basil tied a noose out of a jump rope in the backyard and hung Mari. Remember all those hanging plants he had? Remember his own suicidal ideation? Mari was hung by Sunny and Basil. Remember the jump rope in the Lost Library and in the secret tunnel back in Orange Oasis? Those were subtle reminders of the truth. The one in the tunnel in Orange Oasis is particularly damning. The sign next to it says, "You did it." You did it. Sunny did. He killed his sister. At the end of the lane is a tree with a noose hanging from it, though Mari's body hangs from it in the shadow of the tree. Picking up the final photo puts them all in sequence, and we see that at the end Mari's eye was still open when she was hung from the tree, and her one eye combined with her hair are revealed to be the something. And finally, all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. The something that's been bothering Sunny all this time is the manifestation of his guilt. It's a fantastically designed monster, and a fantastic twist on its existence, despite my initial feelings about it. That's why it appears near stumps, because that's where they hit her body, and that's why it appears near docks, because she once saved Sunny from drowning. It's masterful. After this, Sunny wakes up and gives summaries of all of his friends' attitudes toward him. It's nothing we haven't heard before, but the main point is that he's going to miss all of them when he moves away, or when he has to admit the truth. Then he goes back to sleep. Upon waking up, everyone else has gotten up as well. If we go into the hallway in the back, we find out that Basil killed himself. Everyone laments their failure to save him. Looking into the room, we can see a hole in Basil's stomach. There's also his something, festering and consuming him. At the end of that other timeline, the ambulance we heard rushing through town was for this, because Sunny wasn't there for Basil then either. Basil ends his own life in that timeline too. If we go back to sleep, we'll be stuck in a white space with no suppression of the truth and no door to headspace. But what if Sunny didn't go back to sleep after assessing his friends and instead saved Basil? Well, let's see. Sunny goes to see Basil in his room after waking up, and it's here we learn that Basil seems to think that the something is a creature separate from Sunny. Sunny never pushed Mari down the stairs in Basil's mind because it was something that did it, right? Something behind Sunny. Basil doesn't let Sunny leave and calls us selfish for wanting to before he attempts to murder Sunny and himself in an attempt to free them of their collective guilt. In this fight, none of the mindfulness skills we have work against Basil. Even though they were so useful against the something, against Basil there's the immediate threat of a boy with garden shears in front of us. Even though it seems like Sunny already overcame his greatest problems earlier, we're now learning that that was just the beginning of overcoming his trauma. So we just have to fight a desperate struggle against Basil, and eventually the energy bar on the bottom fills. Not for follow-up attacks, but only to repeat that mantra we've been hearing the whole game. Everything is going to be okay. Sunny gains the final emotion we'll see in this game, stressed out, and the two of them continue to battle each other. Basil eventually cuts out Sunny's eye, and Sunny faints. Sunny wakes up in the faraway intersection at the center of town, and going north we come to a dead end with a window. It tells us that bearing the truth is painful, but luckily we still know the way home. Then Miwo appears and guides Sunny to his home through several seasons, where we find Basil, appearing like he does in the real world, standing just outside Sunny's house. He tells us that it's Sunny's choice now once again and leaves after a quick hug. It's been a long journey, but it's almost over. Inside Sunny's house is a recreation of Sunny's home on the day of the recital, and for the first time we see Sunny's thoughts from a first-person perspective here. A floor lamp is described as something he and Kel accidentally knocked over once. He talks about how his mom can't organize shoes for shit. There's just so much characterization you get from this inner monologue. We learn why he associates cactuses with Kel. Kel's dad gave their family a cactus when they moved in the neighborhood. Sunny even hates potted plants. Based. I kinda wish the entire game was monologued like this, but it's a really powerful moment for Sunny to gain this narrative agency. So I'm glad it's implemented in the way it is. Also, he calls Miwo a good kitty. Kitties are great. Speaking of Sunny's house, we still can't access the closet. We can hear piano music wafting throughout the entire home, the music that Mari and Sunny were going to play at the recital. This is played by Mari's spirit, who tells us that it's finally time to make the final choice. Characters keep talking about making the final choice, but you don't actually get to make it for another like 20 minutes of gameplay, so hold on to your pants. Now we can finally go into the closet that's been teased to us for the whole game. Inside is the toy box. Going in the toy box gives us a broken violin entangled with strands of Mari's hair and some sheet music. Once we exit, the entire house has become dark again, and the only thing to do is just leave. Welcome to one of my least favorite parts of the game, Memory Lane. We get to play through all of the locations that we've seen in photos up until this point in reverse order to repair Sunny's violin. I like the idea of Sunny's memories of his friends mending the means he uses to repair his guilt. However, I don't think it had to be this goddamn long. Like, seriously, this is a 20-minute section of gameplay that adds almost nothing to the game. There are a few things I do like, such as actually seeing the group dynamic from before Mari died. It's nice to know that everyone pitched in to buy Sunny a particularly expensive violin, because that justifies Mari's anger at being broken a bit more. It also shows Sunny his memories before he can make the big choice. He's overviewing them before he decides to die or continue living, but I feel like we didn't need it to be this long to get that point across. Also, remember how the present item isn't whatever the person it's being used on wanted, and that makes them angry? Of course you don't, because it was at the very beginning of this video. Well, here's the original thread for that in Headspace. This is the present that Sunny didn't want, the violin. This whole area was also foreshadowed earlier during the sequence with the stranger on Otherworld, where we encountered several dialogue lines from these memories, but again, you're bound to have forgotten that by this point, because it's never brought up again. Now we're in a backstage area, similar to the one we saw during the truth sequence and the one in Blackspace, but this time it's actually lit up instead of just being in monochrome. The real-world 12-year-old versions of Aubrey, Kel, and Hiro are here, and they all talk about how important Sunny is to them. Aubrey also reveals more information about the pinwheel and the shoe, that being she didn't have any friends before she met Sunny and everyone else. This contextualizes her violent outburst at everyone leaving even more, and frankly I love it. I wish Kel and Hiro had more interesting things to say. Anyway, the friends age up and cheer Sunny on as he goes on stage to perform the violin piece he never got to perform. And then he breaks down and cries. He's finally faced the fear he had so long. Sunny is now in white space again, but now Omori looks directly at him, prepares a knife, and we fight him. Now we're equipped with the violin, fixed with the memories of our friends, and are able to face the last thing in Sunny's way to telling the truth. The lies he tells himself, which are represented through Omori. He tells Sunny that he deserves to die, and that the version of him his friends love is a lie, and that no matter what, he can't get away from the fact that everyone loved Mari and he killed her. Sunny has new skills to replace his mindfulness ones. He still has the ability to calm down, but he also has the ability to play an allegro on his violin for more damage, encourage himself to not use juice, and to cherish, which heals him and reminds him of a memory of his friends. The way the battle progresses is phenomenal. Every time you deplete Omori's HP to 0, he does not succumb, and the battle grows more distorted and red, eventually taking place in red space. The audio becomes more staticky and messed up, and eventually we see the hanging silhouettes of all of Sunny's friends in the background. Remember how Omori was the only character who could get stage 3 emotions aside from bosses? Well, he is a boss, so that was an early hint to his true role in the story. Under the weight of all of this, Sunny crumbles and gives in to the lies Omori tells him. We see Sunny disappear, and Omori goes out the door of white space and into the neighbor's room. The dream friends run up to him but don't say a word before joining him. The music of the neighbor's room is distorted. It's not right. When we walk out, though, it cuts to Sunny on the roof of a building. Judging by his bandages and hospital gown, he's on top of a hospital. There's a gap in the railing, and he jumps off it. Sunny dies. My Time by Bowen plays, so they made suicide kind of a banger. But seriously, this is one of the saddest parts of the game. The 16-year-old gives in to the lies he's been telling himself and takes his own life. I take a lot of chagrin with the common interpretation that Omori takes over his body and forces him to jump off the edge of the balcony, because frankly that interpretation is just plain fucking stupid. Nowhere in the game has Omori been shown to be a being with agency, and is described several times as a shell that Sunny created. Assuming Omori does have agency, why the hell would Omori want his host body to die? Again, that doesn't matter because Omori isn't a person, he's a metaphor for the lies that we tell ourselves. I spend so much time ruminating on this point specifically because the official Wikipedia page for Omori literally says that Omori takes over Sunny's body in the bad ending, and attempts to edit it have been futile. I'm just so tired, guys. The title screen now shows a blue sky, but no Sunny, because Sunny is dead. What if Sunny didn't give in to Omori's taunts, though? What if he stood up to fight with his violin? Well, in that timeline, he picks up his violin, starts to play, and we get one of my favorite sequences in any video game. The final duet. We get a montage of Mari and Sunny's life together set to the song that the two of them were supposed to play at the recital. We see how the friend group came together in the first place. Ironically, Aubrey was the one who introduced Basil to the rest of the group, which makes her growing angry and disillusioned with him even sadder. We even see how Mari saved Sunny's life from drowning. The piano begins the piece because Mari was born before Sunny, but the piece ends without the piano and only with the violin because Mari's life was cut short. The whole thing is just gorgeously animated and scored and really speaks for itself. At the end of it, Sunny gives Omori a big old hug and Omori disappears. Then Sunny leaves white space, but not before giving the player a bow, which honestly is another sprite animation that is hindered by the limited sprite size. Even in one of my favorite moments from the game, I can find a way to complain about sprite size, don't worry. Then Sunny wakes up in the hospital and he just cries for a bit. Then we get to look around his room. There are flowers from everyone that he's helped over the course of his journey through Faraway Town. The Hooligans, the twins, Chris and her family, the hobby shopkeeper, Kellen Hero's family along with Aubrey, Charlene's family, Mincy, Joy's family, Brent's family, Kim and Vance's mom, Kim and Vance's dad, Jesse's family, Sean and Karen, the fashionable mom of the recycle path, the family with the healthy eating, literally everyone. Sunny's effect on people has now rippled back to him. Even the smallest impact made a huge ripple through the community. Going outside our room, we see the dream friends go north as a final goodbye to Sunny before disappearing from his life forever. Then the stranger goes south and we follow him to see Basil. We go through the door to his room and see everyone standing around him. They all stop to look at Sunny, and Sunny says the first thing he said in the game. I have to tell you something. We don't ever know the reactions of the friends to Sunny's confession of the truth, besides Basil, who smiles at him, and both their somethings disappear in a post-credits scene. The reason we never know the reaction of the other friends is because it doesn't matter. What matters is that Sunny was able to get over his guilt and come out with the truth. What other people think of him isn't important. He's finally overcome it. The credits roll with Sunny in the car moving into the city with a nice song called Good Morning playing. It's a nice sequence to just reflect on the events of the game. The game ends with a picture of the pinwheel that Aubrey left in Mari's tree stump with some other flowers near it, one of them obviously being left by Kel because it's a cactus. And that's Omori. The entire thing. There are a few things I didn't cover, but I think this is the most comprehensive analysis of the game that will ever exist. I know that's a bit of a bold claim, but I am nothing if not bold. Omori is a game that affected me very deeply at a very low point in my life, as I mentioned before. My boyfriend killed himself before I played the game. I had been meaning to play this game ever since it came out and didn't get around to it until a few months after. So much has happened since I first played it, but Omori has stayed mostly the same throughout all of it, besides some extra boss fights with Snaily that were added in a patch, I guess. It's a game that I feel very passionately about. The parts I hate, such as the strange racism surrounding Sweetheart as a character, and the game's slight weird fixation on teenage boys, I really hate. The parts I love, like the narrative of Sunny's guilt manifesting in so many different, beautifully represented ways, and Aubrey as a character on the whole, I really love. I've waited in line for 10 hours because of this game before, just to get macaroons I knew I wasn't going to get anyway. I care deeply about this game. Though it's very unfocused as a game and could have used several rewrites, all I can say is that, yeah, I like Omori. There's so much to like. A combat system that uses emotions instead of status ailments and takes advantage of it in a dynamic and interesting way. Two different distinct paths through the game that complete each other and fulfill an image of the story. A gripping narrative about the nature of guilt and the illusion of childhood. I love Omori in spite of its flaws. It is a game that brought me through a really hard time. To summarize it more concisely, when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's Omori. This has been Arcadian Everlasting, someone with 400 hours in a 20-hour game, signing off. Thank you for watching.